Oh, these eyes are crying. These eyes have seen a lot of love, but not as much love as I have with you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, these eyes are crying. All right. Hey, guys, how's it going? It's Randy Chavez coming at you today with Foster Hilt. If you're new, welcome. If you're not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashy. You can see Dashy over there. And we are waiting for the Henry Pagliuca, Mr. Pags. He will be joining us, but let's you were at work this morning. Did you get to participate in the drop?
I did, yes. It's the first time in a long time that I participated on anything other than Wi-Fi. I participated on LTE, and I was fortunate enough to still get it on my device, which was a super score. I have a buddy that I work with, and we're both pretty big into Veve and Ecomi, and he's we're on the same platoon. So we within reason, when we had a few moments, we were looking up online, like, where are the cell phone towers? We got to find the cell phone towers. And we were trying to meet up and go around to get to the cell phone towers. And yeah, I was lucky enough to get one there. So that's awesome, but pretty scarce. I think, I don't know what they're at right now. I haven't checked recently, but I tuned in for a little bit of your live stream there. I was creeping in the background, and they were going for under $100, which just blew my mind. I was like, the cheapest set on Veve right now is $300 for the James Bond posters.
Yeah.
And you can literally complete a set. Now, mind you, there's debate whether or not that will be worth anything, but even on the off chance that it is, like, you're going to sell it for $100? I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
And it's a con exclusive. It's a con exclusive.
Yeah.
It's a first appearance. It's a con exclusive. I don't understand people at all. They're just stupid morons.
Hey, man, you know what? I guess it really boils down to, like, everyone has their own priorities, right? Like yeah. Even for me, like, people look at me and they're like, "You're an idiot because you sold your Spider-Man Secret Rare," and they're right. I am an idiot, but I also needed the money, right? So maybe, we do very much take for granted the position we're in. Maybe if someone's selling for $100, maybe $75 goes a long way for them, and if that's the case, all the power to them. But even at that, I would still say, even if $75 is a lot for you, hold for a day, because it'll still be worth $300. So,
so like you made $1,000 on the Spider-Man one. This, they're making like less than a tenth of that if they're so it's like, ooh. But yeah. So like I said, I'm pretty not for I'm my one thing that happens to work for me is just buying and holding, which short-term market might actually not be the best play. Short-term market is, oh, hey, I have something here that's already 10x. Why would I continue to hodl this when I could sell it for this, and this will 3x or 5x? I mean, hodling sometimes is might not be good short-term. Long-term, it's definitely helped me out. Did you get any more OMI buying over the last couple weeks since I last saw you?
No, I haven't. And it's funny because a ton of people, and I find that I mean, I'm by no means a professional investor or anything like that, but it's funny. I've really noticed the mood in the community shift recently as the price has gone up. More people just seem to be so excited about this as a buying opportunity, buy more, whatever. And I guess for me, I just look at it differently. Like, I was looking at the 0.002s and 0.003s as a great buy opportunity. Not to say that anything right now is not a great buy opportunity. I think anything under a penny is still a steal based on where we're going. But just for me, like, to buy, like, my DCA is like 0.0052. So to buy up in the sevens and increase my DCA, it's just, to me, it just feels backwards. Like, I would almost rather wait and see if we get another consolidation or push back to the downside. And then maybe I would consider loading up some more. But no, I FOMO too hard at the beginning and went like literally all in with most of my funds. And if I had DCA'd down, I calculated it with a couple buddies. And if I had even done it relatively the way I should have, I'd have over double the OMI that I have right now.
Damn.
Yeah. And sometimes I kick myself for that, because I mean, the difference between 14 and 28 million is, I mean, if we hit $1, it's 14 million. So it's a lot, but
you can't think about it that way, though.
Exactly. I mean, I wish I found this project 3 years ago, right? So it's all relative. So
but also, like, for me, like, if I would have found this project 3 years ago, and where I wasn't invested into Tesla, and then I find Tesla, I was like, oh, this is really undervalued too. Because again, 3 years ago, it really was a big gamble. Like with this, you didn't know if it was going to work out. That being said, you could have put like $3,000 into this, got 100 million OMI, and it's like, what's $3,000? So yeah, Can't
Well,
believe people.
and that was the situation. The very first whale interview that I ever did on my channel, the individual has 300 million OMI and bought it for like, no.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say his name in the interview, so I'm not going to say it now, but
Okay.
he spent like $20,000 to get 300 million OMI, like back in the ICO, like back in 2018. And he hasn't sold any, like he's still holding. So I was talking to him recently, and he's still planning on holding. Like he understands where the project's going. And I mean, he's been like, we've been in it for 6 months, 8 months, right? And we're looking at it like, oh my God, like this is so exciting. Like, could you imagine having been through this for 3 years? And I mean, mind you, you would have still seen, 200 to 250x returns. So it's not like you're not seeing progress, but even on the app side, just not hearing about kind of anything that was going on and being left in the dark. Like we think that they're, maybe not the best at giving out information now. Like I can't imagine what it was like years ago when they didn't have, their Discord, Telegram, Twitter, everything, right? Like I think we're blessed with the amount that we get from the team. And are there hiccups along the way? Yes. But like I've said it once and I'll say it again, like I would rather get in now at the ground floor and deal with those hiccups than buy in at 25 cents when everything is already a fine-tuned, well-oiled machine. Because by that point, the crazy gains are no longer there. Like there's risk to every project, but to me, the risk, the reward far, far outweighs the risk in this project. And I don't even consider it a risk at this point, to be honest. It's a occupational hazard, we'll call it. So.
Yeah. The only thing I'm really not really worried about is like that I'm kind of cringing about is next year having to sell some to pay for taxes. And then after next year, I have to pay short-term capital gains on those that I sell to pay for this year's taxes. I have to sell more next year to pay for those taxes. And it's, but thankfully in 2023, those will be short-term capital gains. Those will be fine.
In case the IRS is listening, Randy would never move to evade any tax laws. But hypothetically, Randy, have you ever thought about living somewhere differently, not tax related?
Me and Taps trades. For those that don't know, Taps is half Mexican. Like I had zero idea like that.
I had no idea.
Like he is so white. If we, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Like if there was ever a like a roundup of like brown people, he could be the one that could like round up like me and poor man. I think I don't know if he's just tan, but he could just round up a bunch of brown people. Like, oh yeah, no, I'm taking these guys. He could put on that southern accent. I'm taking these guys to the brown people camp we got, and they're like, all right guys, let's go, and they'll just sneak us out of the country. That'd be so cool. But we've thought about going to Portugal. I've been there before in the Azores. It's a really beautiful country, really good food. And there you can also, as long as the person that's driving is not drinking and they're sober, everyone else in the car can drink. So it's a really good time.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, I had someone on Twitter the other day that lives in Switzerland. Basically said, if you're ever looking for a place to live, we don't pay any taxes on our money. I said, you know what? I'm gonna make good money off of OMI, but I don't know that I'm gonna make change of citizenship to Switzerland money, because think about all the people that would want to be doing that are like billionaires. Like, what do I bring to the table, right? Like, they're not going to accept me before one of those guys. So,
well, I forget who it was. It was the countries of the world. They just had a thing where they announced, we're going to have a 15% tax limit, like for the world. 15% tax rate world. I forget who it was. The global tax agreement will set a 15% minimum rate, as per the New York Times. More than 130 countries agreed to participate in that 15% tax rate. So it doesn't matter where you go. All the countries are deciding to just take us from behind with no Vaseline as a 15% minimum. So it's a rough world.
Oh man, that's brutal. Well, and that's why like at least here in Canada, we don't pay short-term capital gains. It's just like we just pay. It's a flat rate regardless of how long you hold it for. So like we're almost protected more so from short-term flipping than whereas you are almost forced to hold for longer periods of time. So it's a balance. But at the end of the day, like even if you got to pay some taxes, if you're making like millions and millions and millions of dollars, I guess it's not the worst thing in the world, right? So
The only way I'm going to probably get around it is because most of my funds will be going to philanthropic goals. So if I take that profit, and so then it's like, okay, well, I could do that. What do you guys pay in Canada? Your flat tax rate?
So we're like the highest tax country in the world, man. We get taxed on everything. So we have an income tax. So our income tax is based on the amount of money that we make, obviously. So here our federal income tax is based on, there's a federal tax and there's a provincial tax. Provinces, for those of you that don't know, are basically the equivalent of states in the US.
Yeah.
So we pay, it's like the first, like, I think $14,000 is considered like tax free. So if you make under 14 grand a year, you don't pay anything. But then after that, it's like, I think it's like 18% up until $45,000. And then once you get above 60,000, it goes up to like 22. And then once you go over $96,000, it goes up again. So it's like an incremental. And obviously you don't get taxed. Like, let's say you make 100 grand, you only get taxed the higher tax bracket for that, like $4,000. It's not your whole pay.
What's the highest tax rate?
I think it's like 40% for anyone that makes over $200,000 or $400,000 or something. I haven't hit it yet, so I can't say that I've looked in too closely to it, but I would very much like to find out one day, and then I will be able to gladly report it to you. But the thing is the income tax is always going to be more than the capital gains tax. So you're almost better to work less and make more money through investing, because how it works for capital gains is that you pay you get charged on 50% of the income that you make, not the full amount. So if you invested 100,000, you make 200,000, you get taxed on $100,000.
Yeah, you only get taxed.
Yeah, 50 grand, and then of that 50 grand, you only get taxed 30%. So you get taxed like $17,000 on $100,000. So it's like
that's actually not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. I don't know if you know, like, for somebody that about the burn rate, because their buybacks, they said about 10% of what is bought would go into buybacks, but we haven't seen it yet. Have you seen anyone do a video on that? Because I haven't, at least not recently.
So I haven't seen anyone model the actual burn rate. And I think one of the issues, and great question, Scott, thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. I think one of the issues that we're running into right now is that we don't have enough information coming from the marketplace sale data to differentiate, so as an example, in the secondary marketplace, 2.5% of all transactions that are done are burnt, right? But then we have MGM, we have Marvel, which are the first two licenses that came in with an additional 6% licensor fee. And that 6%, Akomi has confirmed, is also converted into OMI and is burned from circulation. So you have some collectibles that are selling that are at an 8.5% burn rate, and then you have other collectibles that are at a 2.5% burn rate. So because it's not a linear model where you can just say, hey, $1 million worth of collectibles were sold based on this price of OMI, this is how much OMI should be burnt.
That's a good
We don't
point.
have that. We don't have that information yet. So once we move over to Immutable and we get bigger access to all of the collectibles on the blockchain, we should be able to model it more effectively. And I'm sure we may even get access to, in some respect, possibly on a Akomi wiki or whatever, for the backend API that may actually track what each collectible was sold at relative to the OMI, and it will actually be able to model the burn for us. And then, of course, as more information comes out about, OMI to NFT, OMI to land, the OMI utility staking program, myself and I'm sure a couple other content creators will take a good crack at modeling it more effectively. But there's just not enough information. It'd be purely speculation, and it could vary so wildly that I don't think at this point it would be beneficial.
That's a good point. We scared Justin a little bit.
Oh, sorry, Justin.
I was like, hello, everybody. And just like, oh. So also for those of you that don't know, when they say they have to remint stuff, it's not the fact that they are that these aren't minted, they're not confirmed on the blockchain. It's just we're switching blockchains. So we go. I saw someone mention that. I don't know if it was last stream or before, and I don't know if I got to it. So that's what that means. I'm selling breaking news. I'm selling one of my hymns, and it was not on the marketplace. A buddy of mine texted me, says, hey, I think she got a Donnie recently, and I don't think she had a hymn. It's like, I'm looking for a hymn. I was like, oh, okay. And at the time we made the agreement, I was like, okay, because the time was like yesterday. I was looking, that somebody had theirs on sale for like 8.7 or 8.4, whatever. It's like, you know what? She's a really good supporter of this channel. Joe super chats me. So I'll do it for $1 million OMI. obviously being a little less than the 8.4, but I figured with the fees and the transfer or whatever, and this way I get it in OMI and not gems. I was like, I'll do that, figuring OMI can probably 10x a bit easier than him can, but then him was like, someone bought it and now the him price is like 10.4. I was like, oh man, I messed up. But either way, it's good. So I'm gonna have. I have 109 million right now. I will have 110 when this goes through later today. So that'll
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to ask. So based on that, because you may not have seen it or not, but I did a interview the other day on my channel with the Todd father, Stevie Phil. He is a great member of the community. He held, I should say, about 40 million OMI. Yeah. And he had about 1,800 collectibles. And recently, over the last 2 weeks, he has sold every single OMI. So he sold all 40 million OMI, and he has gone all in on collectibles. And I, of course, have my own opinions on going all in on one over the other. I believe that I'm relatively diversified in both. You're selling your collectibles right now to get more OMI. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on the value proposition of one over the other with the catalysts like Immutable, the Master Collector Program, Money Transmitter License coming. What do you see as the better short-term play? Like, do you still believe, and not obviously getting something on the drop. If you get something on the drop, it could 100x depending on what you get.
Yeah.
But if you're getting something in the secondary marketplace, like as an example of him, for $8,000, whereas it needs to go up to 80 grand at 10x and OMI needs to whatever, like, what do you think is the better value proposition?
Well, I think it should be said first that no matter what you do, whatever you put your money in, whether it's collectibles or OMI, it'll go up. So selling his OMI right now for collectibles, that transfer of money, the collectibles he buys are going to go up. But again, they have to go up to a point where I'm assuming this guy dollar cost average. I'm assuming, I know, I don't know him, but we follow each other on Twitter. The Todd father, he's commented on my stuff. He's respect the hell out of him a lot. Assuming he's up now with OMI, he's going to have to pay short-term capital gains on that. And so the collectibles, one, they have to go higher than what they would have to pay for the short-term capital gains, which they will. And again, the newer collectibles that he's going to get, absolutely, they'll probably, again, Peggy Carter just like 8x in the first like 2 hours. So yeah, but again, that's to $25 that you're 8xing. Will the that ultra rare, I'm sorry, the secret rare Dragon Girl, will that 10x? That'll probably 20x. But again, it's only $90. So many of the things that he's buying will go up. I think it is very hard for some of these that have already sometimes 100 or 1000x already to go up another 10x as quickly as OMI will. That being said, maybe it's just more fun for him. Maybe it's just like, okay, listen, I'm going to be a millionaire either way, and maybe he just doesn't care about money. He's like, I'm going to be a millionaire through collectibles. Like for me, it was more fun to become a little bit more successful buying and selling Pokemon cards than it was high risk lending, giving money to business owners.
Right.
So I definitely understand that sentiment. It's just like, hey, it's more fun, and what's that worth to you? So even though I do believe that OMI will outshine most collectibles, at least as far as right now, if that's his decision. And again, not the only reason, but one of the main reasons why I'm going into collectibles as hard as I am. I think I have like 37 sets now, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow. I was just about to check mine right as you were talking about it. I was like, I need to know. I think with today's drop, I'm at 21. I want to say. Nice. Thank goodness, because these single collectibles that complete sets, not financial advice, guys, but if you're sleeping on these, like, you're going to be for a rude awakening when the Master Collector Program comes out. Like, it might not make a huge difference in the points. Like, they're not going to be like, oh, you completed a set, you're automatically the best person in the world. But like, to think that a Master Collector Program that is centered around the collection of collectibles is not going to take into account you completing sets of collectibles. Like, it's just like, come on, like, really, like, it's gonna happen. So like, you guys are really sleeping on these ones of ones that are still cheap. Get on it. Like, I'm looking right now to see what the price is, and we'll see what they're going for. But and yeah, I'm at 21 sets now, which is I still think. Well, I'm curious what you're looking at. What do you think the average is? Like, I don't know what kind of sentiment you've gotten from the community. Like, what would you say the average collector that uses the app kind of casually, that's not maybe in all the Telegram groups, all the Discords, like, what do you think, Joe or Sally has? Like, do they have any sets? Like, is that the average? Or
I mean, when I was first getting into this, I was only collecting things I liked. I didn't care about sets. I was like, oh, I like Ice King. I got him. I got, Nessie from Krypton, because I love the Loch Ness Monster. I got, I think, like the Harley Quinn. Like the first appearance Harley Quinn. I just collected things I liked from just random sets. So the average collector might, if they're just going to collect, oh, this is cool, I like it. DeLorean, maybe that's what they grew up with in Back to the Future movies. I would say that they are probably a couple of sets, the average one. Again, the only reason why I'm doing this, why I'm going as hard as I am in this, is because more sets you have, easier it'll be to get land in the Veveverse and that Master Collectors program. And then I'll put in a good, 5-10% of my OMI right there. And I think Mr. Pags is sold out, going tomorrow. I was there yesterday. I was invited. Let me tickets. Yeah. He should definitely still come.
Yeah. I don't know what he's. Just so you guys know, we had planned this so that Pags is. He's actually down at New York Comic Con. So he was actually going to go live from inside New York Comic Con while we had this conversation. And then we found out that this was the only day he couldn't get a ticket for. It was sold out. So yeah, so we were still under the impression that he was showing up, but we're just working on that in the back end while this goes on. Yeah. But it'll be a good conversation all the same. So we'll keep it running and we'll see where things go.
But I'd say now that people know, like, oh, Master Collector program. And again, I went over this in my last stream. They're going to want those badges. They want it's having, like, let's say this Captain Carter, and now you have all 3 of the Mighty sets. You might get a badge that says, oh, a Master Collector in Marvel Mighties. Or if you have all the, then that's going to be very similar to the blue and white check marks on Instagram and Twitter. Being able to get that, it's just clout. And I think people are going to go for sets just for that. That being said, maybe if you have 5, average probably 5 or 10 sets, because it's hard. Like the cheapest sets right now, Captain Carter for like 200 and the James Bond for 300. But up until recently, the cheapest sets were like $800 or $1,000 sets, and that's kind of hard to get for if you're kind of working paycheck to paycheck, or maybe you have like an extra, even $1,000, $1,800 left of expendable income each month. It's like, okay, maybe you can get one set a month, and it's just hard. So that's kind of my.
No, I completely agree with you. And I was listening, like I said, I was creeping in on your last live stream there to see what the conversation was going on. And I completely agree that the social clout and sentiment behind even having a check mark or a verification, Gary Vaynerchuk, who is a champion of the NFT community, who owns Vayner Media and a bunch of subsidiaries, very successful, angel investor in Facebook, Uber, like very, very successful person.
He missed out on Uber.
Did he? Oh, was it? Who did he? I thought it was Facebook or was it Snapchat or
Facebook? I think he did Twitter as well.
Oh, was it Twitter? Okay, my mistake.
But I've heard him multiple times, like almost like where he says it doesn't hurt him, but
it hurts him.
It hurts him.
But he talks a lot about NFTs, not necessarily VV NFTs, but just the concept of NFTs as a whole on like main stage platforms. Like we're talking like big news and media outlets, and it is garnering a lot of attention. And I love the way that he looks at the concept of NFTs, and he says it perfectly. Like having a check mark, like you said, to 20 million followers is so much more important than so many real world things. And people were saying, well, why would a digital collectible be more important than a physical collectible? He said, well, because my check mark can be seen by everyone in the world. My physical collectible can only be seen by very few people. Therefore, what truly holds more value? And he's 100% right. Like,
I hate that he's right.
I know. But I mean, the fact that Twitter is adding verification for your NFTs and that you're going to be able to put your profile pictures as an actual NFT that you own, like people, like if you don't understand what that's going to do for the NFT space, like Yeah, not many people maybe know about NFTs right now, but everyone knows what Twitter is.
Yeah,
so the second that they're using Twitter and find out like, oh, hey, you can do this. The fact that is it also Twitter that's doing they're allowing you to donate Bitcoin or tip Bitcoin, or is it Twitter, or is one of them? I can't remember who it was. They're allowing on the Lightning Network. They're allowing you to donate crypto. Is that, well, only major cryptos right now, obviously, but you're going to be able to tip major cryptos. The fact that TikTok is minting NFT moments with their creators, like all these things are happening. The fact that Visa's buying up NFTs, like people
that was nuts.
Are sleeping on all of these things. And then out of nowhere, we're going to wake up one day and you're literally going to turn on the channel and you're going to be flicking it and everything's going to be NFTs. And who is going to be the main player in the space that people are talking about in 6 months to a year? I think it's going to be Veve and Comey. So
we have the best ones.
Yeah.
I mean, that being said, I do like original projects. Like, a bunch of people say like, oh, Hollywood's just, there's no original ideas. They're just doing, stuff that's already written, like comic book movies. They're doing remakes. And I think that's just people complaining. But and maybe some of those people can say that about certain things, like, oh, they're just making NFTs of things that already exist. But there's a lot of NFTs out there that are real original and they're cool and they're just fun to have and they're making names for themselves. So that's what I love about it. I love the unique originality of it. It brings a lot of people in, and even if you get in for the uniqueness, you get it because it's a unique piece of art. It's like, oh, they make actual digital license NFTs of these. They'll come. Like, I don't care how you get into this space. Most likely, you're gonna like one of the things that Veve has to offer, if not multiple.
Yeah.
So I'm 100%. That's why I wish so much luck and the best to Terra Virtua and Quid and Palm and Dapper, because as long as people get in, just get them in the hobby. Once they get them in the hobby, then we go and. Then we could go and add Mr. Pags.
Hey,
what's up, guys? I'm like, oh, I gotta go this way. I'm all backwards. What's going on? Oh, my glasses, I can't see.
Dude, like Velma from Scooby Doo.
I'm telling you. First, I just want to say hello to everybody out there in crazy Veve land and Foster. What's going on, bud? Man, how you doing, guys? So listen, bro. Yesterday, I know I was just explaining to you guys. I know you've been there before, I'm sure. So there's some ups and downs in the sense of expectation. One thing is for first it was very limited. So the amount of people that I'm used to, shoulder to shoulder, bumping. What they didn't have was what I thought they said they were going to have, which was directionals in the sense of the traffic and how you go. That didn't happen. It was any way you want to go, anywhere you want to go. However, it was not shoulder to shoulder at all. It was actually, matter of fact, it was very limited in. It was very open in space, and there was a lot of room and open areas where vendors usually park themselves. That was open, so the free flow was a lot easier. So that's the downfall. But the good thing is that I seen some real cool stuff. A lot of gaming and some new stuff with animation, fanimation. They're calling stuff. They have different stuff that they have like going on that it's really, really cool stuff. It's actually pretty nice. In the art space, in Artist Alley, there was a lot more limited room than normal. But I'm telling you, dude, I just want to just interrupt you here real quick and talk myself. The Carnage, the Veve Carnage Common.
Yep.
With Spider-Man and Carnage on the cover.
Yep.
Was walking through. Now, I don't own any comics. And in fact, in my entire life, I think I mentioned it one time, me and one of my friends bought Spawn back many years ago when it first came out. We bought from number 1 all the way to 30 edition numbers. And that includes the black and white variants that were included in that stream. And regardless of that, I don't have none ever, never, ever in my life, right? So here we go. I'm walking around. I actually see the Carnage, the Common. It's a hard copy. I'm looking around, and a 9.8. And for anybody that's listening and doesn't know, is like a gem in 10.
Yeah.
It is the primo. They don't have 9.9s and 10s. However, it's a 9.8 is the 10. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going through and walking through, and I seen it. I see 9.4s, I see 9.6s, and I seen a couple 9.8s here and there. Now, a very prominent comic collection company called Metropolis. They're very well known. They're like top of the grade. It's going to Foot Locker when you want the new Jordans. It's not like going to Walmart when you want the new Jordans. You know what I'm saying? So it's still an outlet, but this is the go-to place when you want those special like top grade mints. Okay. Yep. So I go there and I see it. And so I see the 9.8. It says $1,215 on it, right? So I don't say nothing. I walk around. And then I go walk and I leave and I walk around. I found another company, which I have his card. I see the 9.8. These are the only two 9.8s that I've seen, and I've seen a lot. So I'm looking, and I go to the guy, hey, how much is that 9.8 up there? The Spider-Man, with the Carnage on the cover. Oh, he's like, let me take a look. The guy's not here right now. Let me look. He looks on the back. It says 900 on the back, right? So I'm already like, wow, that's 315 less than the other guy. I'm like, wow, let me see. I was like, oh, what's the lowest, like bottom right now, like right here, right now? I won't negotiate the deal. If you give me the lowest bottom right now, if it's a no for me, I'll walk away. You don't have to say another number. What's your rock bottom? He says, give me a minute. I think the guy walked around. He goes around, the guy Mike or comes around. He goes, hey, what's going on? I met him. Hey, how you doing? I'm Henry. I was like, listen, I don't own comics. I own some NFTs. This is one that I own. It's not like a must have, but I'm just looking to get in the thing, the business. What's the rock bottom, bro? I mean, like I see you got it for 900. I know it's a good mint. I know, and I text one of my friends. He knows about comics. He said, yeah, it's in that range, but you could probably get better. There's other people I said in this, facility that have it and that probably do deals with me, but I'll give you the business. What's your rock bottom right now? He goes 750. I was like, I pull my debit out. I go, and I don't look at him. I go, and I'm looking away. I hand him the thing. And I go 700. I walk out right now. You could charge it. Okay. He's sitting there. On my mother. He goes, he grabs it. He don't take it. He grabs it. I don't let go. So we're holding it. He goes 725, and you're walking out with the 9.8. Bro, he did. I took it. I said, I'll take it. 725. So I posted. So with tax and everything, it came out to like 789. Everything else for. So I go back to Metropolis. Ironically, I'm sitting talking to the COO founder. His name is Vincent Zazzarulo. Mm-hmm. We're talking about something that he has that nobody in the entire probably few states have. It's the only one 9.2 Holy Grail MC1 in the world. There's only one. There's 3 9.4s, nothing higher than that. Yeah. And there's only one of those 3 9.4s is not refurbished. So there's really only one truly 9.4 and one truly 9.2. But this 9.2, what makes this 9.2 rarer than all the other comics and all the other comics, because there's only 64 of them, MC1s in existence, is that it's the paid copy. And the paid copy that he has written like notes from like the publisher right on the actual cover. It's very cool. You can see it, and on some of the pages on the inside. So it makes it even more rare because of that fact, right? That's the only one that he doesn't have the price on. We're talking about that. And I'm like, I might be interested. I might have a partner. We're talking like $575 each going in on it. So we're looking at like a 1.1 purchase. Yeah. Henry, I apologize. It's over 2. It's got to be over 2. Yeah. It's amazing. I'm offering numbers that are like, I can't even believe I'm offering these numbers. And he's coming up with it's like, oh yeah. It's it's like I felt with the Amazing Spider-Man with the 100K offer. Anyway. So the girl comes over and goes, hey, Vincent, this guy over here is interested in the in the Carnage 9.8. I'm listening. I can't believe it. I'm listening. So you don't know I even looked at that, right? He didn't even know because I came earlier and it was on the outside shelf. So I didn't even make a notice. I didn't even say nothing to him. The guy is interested. He said 1,000. Excuse me, 1,000 even. So then he goes, nah, it's 1150 all day. Nothing. That's the rock bottom. He goes, she goes back. She comes back. She goes, he'll take it for 1150. So I'm sitting here like, damn, I just saved like $400. I got the same one. And I want to show everybody out there. There it is, right there, guys. If you could see 9.8. I can.
Wow.
That's legit,
real dude, bro. It's my very first official
sick
comic. I'm jelly. Here, 9.8. And
Congratulations,
One
man.
second. I apologize, guys.
No, you're good.
I just got to mute you out 1 second. It's my contractor. Hold on 1 minute.
Yeah, go. Well, he does that. My friend Lindsay went to Comic-Con yesterday, and she cosplayed as Carnage. She makes all of her own cosplays. She's wickedly talented. So that is her.
Oh wow.
Yeah, she's got a really, really good.
That is awesome and terrifying at the same time. Like that face is like super well done, but the tongue and everything, that's intense.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So
it's crazy how like serious like people take this. Like, and I don't come from a collectibles background, right? Like I've never been a huge collector, but like it's so cool to see that everyone's dressing up and being a part of this. And yeah, I'm sure we'll get Pegs back on at some point and he can talk about whether or not I don't imagine Veve had any physical role in the Comic-Con as they indicated, but it'll be so cool to see those booths for Veve eventually at these comic events and just see how it's received by like true collectors. Because I feel like a lot of the people in the app right now are maybe more so, I don't want to call them flippers, but they're not true collectors, right? Like they see it as an investment, which is fine. But as we start to roll in these diehards from these fandoms, people will spend crazy amounts of money for the things that they're passionate about. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's like, I forget who, there was, I think it's Ginferno on my channel. I don't know if he's here in the comments. I'm thanking Mass Brothers for that super chat. It's, he said that, yeah, he would FOMO into Garbage Pail Kids so hard. And it's the Garbage Pail Kids, that was kind of a little bit slightly before my time. I was in like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, like 90s cartoons, but Garbage Pail Kids a little before then. But it just shows you how often they attack like people in their 50s and 40s and 30s and 20s. So it's really, really cool. I enjoy that.
What's up, guys? I'm back. I didn't mean to interrupt you about the Garbage Pail Kids. I remember I told you on our podcast about my friend that had the two. You know, it's funny. Since we had that, he doesn't know I even did the podcast with you, but I told him I had mentioned him. He's like, "Oh, that's cool." He told me that he's actually has them still in a baseball card set, long skinny boxes that they used to have for the whole set, so it would cover the whole set. He's got them in there, and he's got them stored. And he says he still has them, dude. I was like, bro, I do have you. He's like, I don't even know. You know, he's got money, dude. He's a big. He's
all right.
You know, it's just crazy. It's just crazy how like like that. And he's like, yeah, they're in a box. I'm like, yeah, in a box. It's got probably honestly, it's probably upwards of 6 figures, maybe higher. I don't even know. Wow. You know, I haven't looked, but yeah. Who's flapping?
Oh, he says Randy Mother Flapping Chavez. It's just it's a play on the back in like the 20s or 30s. They used to call women flappers. I don't know why. I think it was. I don't know if it's because they were like easy or because they were.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wasn't it something to do with prostitution or something? Or like no comment, I guess.
Yeah. So outside of that, I woke up this morning to like 0.0077, and I was like, oh, this is good. It's a good day. But there's so much.
I don't even get excited anymore, and I don't mean this in a rude way. You know why? You know why I don't get excited? Is because I want to say that I experienced this going through Cardano from at the 3 and 4 cent range and 5 cent range, and every single time it hit a new milestone, it was like, oh, I don't want to say that you know how that feeling wears off. It's not about it's not really like a wear off. What it is my expectations and my milestones for Omi and Veve specifically are so high. Like I set the bar so high that percentages of a penny and pennies to me, it's not about the value that I'm worth. It's it's about where I believe the protocol, where I believe Vivi's going, where I believe this industry's going, and that passion that I have. I'll be odd when I see like when I see like Ethereum transactions of people who got like late 3 and 4 digit mints going for tens of thousands of dollars, or numbers that are changing people's lives of little mints that they got. It's not necessarily what I'm worth. It's about how everybody in the community is going to be like experiencing this growth. Because it's so early and it's so new and so fresh, and it's got this much traction this early. When it really starts to get ground and we really start to load the cargo on this train,
bro, I can't wait.
It's going to be overwhelming, man. And I'm like psyched about it. You know, I mean, overall, I really wish I was at, obviously, unfortunately, guys, to be live in Comic-Con as I will be tomorrow. I don't know what you guys have going on. If you still want to do that, that's fine with me. I'll bring my laptop with me and I'll be live there.
I mean,
if you still do it.
Fortunately / unfortunately, I'm with the girlfriend tomorrow. I haven't seen her in a while, so I'm excited to see her. But she would get pretty salty. She would get pretty hot at me if I go and stream all of it.
I was gonna say you do enough Veve and Akomi stuff on a regular day. I think if you were supposed to be spending time with her, she'd be a little upset. I know the missus on my end gets a little salty.
Flapping, bro. You'd be flapping.
I'm laughing, yeah.
The what do you call it? We have a Taps Trades did a timeline of what he thinks Omi can be through 2025, and he thinks that $1 by 2025. You guys are like, yeah, it's probably about right, or I might take a little later. We're like, oh no, 2023. What do you guys think on that, based on what we're seeing right now?
Hit that up real quick.
All right. So here's my thing. Here's my very first thought outside of all the finances associated with it. So what people need to understand is when smart people talk, you listen. And I very much consider Taps a voice of reason in the community. He's very grounded and he's not a moon boy. I mean, I'm definitely more moon boyish than he is. So when he's coming up with those numbers, he's not just pulling them out of his behind. He's doing it based off of foundational and TA and all these things that actually could lead to these price values. Now, to be fair, I would absolutely love if he was correct. But at the same time, until we start to see some of these features that he's worked in based on his predictions to have roll out, it's impossible to know for sure. I've always been very much convinced that it's not a question of will we hit X amount of cents or dollars. It's what market cap is reasonable to hit in what time frame and how much Omi is going to be currently in circulation when that occurs, which will then determine our price. So if we hit the max circulating supply in Q1 of 2022 and we're sitting at about 300 billion Omi, what do they have in place to start taking Omi out of the circulating supply? We know, buybacks possibly, Omi to NFT, Omi to land, staking as a form of utility. We know all of those. But they're right now, until we can run numbers, they're just a hypothetical. So I can't work in I think we'll be at X amount of cents at this date. What I can tell you though, is based on all of those factors coming in and based on other projects in the crypto space that have staking as a form of utility, if we can get a decent percentage of the community to stake their Omi tokens outside of all of the other noise. Like I'm not talking burning tokens, rebuying, anything like just staking. If that is the only metric that we use to measure and we could stake 50% or more of all the tokens in the circulating supply, there is no reason that if a coin like Doge can hit $90 billion in a bull run, that Omi with all of its actual use cases and utility and mainstream adoption can't do something similar. So if we can hit $90 billion as a market cap with a circulating supply, let's say of 180 billion, which would be about 35% of the tokens staked, then we would be at 50 cents. And I could foresee that by the end of 2022, assuming that the Omi staking utility program is like top notch. But once again, I can't know for sure until I see it, but I definitely think that Taps's predictions are even possibly conservative based on all the things that are coming.
Yeah, I think so too. Oh, that's
rather than just just to sit and say I agree, because obviously it is definitely some foresight. I mean, like you said, Foster, anything could happen. We don't really know because we don't have crystal balls, but it is a good. I mean, like you said, using that as a metric. I mean, I don't know. We're not privy to inside information with respect to what Veve has in their pipeline. Now, I know this: if they had 5 years of creating a pipeline, and now they just started to open up the spigot right now, and we're seeing some compelling stuff just blow our mind on this level, and it's this early. Can you imagine 6 to 18 months from now to hit that timeline? So we're looking at, I've said this in the last podcast, I think we're so underestimating the direction of where this is going. And I think a key word that no one is really they're hearing it. It's getting thrown around, and I've heard it a little bit in Comic-Con yesterday, talking to only those specific people in those markets. Gamification and NFTs and how they play a role in that whole ecosystem that's where the timeline starts to get we get fast forward a little bit, because we start going over hurdles that there's really no one prepared for it. One, they don't have the programming 100% down. There's a lot of bugs that have to get nicked out. And those processes take sometimes a year to 3 years. If Veve's already in third gear, I can't imagine at 150, mile an hour, fifth gear stuff, sixth gear stuff, because they're already making leaps and bounds on this level. So to answer that question, and because obviously that how Veve and Omi and how the Ecomi protocol is attached to itself, when you start making gains in one, it's exponential on the other end. But remind this too, obviously, as the coin goes up in price, the burn rate is at a slower rate. So it's not like, we'll be burning at that, because everybody's like, oh, wow, 15 billion, we're at 15%, whatever, you know what I'm saying? With respect to where it is now, obviously we would love for it to stay where it is now, not only because they give us an opportunity to buy more or for the community to build and still grow, but it's a metric of the other. As the community goes, as more people buy, there's less in supply, and then that will force the price to go up. So a combination of time and everything and all this effort, we probably are underestimated it by a lot. And I think that bucking the trend, realizing that May or so of 2024, we go through an additional Bitcoin cycle, we'll call it, for the halving. So another, say, 6 to 18 months after that, which would be somewhere in the, somewhere 2025, 2026 range, the bull market cycles, are going to be compounded cycle to cycle. It's not like, it's only doing this percentage here and then the same percentage on the next cycle. No, the next cycle becomes even more exponential, and then it's even more exponential. So this growth can do, 10 cents to $1.20 to $15 to $130. You know what I'm saying? Cycle to cycle. So it's really like just a weird kind of thing. And you realize Omi's just going to get transferred from person to person. It's going to be, Omi to Omi, person to person. Transaction fees will eat up whatever they have to do. But essentially, like I said, it's linear. As time goes on, burn rate will still continue at whatever rate it is. So supply will go on forever and ever as it goes on, and plus buybacks and or burning, staking. Really, it's anybody's guess. I'm happy where I'm at, and I know you guys are. I know. Obviously, Foster, you might have less, but you're in the, you're still in the top at least 3 or 4% of ownership. There's people like, look, don't get me wrong. Everybody, they want to make like that 1 million as the, oh my God, 1 million, because everybody, it's the same thing with Dogecoin, same thing with Shiba Inu, want to make $1 billion, because they start doing math. But you don't realize that it doesn't really matter really the number that you have, as long as you hodl and as long as you don't let go. I made a good point. It doesn't matter. Every single day that goes by, it's a deflationary effort. You will be increasing your value by closing your eyes and going to sleep, because there's less of what you have that's available on the market, and the demand will only increase. So your value is going up. You're making more money on your money than any currency, fiat currency in the world, because it's all it's all inflationary. There's no, other, you know what I'm saying? Outside the crypto world. So whatever real fiat currency you put into Omi, and right at this moment right now, it's 100%, not 99, 100% guaranteed a deflationary effort. You will be in the plus. It's just the how much is anybody's guess. But I think we make points to dictate that,
Yeah, that's what I love about it also, where you have a coin that you're invested into where other people are working to make it better. You have a whole team dedicated to the fact that, we're going to give this a lot more utility. Like, nobody's doing that with the dollar. The Federal Reserve is actively trying to devalue the dollar by printing money. So I like that. And something I saw the other day on Squid Game. I don't know if you guys seen that on Netflix, but
I'm on episode 2, so don't ruin it for me.
I watched the whole thing, dude. Foster, you will, if you didn't see the whole thing, you're going to be What you don't expect is what is going to happen.
Okay, fair,
Right.
fair enough. Fair enough.
So
Well, I can't wait till there's already a series. Second series is being filmed. It's actually.
Oh
coming.
wow.
nice. So yeah, for the uninitiated people that don't know, the first 20 minutes of the first episode, you're just watching a degenerate gambler, and that guy, I almost didn't watch this because I love gambling, love going to Atlantic City, and
You degenerate.
part of
I'm going to Vegas for 2 weeks, bro. You degenerate.
part of me had a freak out when I was watching that, like, you know, as he's like, he gets a little bit of money that he tipped the cashier girl, and he's using that to try to not buy a doll, but try to win a doll from a crane game. And I freaked out because like that could happen. Like people they're one bad day away from just giving into their addictions, and it's possible. But that guy represents millions of people that will go in and they have no money. The little money that they do have, they will go and gamble it. And the point I'm trying to make is that in the VV-verse, they'll probably have stuff for free. You know, they'll probably have, you know, a bunch of games for free, whatever. They'll give out prizes. But I guarantee you they have stuff like, oh, hey, there's a $10 entry fee with this. You know, 100 people get in. They take, you know, 2 or 5% of that as like their kitty, as their stuff that they burn. And then the winners, you know, go to the spoils, that type of deal. Now, they might have to have a free version of that for kids, and someone like a 21 and older, you have to be 21 and older to join this. But that will.
You're like a CMO, bro. You're like the a marketing official for Veve, bro. I think they should hire you, man. You know,
I would love that, but at the same time, it's that one, these guys work so hard, and
it's crazy.
And I don't want to work that hard. And two, if I do, there's limits to what I can say. Maybe what say I'm doing right now that I think that they might have, you know, they might have Pokemon, they might have Disney. I can't say that anymore if I work for them. It's like, it's confirmed. It's like you work for the CAA. Oh, we got aliens. We got aliens there. You know, now you can't say anything. So I think I would actually be doing the community a little bit of a disservice. Now, if they hire me on, they say like, hey, just talk about this stuff, and they kind of gear me towards direction. That's kind of one thing. But yeah, I have a million ideas. There's no shortage of those. It's just some ideas are just like, oh, this is a bad idea. So
I don't have inside information, but I predict, and I think I mentioned it last time. I predict, because of the stronghold that obviously Alfred Kahn has with Pokemon and with his relationship with Veve. I believe, and I think with the times of AR and VR, and how we've been stuck at like Oculus 2 for a little while, and it's like, what's the next bump? We've been hearing a lot about Apple glasses, Google glasses. We see them, we see the prototypes, but we've seen them out of beta, and so what I believe is going to happen. I don't know how it's going to be like interoperable, but I believe this. I believe we get a Pokemon Go 2.0 where people put the glasses on, and we actually interact with the actual in real. So you're going to be seeing a lot of people do this in parks and stuff. But they're going to be, yeah, bro, they're going to be fighting and throwing the balls at those instead of your finger doing it when you smite. Yeah. You'll be physically throwing the ball and throwing it at, you know, throwing the Pokeball at, you know, your whatever you're going to.
How far away is that technology? Away?
Honestly, I mean, the AR, the Apple glasses and stuff they're ready.
They're already starting to roll them out to an extent. Yeah, I can't imagine.
They're already out in the world. They're ready for marketing's there. It's just, I think that they're maybe setting up for some good holiday commercials, and they're going to start releasing them. I don't know in what segments of the world, because it is right now geographic where it's being released, but if they're looking for a timing thing, maybe because of licenses or whatever they want to do. But can you imagine a Pokemon Go with Veve and the NFTs playing a role into all this? And if you own a specific amount of NFTs, or however they make the incentive set up, where you have, you know, maybe you get a specific amount of extra balls and fighting power, maybe get strength, you know, whatever their way of getting you to be incentivized the effort. Can you imagine a whole new generation of Pokemon Go 2.0? Because all the Pokemon Goes, it's not as popular anymore because all those kids are older now and don't do it no more. But the younger kids they missed it. So they're like, oh God, you know, so it's like, I don't want to say it's a little discouraging. However, can you imagine with the Apple glasses, the new generation, the new kids, and a whole hundreds of millions kids downloading, and can you imagine only being involved in that? I mean,
yeah, there's 100 million downloads just for the first Pokemon Go.
That's,
Yeah, you get a
that's why I'm
fraction of
telling you
that.
these numbers. I'm telling you 100 million, like easy. And I know that, you know, a younger generation not knowing about cryptocurrency, being bought into, you know, this whole idea of artificial intelligence and the VR and AR movement and the AIG and stuff that's happening, the AGI, excuse me. There's a lot of things that are we are like how we learned. They're going to be born into that. You know, 8-year-olds are going to be 9, 10s are going to be 11. And
they will not live in a world. They would never know a world without AR.
Yeah, because we're all like, oh yeah, look at our kids. They're all like this. That's all they do. That's all they do. Imagine when they have the glasses on. They don't need his phone no more. It's just their glasses are gonna be on. They're gonna be walking around the house doing all stupid shit. And I know that's where we're at, because I see my kids. You know, my daughter's 15, gonna be 16. She's been glued since she's been 8. My son's 10, just turned 10, and he's been there since he's been 5 and 6. And he sees his older sister, and they got, you know, the gaming computers are all gamed up like animals. They're in their rooms. I remember when I was young and I got punished, it was go to your room, no TV, no nothing. Now my kids, it's not go to your room. It's they lock their door. They don't want me to go in their room. They lock themselves in their room. I can't even punish them now. I mean, the way we were punished. So it's the whole thing's changed. And so, I mean, you know, like, yeah, that's what I believe. And if Veve gets Pokemon and we get some kind of like AR, or we get some kind of gaming or gamification with the Pokemon, because it just goes along with it. It's the only Pokemon Go is the only game that's associated with a Pokemon, like a character with a game. None of these other comics have an actual game. Like, I don't mean like, you know, Mortal Kombat. I'm saying like there's no like real like AR stuff like that. The Pokemon Go is like a big thing. So if you got that guy Alpha Khan on board, and they do something like that, and they use Veve, and you could buy your characters and use NFTs in the game.
Yeah, something else like that I would think would be really cool. And maybe on the same level as Pokemon is Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. It's like an app that you download on your phone. It's got maybe, you know, a couple, like 10 million, 50 million people download it. But it's not Pokemon Go. It's you have to duel on your phone in real time. But if you have your glasses and you see your monsters on the field like you're in a park, oh my God, that would be amazing.
Interacting with them is the key. That's not seeing them. Because it's not like you have your glasses on and you still have your phone in front of you. I'm talking about your physical being is the avatar, is the you know the Steve in the game. You know what I'm saying? And that's the you know, and then with Minecraft, you know, going into that, you're in Minecraft, you're fighting off like, you know, zombies and stuff, like, you know what I'm saying? Like little what was it, the Plants vs Zombies? You're in the Plants vs Zombies game, throwing stuff at the zombies. I mean, we're in a totally like. We're getting to approach ourselves into the gaming of what everybody's used to being behind the scenes with either a controller or actual by your thumb on your phone. So that's you know, where I think we're at.
In 20 years, that'll seem so primitive too. Like, oh, you guys were just doing that.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say too. Like, and it's very interesting. And I'm not by any means calling either of you old or older than me, but even within my lifetime, like I'm 30 years old, and even within my generation, and Henry, maybe you've noticed this as well. Like when I started going to school, we had just like the internet had just become a thing. Like I was born in 91. The internet had just become a thing. My parents went to the library to study. Now we go on Google to look up things. Like you may have had dial-up internet. Now we have high-speed internet. This phone is 2,000 times more powerful based on processing power than the computers that NASA used to send the first spaceship to the moon.
Correct.
Right? And that's a cell phone that I'm holding in my hand right now. I pulled up another example just as what I don't know if you guys had heard of it. It's called Clash of Clans.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys had heard of that, but it's done by Supercell, and they make Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, and one other. And as a perfect example, and I won't admit how much online because it's embarrassing, but I, over the years, spent a lot of money on this thing. Like, what does this do, right? I can battle against other people. I can join a clan. I can interact with people. It's not in augmented reality. It's not in virtual reality. Imagine when Veve starts putting out games and things of that nature. They don't have to be crazy complicated, but the thing is because you have an ownership stake in the characters within the game, they hold value. And it's just going to be so exciting to watch where these things go. And to your point, Henry, when you were talking about having Alfred Kahn, I just want to make one point quickly that I think people, we all assume that we have Pokemon because, hey, it's Pokemon and it'd be the great. But like what I equate Pokemon 2 with Alfred Kahn would be like if you had Elon Musk working for you as an advisor and you didn't have Tesla. If you had Tim Cook working for you and you didn't have Apple, like it wouldn't, like Alfred Kahn brought Pocket Monsters from Japan, was responsible for rebranding it as Pokemon and made it one of, if not the most successful franchise and license in the world. The Pokemon company doesn't forget that, right? Like it's not like just because we're moving digital now, it's suddenly like, oh, Alfred, sorry, you're a dinosaur. You don't understand digital. No, they're going to come to him and go, hey, we want to do this. Where do you think we should do it on? And what company do you think he's going to recommend? Even if they weren't ready to do it back in 2017, what company is he going to recommend now, right? And it just, we're going to look back and it's going to be like, it was obvious the whole time. Just like, oh, we have Marvel, but we weren't sure. We saw the patent work. It was obvious the whole time.
Yeah.
It is a foregone conclusion, in my opinion, that we have Pokemon. The only question is, when is the app going to get up to, like you said, Henry, the functionality and ironing out some of the issues we have on it? When are they going to have the user base for it? And when are we going to have enough engagement to justify releasing a license like that? If Niantic can get 500 million downloads on a Pokemon Go game, do you think that Veve and Akomi is going to release the Pokemon license when they have 700,000 downloads and maybe half of actual users? It makes no sense. So for anyone that's getting impatient, I hear you. I'm there with you. But remember, it's not a matter of if, it's when.
Yeah. Great. Probably. I was going to say hopefully next year, but I think they would want to wait for, China to come on, Russia and all that. But your point saying that you spent, I don't know how much money on Clash of Clans, whatever.
Too much.
That's the in-app purchases, which again they could do for dollars, they could do for fiat, but they could say like, oh, hey, it's $100 per parcel of land in the Veveverse, or $98 worth of Omi, and it incentivizes you to burn. Oh, like do that all day. I don't care if I don't care how much. I'm gonna spend probably 5 to 10% of my Omi on land in the Veveverse. Throughout the ages, just because that's gonna that's a lot. It's gonna go up. So I would think, and they do really good things with dates. Like I think next year, whether it's on a Pokemon Day, like maybe February, which again China may or may not be in at that point. I think it would be cool to announce it in like a trailer, like on a YouTube video. Be like, oh hey, come join the Veveverse, and then like in the beginning, or like Pikachu's your guide. You follow Pikachu around, or you go and they say like, oh yeah, one other thing, you're gonna get a buddy too.
Foster, there he goes. He's the marketing guy, bro. They gotta hire you, bro.
He is.
I'd be like, one more thing, you get a buddy. You get to choose one of these, and it's like a starter Pokemon or Pikachu. I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna FOMO in so hard. It's gonna be a lot of them. The only thing that I do kind of have a worry about is that they've made the distinction that they are digital collectibles. So not a store. It's not like a store like they're the Pokemon company that they could just, oh, we're going to print 1 million of these boxes, then we're going to print 1 million more. That means that there's probably only going to be a certain amount of them. So I feel like a couple of people might be a little upset. Oh, I can't get a Pikachu. But I think that's where people go and they can rent them out. Like, well,
yeah, I was just about to say when they add in renting, either your land or collectibles, that completely negates any concerns that you could have about that, because you're creating an industry within an industry. And you're giving opportunities for Omi to be burnt, and you're giving more access to people that may want it. So, yeah, the collectibles are, like you said, are always going to be collectibles. They're not going to be available for everyone. But, and once again, Randy and I talked about it before Henry got on today. If you did not buy the drop today for $25, what are you doing? Like, it's like, I'm sorry. Like it's a set in and of itself. And there's 5,910 of them that will ever exist in the world.
Yeah.
That will ever exist in the world. When we have 10 million people on the app, there's still going to be 5,910 of them. And I guarantee that people bought multiples. So there's going to be even less that you can buy off of users. So it's just like, it just feels so painfully obvious. And I just want to like go up to people sometimes and just shake them because they're like, oh, this isn't worth anything. Like a buddy today he wasn't even going to go for it. I was texting him. I was like, hey man, like you're going. He's like, no, why would I buy that? It's going to maybe sell for $50. If you can make a 2X on something, why wouldn't you do it regardless, even if it was going to go up for a 2X? And B, you're an idiot. Like, I'm sorry.
It's also this too. And I made it pretty clear. I had made it clear that I don't participate in drops. I don't participate specifically in comic drops that I am not collecting the entire set because I don't carry a lot of extra inventory as I did in the very beginning when I was unsure of what the lowest mint was. So there's a few extra mints. I have about a dozen or so that I have only because I had thought that those were the lowest. And then the low popped up and then I had to get that one. So those why I have a little bit of extra inventory. Like I said, not less than more than a dozen of comics. However, with specific actual sets for collectibles, now I am actually participating in the drops, but not necessarily because of that reason. This particular drop, this particular reason is because it's a set. It's a 1 of 1 like the Lucky. It's the you got 1 of 1. It doesn't matter your number. It's the only set that I'll have that number. I was fortunate to get one. I got 3005. That was my drop for $25. And then I went on the market right in the very beginning. Someone posted the 59. I picked it up for an even 1K even.
Nice.
And I got her right there.
Nice.
That's epic. Good for you.
Oh, 59.
1K for a sub 1 is fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, for 1K. And you know what? I look at it like I got a sub 60. I try to get sub 50s and ultimately sub 47. That's how picky I am. However, they're 25K, 8K, 6K, 3.5K. For me, 1K and getting a sub 60 and a 6K drop edition wise is 1%. It's 1%. So I have sub 1% of the entire edition number for 1K, and you know what? I spent, as you can see, I spent $787 arguably with tax and everything for this, which is a 9.8, which is what I'm wanted to announce. I'm actually going through all of my sets right now. I did it already, so tomorrow. Not only will I be there with my laptop, and if you still want to do a live stream, I don't know if Foster, you're going to be live. You can hit me up. I won't take my laptop if you're not. That's okay. But I'm still going because tomorrow is set up. Yesterday was the family day. Sunday's going to be the me day, and I'm going to be going for all 9/8 only.
Wow.
Of the commons that I have the NFTs of, and
that's
cool. And that is going to be. And I already have 2 dealers lined up holding 3 of them for me. But the one guy said he has to look to his collection. He only has the 9.4, but he's looking for his 9.8 because he has the 9.8. If he has that, I'm buying it. But these are like, I'm not going to lie. These are like 2,000 to like almost upwards of 8,000 and maybe even a little more each. So I have to be careful. And you got to realize I have out of my 10 sets, do the math, 10 sets, it's 50 comics, okay? Of 50 comics, only 10 of them are commons because it's 10 sets, 1 common per set. Usually we set only the common as the actual, the benchmark for the other variants. So obviously I can't get the MC1 because that's out of range. And there is no other MC1 in the entire Jacob Javits Center other than that 9.2, just to let you know. No, there's no mint number. No one has that. Okay, so that's that. So that's out of the question. But some of the other ones that I can see, Fantastic Four, there's a couple other ones that are in there. Very difficult to get 9/8 though. So I have to look. I have to be strategic on it because that's, as I like to be strategic on the lowest mints. Sometimes you can't get the low, but you got to get close to, and that's what I'm looking to do. So that's my effort tomorrow. Just let me know.
You go into these things with a budget? I'm just curious. Like it's just like I just feel like you're. I mean, a good.
I have
big ups to you for having the money for it.
Veve Land isn't here yet,
right?
I got 100K. I got 100K sitting aside, 100 USD
nice.
sitting there.
So are you gonna when the Veve land comes out, you're probably just going to buy it in fiat, right? You're going to probably buy land in fiat because you don't.
I have it in USD Tether. I don't know how they're going to transact it. I don't know if it's going to have to go to OMIs, if it's going to have to go. I mean, if they do it in Tether, I don't know if it's going to be in Ethereum. I'm not really sure how they're going to.
It'll probably be OMI. Yeah, you just like you'd have to convert Ethereum into OMI. I would imagine you'd have to convert USDT into OMI, which I mean isn't a bad thing because now you're taking $100,000 US out of the circulating supply, right? Which is fantastic for everyone.
I mean, that's I have that set aside. It doesn't mean I'm going to spend the whole entire amount. That's just
that's true
because I don't know what they're going to price it at. I don't even know how they're going to set the land value based on like square footage or how that metric's going to get like calculated. However, Earth 2, like where there's like the power, like the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building, like there's things like that. If those are also in effect, I don't know if they're going to do something like that. Like, can I get a Ferris wheel and things like that? Like, I don't know how they're going to set it up, roller coaster rides and stuff. Because if that's the case, I might be interested in getting some of those other items. So it's just a budget that I have. I don't know how they're going to set it up, but I hope you guys participate. I know Randy is. I don't know if you're going to be in it. That's cool too. We could get some kind of like a little cafe, restaurant, hotel, like stay. We could little area. All neighbors. Hey man,
I like I said, and I'm not going to announce it publicly, but I obviously hit a milestone on my investment the other day that I shared with you guys privately. So I may make a video on it there at some point, but it's funny because I just consider it's such an honor to be like even in this conversation, just as like this little minnow. Like I'm just like swimming around and I'm like, you just have an extra 100K USDT sitting around. Oh yeah, cool, man. Yeah. Cool.
I know everybody watching. I don't like I said, I'm not bragging. I'm very humble.
No, for sure.
Very transparent. And I hope that I can inspire people because if we had this inspiration back in 2012 of not only people that are bullish, but know about the protocol and understand the business and where things are going with the sense of the use case for this particular cryptocurrency and this particular project, where people were going to try to explain this to us back in 12 and 13 about what the use case for Bitcoin could be, what its nature was, how you're going to be able to get it, and all that back then. If we had this as an inspiration, we would be hundreds of billions of dollar billionaires. And because of that reason, I hope that the people listening could take that as some inspiration, because we don't have crystal balls, and I don't give investment advice because it just, we could be wrong. But for my gauge, for what I'm in, and I have approximately a good 40% of my total net cryptocurrency in OMI. I know Dan, Randy, you're 100.
Yeah, his ratio is a little bit different, and so is mine.
But I'm going to tell you something. If I could liquidate my 60% in value out of my Cardano, obviously my VeChain, my XRP, which my XRP just pumped a little today. If I can liquidate all that and dump it in, I mean, I'll have like 300 million. I mean, what I'm saying is, I can get those ridiculous numbers for the factor for the calculation and multiplying for the OMI for what it's going to go up, and I could make 30 or 40 thousand every hundredth of a penny. We can get stupid in the math. Every tenth of a penny could be 100,000. I mean, it could get real crazy, and then every penny could be 3 and 4 million every time it goes up. But for me, I always. Back in 1998, I had a friend. He was a stockbroker. He wanted me to come in, and all this other stuff. And I went all in, all eggs in one basket in a penny stock, and it did a 25 cent to it was up to like $1.20 in like less than a couple days. And I didn't put that much in, but I had it all in one basket. But I had been, I don't want to say brainwashed, but I drank the Kool-Aid basically, and I took some money out of other investments that have now 10 to 20x'd. And I bumped them in more in there. And then that penny stock had gone down, and I rode a wave into the sand, and I just got out of the water completely. And unfortunately, for me, I at this stage of my life, and as much as I'm worth right now, and what I've done, and like I'm 48 now, and that's not old, but it's from what I've done. Like when you were born, I just graduated high school. So I was just starting my life when you had diapers. I mean, I say starting life, high school starts when you're out of high school. Therefore, it's time to start living. And so little older than Randy, obviously, but we're in the same kind of like range and stuff. So it's like, you get to a certain point where if you put enough into the system in the sense of sweat and work ethic, and it's like you kind of gotta pull back and be a little conservative to some extent, And so,
I mean, you also have kids and family.
But I can tell you, nobody in this world, I don't care what you're worth, is going to put 40% of their net worth into something that's not even 1 penny. It doesn't matter whether it's a stock, whether it's a cryptocurrency.
True.
They're not gonna. But Bitcoin was less than a penny. Okay, Bitcoin was less than a penny. And I know that sounds crazy because you could say, oh my God, if you bought it all, then you would have owned the whole pool. You would have owned every coin in existence if you bought 10 or 20,000 of it, and then every single time there was a new mint, and you continually kept buying it from those, for whoever had the who was buying miners. Yeah. If you had like a direct account set up to where every time they mined, you paid them, and it was never, you would own the whole pool. Think about what you'd be worth. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like you have to understand that this market is a roller coaster. There's going to be some lows, but there's going to be some high highs, and it's not about trading because everybody's like, oh, Hen, you got so much, you can float like 20 or 30 million off that and trade it, and you could gain like $1 million to $3 million per trade. And they're all like, if you do this like for like 6 months based on the volatility, man, you can gain like 40 million easy, 50 million. It was just like 40 or 50%. And you know what? They're right. But here's my point. I got so much going on in my life. I'm not a trader. I'm not doing that stuff. I got enough going on with my real estate, my wife, my family. I want to live life too, and I want people to understand that, it's not all about Ecomi and Veve. That's not like they wake up and it's like right into the Veve app. What the hell's going on in the marketplace? No, it's about live your life, throw your money. Yeah. I mean, throw your money into what you believe in, whether it's stocks or whether it's put your money in. Yeah. For my advice, I go with what works the best. And for what I believe ROI right now, I can't say because I'm a Cardano in my blood, but I can tell you where we are going. Ecomi dollar to dollar, percentage to percentage will outperform. I think even Shiba Inu as 0.00000 that it is, it'll outperform that, and it'll outperform Doge in the next 6 to 18 months. And we have burn. The other ones are inflationary. We're deflationary. Yeah. So if you can't live on that, it's just put it all in. That's it, and just sit back.
You're 100% right. I have to ask, and I don't want to get too far off track here, but we're talking about diversifying, and obviously you're someone who has diversified quite a bit more than Randy and I, because we're both 100% all in on Veve and Ecomi. So, not to say from your professional circumstance, because obviously nothing you give is financial advice, but given that you have worked in real estate, I've thrown the idea around, and I'm curious what you think about it. Given, I'm only 30, I say only 30. I mean, there's people that are in this project that are younger than me. There's people that are in this project that are older than me, but I had floated the idea around on social media yesterday that when OMI hits key take profit levels, I may take profit, but instead of spending it on nonsense, I may look at investing in something like real estate. Yeah, so getting real estate, and then, putting, let's say 20 to 25% down on the mortgage, or 25%, let's say. And then as that asset increases in value, refinancing that to take equity out of the home and putting it into another property, and then just cycling that over and over. What is your take on, because at some point, there'll be another crypto, or there'll be another stock, or there'll be another, hard asset or whatever. Like, what are your thoughts on not just take profit levels, but just like on the concept of investing in things like real estate to diversify that maybe won't 100x like OMI, they may only 2x, but having that as an actual asset. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
So Andy, do you want to touch this a little bit? If you do, I'll sit back, because maybe you want to speak on it just in case.
I don't have too much experience with that. I know some people make their fortune like that. They are just really good at finding undervalued properties. They buy it, they fix it up a little bit, they do a cash out refinance, they get a new mortgage that takes care of the old mortgage, they net the difference, they rent that out, they do the same thing with another house, so on and so forth. That just seems, again, it's a lot of work, seems like a lot of time. I have worked, I'm done, and I'm going to and I have mentioned to my subscribers before that there will probably be a time in the mid 2020s where, let's say, Omi's $1 or or $2, whatever it is, and it's like, oh yeah, Omi could probably still 3 or 4x in the next 5 or so years. But at that time, there's probably going to be another project that can 10x in 2 or 3 years. Finding a project as disruptive and innovative as Omi that can 100 or 1000x in a decade is not going to be easy. It might not come again, but there's definitely going to be a point where Omi is going to be safer, but it won't go high as much as someone else, and that something else will go in a shorter time. So at that point, I'll really start to take a lot of profit, and I'll go into that.
Yeah. So just to touch that real quick. So just to say, so just off to go off of what you just said, Randy, real quick, is from my experience with Cardano, obviously getting it a little, 3.5 cents, just say it just topped over 3 pennies. I almost 100x my money, 90%. If I saved 100% of it and I kept it 90x, right? But from here, it went down a little bit. So it's, 232, whatever. So to double from here, you just do a 2x real quick. You have to go to 450, which is about 50% over its all-time high. So why that is not it's not inviting is because we just did 90x. What the hell is someone going to want to come in right now and grab it? It has to go all the way to 450 just to 2x.
Yeah.
And that's not really a great thing. So from what you're saying, that is parallel with your philosophy with Omi. Omi could easily 100x from here, and we're only at 70 cents.
Yeah.
And then but to 10x from there, it has to go to $7. So to go 100x, it looks realistic. To go just 10x, which is only 10% of that move, it has to go all the way from 70 cents to $7. Might be a little bit of an uphill battle. However, so I understand what you're saying. That's your own risk reward and your own management that you're going to have to take with your own research and decide what you want to do. As you said, there's going to be different protocols and the market's going to be changing, dramatically. And you're going to see Bitcoin making 6 and 7 figure bits, at that time. So just understand that everything rides Bitcoin's, wave. So it's kind of like you got to go with the flow. And getting back to Foster, when so this is where I'm at, right? Look at what I just said, right? The likelihood, and this is likely, the likelihood of Omi 100xing from here is very likely because 70 cents is very likely. So why I say that, just look at it from a standpoint, and I'm not going to talk numbers of what I do know or don't know what anybody in the world has. But say you have 50,000. Now that 50,000 was going to go into a hard asset as a deposit, a down payment, and you were going to have that particular property held as investment only. Now, investment only meaning that you're only going to be renting it, you're only going to collect it, and what your percentage a year based on. Now, realize something. This is best case scenario. Best case scenario means that your tenants pay rent 100%, not 90%. It has to be 100% of the time. And you get no glitches in there in your time span that are like boiler blows, water heater, a flood, insurance doesn't cover something, a roof blows off, you need a new roof. All of those things as a homeowner becomes problematic in your investment decisions. So when I say put 50,000 in something, you may have to keep another 10K on the side because of those particular things that might come up that maybe insurance don't cover, or just things that you have to just as updating. And so why I bring these numbers up and why this is very important is because from my experience, and I can tell you, not only as a landlord for over 20 years, I've owned over 3 properties, of which I had a total of 7 tenants total, okay, in all of them. And I've been through a lot. I mean, I was actually on People's Court. I was on the show, and I have they give you a DVD and stuff at the time, Judge Million. Cool. So yeah, but all I'm saying is as a landlord, it's not as easy as you think. when you're talking about investment. If it was something like your first property and you want to start your home and you want to start a family, you're renting, and it's like keep it in OMI or buy a house for your family, I would say, go get your home, get your family straight. But if you're already in a home, or you're only in a townhome or something that you're own right now, and you have your family and you're good and you're solid, stay there. I'm not talking out of investing in hard assets, and I'm not talking about anything else. I'm saying that dollar to dollar ratio from investment percentage gains, you will make more in the next 1 to 3 years specifically, and only that frame in OMI, any OMI. If everything just goes fine, there's no, aliens and no outbreaks, and because if you're talking about aliens and outbreaks, no one cares about watching Squid Game either. So everything's fine. You know what I'm saying? All the millionaires and billionaires and all these entertainers and Jay-Z's and stuff, they're not going to be thinking about their NFT projects or signing entertainment contracts. They're talking about getting water, non-GMO seeds, and some shelter. So let's get real. All right. So let's talk real. Everything else is the same. And we're basically, in an area where, 100K, like I said, is very likely. So 70 cents, 100K, you got 50,000, you're at $5 million. No hard asset is going to get you 50,000 to 5 million in your lifetime. So that means you could hold it for just say you live to 100. In 70 years, your 50,000 is not going to be, that home you have will never be worth $5 million. The home won't be. Not forget about your investment. Yeah. And you got to realize you're going to be going through encumbrances along the way. You're going to have neighbor issues. You're going to have someone that didn't pay the rent. You're going to have someone that moves out and they left your house like shit. You're going to have, dude, I've been through it all. I've been through Section 8. I've been through TRA, all rent subsidies and stuff. So all I'm saying is that it sounds good on the surface, but it's not a one or the other. If you can scrape, whatever you own, if you get to a point where you have a total value of, let's say, probably between 2 and 5 million in value in OMI, if you can scrape a good 400 to 600K out of it, and put it into 4 or 6 properties with 100K per property, that's where I would say it would have to happen immediately. Like, you're not going to go from just owning one and hold it. You're going to immediately go from owning no properties to owning 4 to 6 with $100,000 as your down payment. So your equity, your LTV is going to be very good. You'll get a good rate. The bank will see you have obviously great credit, and you'll have a great rate. So you'll have a better cash flow. So there'll be less risk. If someone misses a payment, you're not going to be like in the hole, because probably the rents will cover you even if you have 2 tenants, a 2 family. One family don't pay, you're still good on that. That's why I'm saying put a nice deposit. So while OMI is going up, if you want to scrape away to take care of, which you always leave a little bit of mortgage on it, but if you could get it to the point where you only have 10% of mortgage to your whole equity in the whole home. So if your home's worth, say, 500,000, you only owe 50 on it in mortgage, leave it on each one and just let it go. You get all of your properties up to a point where you're out of a 90% LTV in your own, as you scrape away from OMI's wheel of cheese. That's how
I like that.
You got to realize I'm doing it with extra zeros onto it. So you can imagine where mine is at. I'm thinking like Randy, I'm thinking about going to like 20 unit buildings and putting like 2-3 million down on it.
Well, that's what I'm like, between my buddy and I, because we were talking about doing like a business partnership, because I'm more of like the front facing talking person, and he owns his own HVAC company and whatever. And so we were talking about it, and between the two of us, I think we have about 25 million OMI, which I mean is still nowhere near your guys' numbers, but I mean, even at 25 cents, I mean, that's, Dude, 10 million. So yeah, we were talking about like buying a row of townhouses, like just 4 townhouses that are brand new, that are all attached together. Just buy the whole block. Like, just buy that block of townhouses. And
listen, you guys, I'm sure you grew up. My son's 10 years old. He's been playing Monopoly since he's been 6 years old. He's the Monopoly master. He actually knows the actual rents. Not only the actual rent on the card, he knows the rents what each house is on him down to the dollar from playing it on his Switch.
Okay.
So
Nice.
I mean, when we play the board game, he knows exactly what everything is. It's like insane. He's 10 years, just turned 10. So he's a Monopoly master. And why that's important is because he's so passionate about it. If he doesn't get a particular set and he negotiates, it trades. My wife actually put him on YouTube. He's actually negotiating a deal. That's what I want to do. Dude, it's sick. And I'm not bragging my son or anything. I'm just making a point that if you use that as a gauge to understanding how you got to get a group set to start putting up houses and stuff, where you're just talking about row houses and owning a whole block. Michael Saylor says it many times, buying Bitcoin's like buying a whole entire block in Manhattan. One Bitcoin is one block. And you know what? He's 100% right when it comes to the limited supply of square footage that there is in Manhattan and the limited supply of Bitcoin, and holding those two in comparison. It goes without saying. And so I agree with that. And if that's something that you look to do as you go, dude, I don't know what to say, man. It's gonna plan itself out. And I'm just, I don't know what to say, man. Look, I have so much philosophy and so much theory, so much stuff here, game theory. I have so much things that are, from my experience and going to college and things that I've learned. I'm so all over the place, dude. I started as, a fucking 20 years ago when you were 10 years old, right? Even though I was 28. And obviously, at 28, you're like, yeah, still kind of like doing whatever. I'm over there looking where I can get a good deal on American Eagle silver dollars, because I'm thinking that, like 9/11 just happened and we're going to be getting I'm investigating underground shelters in middle America and shit, and for like 50K a family and shit. Like, I'm like, whoa.
Do you have anything like that?
You know what I mean? And too much
time.
time.
Like a bug out place?
Huh?
Do you have like a bug out place? Like, hey, in case tyrannical government or North Korea somehow invades Russia.
Because we're live, but
yeah,
I actually have a piece of real estate, and I'm not going to say where, that if OMI does what it's going to do, it's going to cost me between 2 and 5 million. I won't say the exact number. And it's it has its own landing strip.
Is there room for more people on that place?
Yeah. We're gonna need a group rate discount. I think here. Oh my god, that's crazy.
I mean, I would probably hire. Again, this is just off the top of my head. Is like hire a couple of engineers and architects to build like an underground bunker, like Rambo called like The Last Blood or something. The most recent Rambo movie. He's got like a farm or ranch in like Texas, and he builds all these underground tunnels, and it's really cool. Probably not a fun place to live, but in case anything happens, it seems really fun. I would also need.
I live in Canada. Do I need to start thinking about these things? Like you guys are building underground shelters.
No, you don't. What you have to do is, what part of Canada? Where you at?
Ottawa. It's the
Ottawa. So you got a little trip. However, make your way over to Oak Island. Okay.
Got it.
Get over there. Help my boy Marty and his brother Rick. Get them the gold. Get them what they need. And I'm sure that they will help you out, build what you need. And they got engineers and they got the best guys intact, bro. And you'll be good. But, bro, you're up there already, bro. Oak Island, baby. I can't wait. It starts in a couple weeks. I'm like a friggin' it's another one through my vein. Everybody's like, yeah, why do all these Game of Thrones and shit. I never watched a Game of Thrones in my life. I never watched a Harry Potter movie ever. Some things that I just never watched.
So good.
All three Godfathers 10 times. I mean, don't get me wrong. But no, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter what you want to do. Just realize it's like a catch-22. If you try to do the bug out and you go underground and you keep yourself good for 5 years of water, shelter, heat, food, and you do all that stuff, not getting off the OMI topic, just saying, get to that point. Just realize if you come out and you pop the lid open in 5 years, what it's going to be like. Are you going to have a submarine type of airtight shutter that shuts it to your lid, so you're so encased that even if you get flooded under hundreds of feet of water, that when you go to pop it open, water don't come in, because then what happens now? Now coming out, there's water going to be coming in because you're underwater. And it has that. How deep are you going to be? You have to calculate for all that stuff if there's some kind of like movement.
Yeah, I can't say that I've taken into account any of that.
Bro. I'm a flat earther, so
Yeah,
you can't mess around with me with that.
Yeah,
So,
okay. I can't say I've accounted for any of that. I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball on that one, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about like deep thinking and engineering, bro,
Mhm.
you know, and then you don't know what happens what if you go under and you don't even know you go under, and there was some kind of a atomic word that you didn't know, be whatever, some kind of nuclear thing or atomic things that when you come out, is it going to be habitable? Are you going to be in you know, high radiation areas? Is there going to be anything there? I mean, you just don't, you know, it's more scarier coming out than it is maybe even, you know, so I don't want to say, you know, be like the, you know, what's his name on the mountain of the day after tomorrow, you know, Woody Harrelson, when he's like, you know, it's beautiful. And, you know, Mount Vesuvius, whatever we call the Mount Yosemite explodes. And, you know, and so I'm not saying commit suicide and just live with the thing, but I'm saying that, you know, listen, man, if it's your time, bro, and you can't help it, just do what you got to do, live life, and just wish for the best, pray, and just go forward. That's all advice I give. You can bug out as all you want. When you come out, you don't know what it's going to be like. You don't know what you're going to be held to.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, and that's the unknown. And sometimes that is a little scarier than, you know, you don't know when to come out either. You know, it's like, what do you do? Wait till you're down to 1 gallon of water. All right, guys, we got to go get something now. You know, it's like kind of weird. So, but yeah, getting back to the OMI effort. Honestly, are you going to be, Foster? What are you doing? Are you going to be? Could we go live? I want to go live because I want to kind of walk around my laptop like a freak and just
So what time is what time is it open tomorrow? So I work 6 to 4:30 tomorrow. So I could probably go live at 5.
You're a 7-day a weeker?
No, I work shift work. So yeah. So I work in law enforcement. So I work a shift work schedule. So I work tomorrow there until 4:30. So we could always go live in the evening there, but we can figure that out. We can talk about it there off stream and figure something out, and we'll make it. I would love to do it as well. I was hoping we'd be able to do it today, but like you said, it was sold out, so it is what it is. But we'll make something work.
Well, you said you get off in the AM?
It's sold out for Sunday too. I got it yesterday when I was there. Sunday was still available. Now they're both sold out.
For sure. Sorry, was that Randy?
You said you get off in the AM, or because the Comic-Con on Sunday usually closes a little early?
Yeah, no. So I work 6 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. tomorrow.
Okay, they might. Yeah. I don't know when they close on Sunday. I remember them doing it a little early though, or at least in the previous years. And at least that's for Comic-Con. Then you have like the after parties going on. And, you guys need to come.
I don't know that they want those live streamed though. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true.
Who knows?
Yeah. Oh,
God. Outside. Randy,
okay,
take a Uber over, bro, and we'll meet up in the front.
Again, I can't.
I don't know how his girlfriend would feel about that.
Yeah, I can't tell his girlfriend.
I'll send the Escalade Uber, bro. You guys are getting like classy, bro.
Oh, we come in style.
I gotta ask you guys because I love the direction that this conversation has taken. But for any of those that might be curious, what do you guys think?
Wait, hold on, guys. Look. See Sunday?
Yeah.
Sold out.
Yeah.
That's why I bought it yesterday, bro.
Smart.
You knew.
Sunday sold out. Yeah, what were you just saying? I'm sorry.
No worries. I was just wondering what you guys think the impact of institutional money will do to the OMI token and to the VV collectibles. We do know that David Yu has mentioned that he knows that there's Chinese investors. Okay, till 5. Yeah. Okay. He was mentioning Chinese investors who have, I guess, $3 billion to invest, not necessarily in VV, but in NFTs. And then, of course, we know that the OMI may be appealing to institutional investors as well. At what point do you guys think we will start to see the impact of institutional investing, both on the app and on the token?
I'd say give it like around a year, 1 to 2 years. And the reason why I was at kind of the far end of that on 2 years, because there was already earlier this year or late last year, I think it was earlier this year, there's a woman on MSNBC or CNBC, one of those, where she's like, hey, we want to make an ETF for virtual land. And I covered that like a mofo on Earth too. I was like, guys, it's happening, it's coming. I don't know exactly, or maybe a hedge fund for virtual land. And I mean, just on David Yu's announcement of somebody getting $2 to $3 billion just to come in and buy NFTs, you know, getting 1% of that is that's 200. It's an extra $20 million coming into this, and that's so much money. Considering like you can buy every single NFT or at least one of each for $250,000. So they go in and they could just flex so hard and just buy up all of season one. And again, that's if the people that are raising this money have that collector mindset of being like, okay, well, anything with low mints, anything with season one or con exclusive, first appearance. If they're just going and saying like, oh, okay, these are really cheap or whatever. I mean, everything I think is going to go grayscale, decentral. Yeah, exactly. Grayscale, decentral, and trust.
I just want to let you know, I'm kind of on it, like pretty good. That's why I don't want to like get into. I don't want to. You're talking it right into it. It's already the ETFs. It's already happening already, bro. The land is. Look, I don't care. Foster, just to get back to your question, it's not really interesting for me for or whether or not investors, or when we call these institutional investors, when they decide to get in, when exchanges decide to start listing a coin, or, for me, they have their own metric to decide and calculate when the time is right for whatever reason. A lot of the time, it isn't even having really much to do with the money per se. It has to do with regulation. It has to do with contracts. It has to do with the red tape or the bureaucracy that goes along with it, and everybody that needs an envelope, so to say, before they get to that point. So everybody's got to be involved, and it's got to get done right legally. That's what usually the delay. That's where the delays come in. From an actual monetary standpoint, like, look, we really don't have too much virtual land out there. Obviously, we have Decentraland, we got Sandbox, we got some Earth 2 and stuff. We have things happening. So there's a market there. It's getting sold out. It's getting sold out. So, when Veve comes aboard, that's going to be another outlet. And how all of these particular lands become interoperable. Maybe you can put Veve land inside Earth 2, like into a section. I don't know. Maybe they'll take away some of the ocean and put land there. I mean, I don't know what the plan is, or maybe they'll create another like that's Earth. What they're going to create like the moon, and then start doing it on the moon. It has to own.
Run out of land.
Like that's what I'm saying. So we don't know. We're in that kind of a metaverse universe.
I think like Disney World, they might go and say like, oh, here's all the parks we have now. We have like Marvel Land, Veve City. They have this, and then when they get a new partnership, there's like, oh, here's a new block of land, and we're going to do a drop for this particular, section or country, whatever you call it. So they'll just continue with downloadable content.
Right. And as time goes on, getting back to your question, Foster, like what really is important is how these particular institutions, how they define the market from an ROI standpoint. And at that point, they can look and say, wow, there's already been, it started at 100,000. There's already $10 million of outside, just retailers buying it up. So it has to have some kind of value if it just went from that to that. So that, I think they use them as the gauge. I don't want to say they throw us out there like the Marines in the front line to see like how they can handle it before they come and drop bombs.
Like the beta testers.
But I do believe that whether or not it's 6 months from now or 3 years from now, the very first thing when I came on today, you said it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. I think that really is the point. And if it's not a matter of if, then we have the opportunity to get in now, and time isn't of essence. What the hell are we waiting for then? We're the retailers. Do you want to be last to the game? Because right now looking at Bitcoin at 55,000 versus when I could have seen, obviously when I bought Cardano, it was 3,000 and 4,000. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, it's 3,000 and 4,000. I wasn't afraid that it was going to go to 300 or 400, losing 90% of my value. No, I was saying to myself, is Bitcoin going to go to 300,000 before Cardano goes to $3? Because I was looking at 100x. And guess what I did? I took the Cardano, and I was right. And that's why I say when it comes to when you start doing the mathematics and when you start understanding, Cavell, sup? When you start doing the math, and it just seems like it's just an investment decision. You got to do math and say, you know what? Do you think something's going to happen before another? If it is, just that's where you put your money, because that's what you're going to multiply your coin number to. you know, and that's how I look at it. And then I can't say, oh yeah, well, you know, all right, well, let's just look at from a 2x. Is Omi going to go to all-time high 1.314? So just say we were at 007 right now. No pun intended, because the 007 thing. I'm just saying. Just say we were at 2x. We go to 1.4. The same 2x investment. Do we have to go to 100K Bitcoin? So which one's going to get there first? I think Omi hits the 1.4 before Bitcoin is. So am I going to put it in Bitcoin? No. I think Bitcoin goes to 100K, but I think we might get 3 or 4. I think we get 3 or 4x before that happens. Yeah. So if I could take out of the 3 and 4x, if I could take a percentage of that out, I can get a free Bitcoin out of it just by putting it in something else, having nothing else.
That's why I sold Bitcoin. I had 3 at one point, and I was like, "This is it's stupid."
I had 11 Bitcoin, bro. You know what I mean? And I just kept feeding off. I have such a history here, dude. If you just understand, look. We're all in good shape right now, bro. And I don't own any Bitcoin right now. So I own like probably somewhere around like maybe, I don't even know, maybe less than 100. Less than a million sats. I mean, just by you know, the dust that you get in these accounts where you trade and stuff. I still have like probably about 1 million sats sitting around. But it's senseless, man. You know, getting to something that's like the V chain. If I got in at 0.3 of a penny, if I thought it was going to go to 28 cents, I didn't think it was going to hit that, and like Cardano hitting. I would have dumped all my money. It wouldn't even went into Cardano. When it went into VeChain, but I didn't believe in the VeChain protocol as I did the Cardano, and I still do in Cardano. That's the only reason. But percentage is percentage, whether you believe it or not. And I believe Omi's percentage gain, whether you believe in this, if you believe in VV or not, whether you own an NFT or not, whether you care about Ecomi, whether you care about David or Dan or any of us on this show, if you believe in percentage, you're going to get the best bang for your buck in Omi. And I'll set that from now till 6 months or 8 months from now, you know?
What would be for both of you, what would be a surprising number for Omi to hit in, let's say, the next 6 months? Like, obviously we all have big expectations and we have but like, what is a number that we hit in the next 6 months that isn't completely unrealistic, but that would, like, what would be your whoa moment? Like, what is that?
What Omi in 6 months? Randy, answer, because I got to think about it.
Okay. How about you, Randy?
I mean, I think it was Foster. You did a video, right? Saying like it was what, Helix or
Hex?
Hex.
Yep.
That went from kind of where we were to. Honestly, yep. I would be pleasantly surprised, but still not completely shocked. They're like, oh, all right. If we go to 20 cents, and I'm not saying that we will. I think maybe 5, 7, maybe 10 cents is reasonable. But 20 cents, I think, is not outside the realm of possibility. If we go just stupid mass adoption and stupid 30 cents, I'd be like, oh my god, because that for me that's $30 million. I was like, oh my god. So that's what I would think. That's just
30 cents. Aju.
That would ooh an Ami, yeah.
I mean, in 6 months.
Yeah.
So let's just say Memorial Day weekend. Let's use that as a guide.
Okay.
A little bit longer than 6 months. Just say Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
Instead of like Easter. Let's give it a little extra time. If it's Memorial Day weekend next year, I'll get UAD at $1. At 50 cents, I'll think we're on par of my expectations.
That's crazy, man.
So I know what I know, and I know what's going to happen. Listen, if you realize something. Just do the math, Foster. It's real simple.
Yeah.
This is all. Everything is mathematics. The universe is mathematics. The universe is one balanced equation, and it balances itself out. Okay. Here's what happens. That's why karma is karma. This is the deal. Do the math based on the trajectory of the drops that they're having every Tuesdays and Thursdays, and/or just Tuesdays and/or Thursdays. Not counting movies, their little collectible drops that they throw in here and there, not counting any other, not counting the VV verse, not counting VV City, VV Land, VV Life, whatever. Okay, let's not count any of that other stuff. Let's not count holidays. There's going to be Santa Claus NFTs. Dude, we're going to get into crazy shit. Okay, add all that together and the traction and the marketing and advertising effort that's going to spread out. Because every time there's a new investor, that new investor is just like real estate. When I get a client, my client, it might be a rental, and I might only make $1,500. But guess what happens in a year or two from now? That same person knows they had a great relationship with me.
Yeah.
Not only do they want to buy a house, but they have a sister and or brother that might want to buy a house, and or they might want to rent something because their younger sister now is a few years older. She wants to get on her own. I just multiplied my factor by 3 from one client.
Yeah.
So every person that gets in has a brother, a sister, a friend. And you know what they're doing? They're watching you drive around Lambos and Ferraris and Escalades and shit. And guess what happens? They want to drive the Lambo effort. And so what did they do? They listen to you and they buy Omi and they have a cousin because they get Ferraris. And then they have a brother and an aunt and you understand what I'm saying? So and then as this is all going on, we're burning, we're buybacking, we're staking. And then it's like we're on Ethereum, and then we got OpenSea, and we got all these other things going on, bro. Plus, we already have our home-based community that we have right now, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
The
community is the real ones for sure.
Yeah, community is a big thing.
And going crazy. So you know what I'm saying? Like, is it so weird to say while all of this is going on, and in 2 times 2 times 2 exponentially by the time another 8 months come, that the community can't grow by 10x?
Yeah, that's true.
Community grows by 10x. Think about what the number of everything that we own right now multiplies by 10x then. And I'm telling you right now, I have, and there's a lot of other investors like myself that aren't all in like Randy or yourself that own 6 and 7 digits of other cryptocurrencies that are going to be going up significantly in the next 6 to 8 months. And
that's true too.
Those are my other wheels of cheese I got hanging like the provolone when you go into a deli. Guess what? There's going to be some slicing off of those cheese wheels
coming to our cheese
that go right back into Omi and go right back into Veve. You understand? So
that's a good point.
So where do you become? Because don't get me wrong, I agree with you. I just like to stay very much balanced, because the second that I start putting out the message that Omi is going to $1 by Memorial Day next weekend, that's the only piece of information that gets put out. And the logic and fact and reasoning that I try and use, even though I think you're correct, people they don't listen to it. They just hear the number and it goes right over their head. So I agree with everything that you're saying. And I believe that there's a lot of factors that will drive that price action. Based on that number, what number do we hit by Memorial Day of next year where you're not just like, okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. What number are you disappointed at?
I'm disappointed at 5 cents, and I'm not disappointed at 10. And I'm going to tell you, I know that sounds like a big difference, but the reason is because the double digit cents is a lot different than a single digit cent. Even I know it's like weird psychological. 8 cents means so much less. I mean, it means so much more to someone that if they have 11 cents or 12 cents. And I know it's only a 3 or 4 cent difference, and it has nothing to do with how multiplying that you're going to do toward your coin to make you have a higher or lesser value. It's just psychological. That's why dollar is so psychological. But if it was 90 cents, it ain't $1 yet. It's like we were with Cardano, we're sitting at 70 and 80 cents. We're like, oh my God, we hit $1. Bro, we cut through $1 like a hot knife through butter. And guess what? Yeah. No one even talked about $1 now. What's the next threshold, the milestone? $2. $1 don't matter, but $1 was like the dream. So you know, you can't I won't be upset at 5 because I'll still have a significant amount. It won't be a moment for me to say expectation by then. But I could tell you, we're talking right now. In the next 3 months, we could see 10 cents. In the next, we'll put it like this. What were we at, just Randy, when we did our podcast? What were we trading at?
Was it 40044?
48, 49.
Oh yeah, we were just 49 was that was the resistance that we couldn't break, and we tested that a couple times.
When did we have our podcast?
It was less than a month ago. 100%.
I have it in my
3 weeks, maybe.
26 September. So it was actually, only about less than 2 weeks ago.
Thank you very much. And why I asked that is because we have now 80%ed that. So this is what I'm trying to say. You can't look at, I'm not this. Listen, look, I don't want people to think that are listening that I'm this like pumper and Henry's pumping in and it's gonna go to 30 cents. He's gonna dump. And listen, guys, I will share privately, Foster and Randy. I will share, because I put my money where my mouth is. I will share my account, my BitForex account with you guys, and you guys can vouch for me to witness what I show you, that I don't have not one transaction, and my number, I'll show you transaction history, and you'll see my number to prove when it goes to where it goes, that what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. It goes to 10 cents. You will see not one OMI sold out of my account at 10 cents. And at that point, I'll have a $10 million value, because this is why, because I told you, if it goes to 10 cents and I go and I take $1 million out, will I have $1 million? Sure. But what I buy with that $1 million, let's say I buy $1 million house. If I buy the house for $1 million, or I buy $1 million apartment building that has like 10 units in it, but only in 3 or 6 months, the 10 cents goes to 20 cents. Guess what I just paid for that $1 million house? I just paid $2 million for it. I could have now at 20 cents only sold 50% of what I just sold at 10 cents to get the same house. So guys, you're going to be, I am not
That's a good point.
My millions and millions and millions and millions of OMI or dollars. If I didn't live comfortably and have like a house and everything, like don't get me wrong. I'm actually in the process of buying a truck. I'm without a car for a while. Okay. I had my Cadillac and I was going to get into a car, and then I did not get into one because of this reason. You got to realize I'm in the triple digit zero, not double digit. I'm in the triple digit zero DCA. Or CA. And, you guys are in the double digit, maybe, zero, where your cost average is, right? I'm very fortunate. I came in a little bit early, thanks to BitBoy Crypto and Cavell. I want to give a shout out because he was integral. If he didn't say he dumped all his Cardano on live YouTube, his whole bucket, like he was like, I did like 50%. He was like, listen, guys, I love Cardano. I got Cardano. And he's talking like me. I got it in my blood. That's all I own. He's like, yeah. He's talking about I went all in OMI, and I was already researching OMI because of BitBoy. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have done it. But, we're talking, under a tenth of a penny. You know what I mean? We're talking hundreds of penny. So I just want you to realize that when you're talking about that and you're talking about numbers like this, it's important to understand that whatever you take out, it's going to be a tax event. So you have to put even more money aside to pay that itself. Yeah. And then you got to realize, so you're giving Uncle Sam a little envelope just for the hell of it. And then whatever you buy in a very short period of time, because we're in such an early stage, this is the hot moment. Do it when it's $2 or $3. Then start slicing the cheese off, because then you're going to have to only give just smidgets, a bit of what you have. You have to bite the bullet, though. You have to bite the bullet. Listen, I know, Randy, look, I know you're in my range in the OMI holdings, and I know it probably kills you to now, because you can slice a piece of cheese off right now and go buy a home right now, and you, granted, you'll still have at least a few double digit millions of OMI. Yeah. You'll have a house paid for, but you're thinking like I'm thinking on a little bit of different level, and so that same kind of philosophy. People listening, it's very important. Don't go and pull the bullet. Press the sell button and be like, oh yeah, I got 30,000, I got 100,000. I only put 50 cents in. I only put $1 in. No, because you got 30,000. No, because you're gonna lose the opportunity later on with 6 and 7 digits.
Yeah, that's true. What I was going to do next year, I was going to sell between 3 and 5 million OMI for Cybertruck to pay for taxes this year, because I sold everything, so I took profits. I'm going to have a big tax bill next year, and then living expenses for the next year. But if I scrimp and I save, and I just, instead of sell 3 to 5 million OMI, if I just sell 2 to 3 million OMI, or even just 2 million, and hopefully that's enough for taxes, and hopefully that's enough. Or maybe I could just file an extension so I don't have to pay taxes until October. So this way I can get long-term.
It might be less to pay, right? It might be less to pay
back. That's probably a better idea. I'll just sell 1 million.
I don't mean to interrupt you real quick. What is Cavell saying? If you all got restricted accounts, this is something I want to talk about. Recently, I'm not restricted. I have some people I deal with, and I'm obviously affiliated with, that are restricted. He says, I think the next secret rare going to y'all. So what's the deal with the restricted account? Is this is this because of Immutable's update and this is just a random thing?
I think it might be. I think it's just maybe they did something, they hit a button and I think it's just them trying to go down on bots. Maybe some people, even though they've never used a bot or an emulator, they just have like suspicious activity for whatever reason, and maybe they just got caught up in the crossfire, or it's just a bug, a glitch. It's affecting random accounts, and there's no rhyme or reason. But I think they'll probably be compensated. Although there's a lot more people with restricted accounts now than there were that were affected by Gemgate.
Yeah.
So they have to be careful on how much they say they're going to give away, because we're going to give away 100,000 NFTs.
Well, excuse me, guys. I just got a call. I'm just going to mute. I will be right back.
Yeah.
And it obviously takes away the value of the rest of the collectibles as well, right? If they do something like that. I think for me, and I know one person personally who I work with that is affected by it, and they don't know as much about VV as I do, obviously. So they just buy things casually. And he came up to me yesterday. He's like, "Hey man, like I got banned from VV." And I was like, "Dude, like, were you trying to bot? Like, what were you doing, you idiot?" Yeah. And he was like, "No, man, like I honestly wasn't doing anything." And I was like, "Well, they don't just ban you for no reason. Like you must have been doing something." And he's like, "Well, no, I wasn't doing anything, but I was trying to get a bunch of auctions. Like I bid on a bunch of auctions."
Oh.
And because of that, I'm assuming my account got flagged. So I'm wondering if people are doing things that in and of itself aren't against TOS or aren't nefarious, but for some reason, the bots on VV's end are being a little oversensitive. We hurt their feelings. Yeah. And so now they're overcompensating by doing this. It's crazy. Like, I don't know why so many people are locked out, and it's very unfortunate. And it definitely needs to be rectified, because I know a lot of people are getting frustrated because they're losing out on opportunities. I believe you can still buy collectibles, but you can't sell anything in the secondary market, and you can't snipe any listings either. So, I think that there could be a struggle there. There could be a struggle there with what VV, and here's the problem. VV is really good about rectifying situations, but the thing is you can't always just have, oops, we made a boo-boo, and now we're going to give you a free collectible. Like that doesn't work when 100,000 people are affected by something, right? Like that's not a practical solution. So at what point do we change the way that this is approached? And I think as a part of this, we need better communication from the team. And I'm usually fairly supportive of everything that the team says and everything that they have going on. But I will say for the most part, I felt that the communication was subpar in relation to this specific issue. Yes, they put out a couple tweets saying, "Hey, stop putting in tickets. We're dealing with it." But like, that's great, but that doesn't help anyone, right? Like, people want to know what's going on. They want information and insight as to what's happening. And I get that there may be certain things that you can't release, but not providing any information at all is a little bit of a concern. So I am curious to hear when this will be resolved and then what information will come out about it.
They did say on Discord this morning that it would be a couple of days, and over the next couple of days, all the restricted accounts will start to be unrestricted again.
Yep.
And if you still have a restricted account after they say we're good to go, then put in a ticket. But you're right. It did take a couple of days for them to say that. And I was like, okay, well, once they started getting, and I imagine as soon as it happened, they started getting tagged and stuff. They started getting, and this is why I also think that, again, if they're going to be a social media platform, they should go and I know this is probably not the most important thing right now because this is in the future. They have so much to work on in the next couple of weeks with Immutable and MTL and and all that getting on more exchanges. But at some point, especially after this, they should really put some focus on making it so that you can receive messages in your VV app. Like people can send you messages, and then hey, here's a message that's going out to everyone. So that we don't have to worry about posting it on Twitter and Discord and Facebook, because not everybody has all that. Go on there, just put it into people's VV profile. They get a notification, they get a message. That would be so much easier than them trying to put it on a bunch of different platforms. Because again, if you're not going into the VV app, then it's not. Then you don't know about it. So no harm, no foul. So it wouldn't matter if you don't check it. If you don't get the message, you're obviously not using it. But that's something that I think they should do. They should work on, and then they probably will eventually. But But that's
Well,
fine.
and that's the thing. It needs to be some form of push notification that you could voluntarily opt out of if you want. But like as a perfect example, well, I'm on my computer right now. I have Discord running in the background, and because I'm a part of the VV Discord server, anytime that VV puts out a tweet, I get a notification up in the corner of my screen and it'll say, hey, VV just put out a tweet. So I'm getting that information. So now I have it from two different sources. But the thing is, like you said, if you're someone that uses the app casually and you're not in any of the official platforms with the company, you just see that you're locked out and you have absolutely no reason why. And then you put in a support ticket that's not being answered. And then the information is being put out on the socials as to why it's not being answered, but you're not checking those socials because you only use the app. So I feel like the communication needs to be done within the app to some extent, because like you said, that's the area that you're checking because that's the area that you're having an issue with. So I think that they just need to streamline the communication process a little bit. And like you said, I think there are bigger fish to fry right now in the process, in the pipeline. But as those things start to be worked out, quality of life, yeah, we want to see all of these big things. We want to see exchanges. We want to see all that. But like quality of life, if you leave it subpar for too long, can creep in and people can start to get, frustrated. So hopefully we will see an improvement with that, at the very least in regards to the communication from the team as to what is causing these issues and how they're going about rectifying them. Because I think that's the biggest point of contention and frustration in the community with almost anything, isn't that, hey, we don't agree with the direction that they're going. We definitely love everything that they're doing and everything that they're planning. It's, hey, we're going to be releasing, Master Collector Program and OMI Utility article this week. Oh, something happened. We'll release it next week. Well, now we're Saturday and the article was never released. So I'm assuming it's coming next week, but now we're 2 weeks beyond when it was supposed to be released. So that's fine, but don't give us a date that you think it's going to come out if it's not going to come out on that date. Like, that's fine. Like, no one is like bugging you every 4 seconds about it if you're not bringing it up. But if you give us a date and then you miss that date, well, yeah, you're going to have people hounding you. So
yeah, I do. This is why I think, I don't know what Reese is paid. I'm sure he's compensated very, very well. But even just with me, between Earth 2 and this, messages every day like, hey, what do you think of this? Hey, what do you think of this? Reese probably has that times 1,000.
yeah.
And it's just, and of course, like, he doesn't want to not answer people because then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, I see, like, you're nice on the AMAs and you're nice on this, but when a real person tries to message you just ignore them. And he probably wants to go and do everything because, again, he's one of the faces of the company. But I forget where I was going with this. I forget what it is.
We may have lost Henry here.
We may have lost.
That's okay. You keep doing your thing.
But speaking of one of the persons, Inferno, he messaged me, and Logan Paul is. I mean, he's talked about this before, so we kind of knew he was in anyway.
Do you think it's actually him? I wondered about that because I saw that in the chat a little while ago. I know you're just playing catch up, but I have it live up here in the corner, and I saw him post that. But I was like, do you think if Logan Paul was really on the app, he would use his real name?
He did in Earth 2, and he probably will here. So I mean, again, and he's been on for a while, so it's probably him. I mean, if it's not him, we know he's in the app, or he's in at least in the investment, in the OMI investment. So
yeah, well, we know he's in the OMI investment confirmed because he's said that publicly on his podcast. But yeah, I've always wondered, like, hey, is he doing the collectibles? Is he not doing the collectibles? What's the deal with that? That would be very exciting. Can you see his profile? Does he have any? I guess you're not looking at it directly.
No, I wasn't. I was just looking at a picture of it.
I was gonna say, I'm curious to see what he's holding. Like, I'm curious because I think it said like 230 collectibles or something. So I'm curious what he's buying, because if he's spending $500,000 on NFTs, like CryptoPunks and stuff, there's no reason that he shouldn't be dropping that amount of money on VV.
I think even if you find his profile on the VV app, it just says this person is not showing their collectibles at this time.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess you would only have access to it if they bought something off of you or you sold something to them. Maybe he would see it as a transaction
or if they follow you, or if you follow, that type of deal.
Gotcha.
Maybe that's it. If you follow each other, maybe it unlocks a thing. I had this idea the other day that wouldn't it be like somebody, I forget what it was. It was on like Instagram. They found like a old video camera, and they take it out and they put it into like a VHS tape. And then I was like, oh, wouldn't, and it was one of those troll things where they put it in and it's like a new video of this guy dance like, And so it was a troll. But I thought, wouldn't it be cool if your NFT that you have, let's say like a Dr. Doom, my Dr. Doom I have on the, I have a couple pictures with him. wouldn't it be cool if every picture that Dr. Doom was in or that you took with him, and then you traded it, that person can like see those photos. And I was like, that could be cool up until people are just going to troll and they're just going to start putting like their genitals in the photo and just to troll people. It's like, all right, this could be lawsuits out the yin yang. It could be really, really bad. But would you like to see something similar to that, as in like a Pokemon playgroup or any NFT playgroup? Hey, here's my NFT, and it was a snapshot from a race that it was in the DeLorean. Would you like to see something like that, or is that like, not your thing?
I think that would be cool, but I think that more so gets into like what, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong here, but kind of like what Dapper's doing with the NFL and what they're doing with the NBA with NBA Top Shots. Like I think how we're going to go, like I think Veve has always been a forefront digital collectible, like statues, not necessarily videos and moments, but I think that we will be able to participate in virtual events, whether it be concerts or movies that are being streamed live or something to that respect will come out at some point. And I can't remember if it was with you. No, I think it's when I did a live with who did I do it with? Oh my goodness, I'm going scatterbrained right now. I did a live the other day with there we go, with the Todd Father. Oh, we're dabbing. Yeah. Hit it up. With the Todd Father, and we were talking about possible subscription services. So as an example, you pay 10 OMI a month or 50 OMI a month or 100 OMI a month, which doesn't sound like a lot of OMI when you think about it. But let's say that subscription service would be what you were required to pay to get access to the Veveverse. Like it was a requirement, right? So then you think about, let's say we have 10 million users. Well, what's 10 million users at 100 OMI a month? Well, that's $1 billion.
That's 100 million OMI.
Or is it 100 million or 100 million or $1 billion, whatever it is. But just as an example, like just paying a subscription service, right? Yeah. But just paying a subscription service, right? Like it doesn't sound like a lot of OMI when you're one person, but when we combine the power of the community, and then like you said, to get in with moments, get in on special events, maybe you will, like to participate in a concert in the Veveverse, maybe you'll have to burn OMI. Like that will be your entry ticket to get in.
I mean, that subscription service really only works though if it is low right now. Because again, $100 a month to get the Veve, that's a lot. It's a lot of money to get there. So maybe if you say like $5 a month, in OMI, or $1 a month. Because I mean, even then, I feel like $5 a month, people would just be like, I mean, most people would be like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I just want I'll take $100 a month. I just want access to the Veveverse. But I feel like some people might be like, nah, I might turn them off just because $5 is a lot to some people each month.
Well, you know what? Maybe I should rephrase that. It wouldn't be, you wouldn't have to pay necessarily to gain entry. Maybe everyone gets entry, but it's similar to like a battle pass. And I'm sure Cavell can relate to this, and I'm sure a lot of other people in the chat can too. You have two tiers generally. So you have a free to play chart that gives you, rewards less often and that are maybe less sought after. And then you have a paid chart where you still have to complete the tasks and do whatever. Similarly, like I play Rocket League, I play Call of Duty. They both have passes where if you buy the pass, you earn skins, you earn decals, whatever the case may be. So it would be interesting to see with those things what would come up. So
that's a good point.
Guys, I don't know if you did you bring up the Veve's response to the restriction?
Oh, we just talked about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that they did it on Twitter, on Discord, and all that. And my thoughts was saying that if they want to become a social media platform, which I think they will eventually, person-to-person messaging, they already have the feed, is they like, oh, open up an inbox, and instead of posting it on 3 different places, go and just message everybody in their inbox. So when they open the app, they get a notification, they have a message, hey, your account's restricted, blah, 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 whatever.
Bro, dude, I'm gonna talk to David Vu about you, bro. You definitely need a spot in Veve, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You have perfect, listen, and I don't mean this sarcastic. I mean, honestly, like you have a lot of ideas that I think we all have a lot of things that, for solution providers to the app. Cause we all see little nuances that, it could be, edges can be rounded a little bit better and make things a little smoother. I wanted to real quick. There's 2 things I wanted to just go over real quick. So going through the process, like just say I'm going to do it right now live. Like open up the app, right? So like, okay, start collecting. We go into it and we start looking around. Okay, then like you go into market and they're doing a drop. That's right, the drop. But are you guys doing the 3 o'clock drop?
Yeah, I am.
I'll do it live on here. I'll do it.
Yeah,
live
I was gonna say my wife just poked her head down with my daughter there. I'm gonna run upstairs quickly to do it because we have like a whole routine. We sit like directly next
we're
to.
Gonna do this a live drop.
We sit directly next to the router.
X out, and you guys can go and I'll keep this on.
No, I'm good. I'm just gonna mute my thing like 2 minutes beforehand. I'm gonna run up and we have a routine. We sit beside the router together and we each have our one phone and we sit there and we're sitting together and we're getting hyped up and we hype each other up and stuff. So I'm gonna do that with my wife and daughter, but then I'll run right back down and show you guys whether I got something or not.
Yeah, I throw punches. I freak out. I'm like I head dashy. Yeah, it's awesome. I go crazy with it.
Wait, are you gonna Randy? All right, so Foster, we're gonna lose you for a minute. Are you gonna stay live running the podcast while we do this?
Yeah. I'm just gonna mute my mic and then I'm literally gonna run up and do it with her. I'll probably run up at like 2:57 and replenish the water source there and I'm just gonna do the drop and then I'm literally gonna run right back downstairs and let you know what happened.
Okay, is this just before we so is this drop a like the other one, is this a 1 of 1? Like, is this the set?
Yeah, this is a 1 of 1 as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so $90.
Yeah. Although if you don't get it for
$90 used to mean so much to me. Now I don't. I'm sorry. I swear, man. Like I'm getting this has got to. Oh man, I can't wait to meet you guys. It'll be fun, man. We got.
Yeah, it'll be great.
100%. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do it. I can't wait. I can't wait to have you guys up in Canada. I don't know how if you guys have ever been up to Canada or whatever, but I just feel like it's. Like, I feel like most people here are like, we're just so relaxed. I'm not saying Americans aren't relaxed. I'm not like, this isn't like a thing, but I just feel like everyone's just so easy going here, man. I think you're just gonna have a good time. We're all gonna hang out.
It's not easy going here, bro. I'm New Jersey, New York, bro.
At least not on the East Coast.
We're rough, rugged, and raw, bro. We don't. There's no game played here, and everybody.
Well, that's the East Coast.
However, I don't think we can get to Canada. We can't go to Canada.
Yeah, we can't. But West Coast is chill. Like if you go to like Washington or like Oregon, they're chill AF over there. But yeah, East Coast is a little bit more like. Like
big time.
Yeah.
Cavell, what's up, bro? Definitely, brother. Yeah. But I'm saying we like there's I don't want to say look in higher urban areas, and I'm not taking anything away from California because it's also in that same kind of development zone, and people out there are a little bit relaxed for whatever psychedelic and the tropic type of atmosphere is a little different than the East Coast. Over here, we get 6 feet of snow. Everybody's robbing everybody. We got urban centers around the corner. We don't have a lot of rural land, even though it's called the Garden State. We're really not. We're really more of the swamp state, and everybody else is just like nutcase. It's not psychedelic. It's psychotherapy, and everybody's seeing the shrink. And what I'm saying is the craziness and the full dog eat dog and climbing up the ladder and the workforce and everything. Yeah. It's not as laid back as Canada. And I've had a lot of people that have moved from here. More like Montreal area, different other Toronto, and just my communication with them is they're not the same people. I'm like, bro, what happened? They're like, they went into like, I don't want to say a time warp. They seem like they went like Pennsylvania on me. That's like a saying, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they're just like, yeah, everybody's nicer and everybody's more respectful, and everybody over here is like fucking themselves, and over there is like, hey, can you want to share that? Sure. Like you guys are living in like the 20s when things were respectful, and it's just a whole country of that. There's other countries around the world that are like that. Wrong. But you're fortunate. So here we go. We got 11 minutes.
Yeah. I added Cavell to our chat thing on the Twitter because I can't, for whatever reason, I can't use my thing and invite him for whatever reason. I can do it on this, but if I go and try to do it on this, like copy to clipboard.
Yeah, you should be able, if you click invite if you click invite and then just copy and paste it to our chat, you should be able to add him that way.
I have a question.
I don't know if I could do
real
this
quick. Are you in the app? Are you in the app right now?
I am in the app right now. Yes.
Can you go to the to where you would hit buy now?
All right, so here's what I do. I open up the for everyone. I open up the app and I scroll down until where it says new arrivals, and where it says new arrivals, I'll go and I'll swipe until, and that's where you get the Dragon Girl, and then I'll scroll down, and then be advised, and you guys know this, but for those of you, the uninitiated that don't know this, when you see that drop, when that says 0, if you hit the buy now button, when that says 0, you'll get that. You have to wait for that button to go away.
Yeah.
When that goes away, then you're clear to hit the buy now.
I have a question.
Yes.
Right now, while we're live, as I'm speaking, because there might be a little bit of a delay, but maybe not. But as I'm speaking, I'm saying it. So I'm going to say the seconds that I'm looking at as it's counting down. See if it's in sync with your seconds. Foster, can you do the same?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got mine up right now.
Ready? Okay. Where it says drops.
I don't have mine up. I accidentally X'd out. That's my bad.
That's okay. That's okay. Where it says drops and it has 10 minutes and the seconds are counting down.
Yeah,
I just want to see if we're simulated by the same exact, because as I'm speaking it, it's my seconds exactly. You ready? Let me know when you're both watching the seconds. You ready?
Yep.
3, 2. Yep.
Ready?
Okay, go.
Okay, you're at drops, right?
Yes.
Where it says buy now.
Yes.
All right, you ready? I'm showing 9 minutes and 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Are you right on exactly that same number?
Yeah, I mean, mine might be a quarter of a second ahead of yours, but the reason that it might be a quarter of a second is just mic lag, right? Like that just may be the latency between like sending the, like what we could do is just all hold our phones up to the screens and then watch them count down at the same time. Yeah, because then it's sending the same.
I thought sound and sight was the same in that sense, but let me say, can you get a little clearer, Foster? I apologize. Yours is a little.
I'm sorry.
Or maybe I'll turn my brightness up. Maybe that'll help.
Oh, I think brightness down helps.
Oh, is it brightness down that helps?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I've noticed.
Oh, God. How are you going to see that?
Just hold your phone still. I think that has a lot to do with it.
I can't. My wrist is in a
the brightness down was a bad call. Yo, people are joining this podcast right now, and they're like, what are these guys doing?
No. Mine's at full bright. All right, so look. So see, me and I'm a little ahead of I'm a little ahead of Randy. However, I'm actually ahead of both of you guys, bro.
So we're like the same, I think.
But also what happens is that
right, actually,
I feel like if you stay on this window, the seconds go slower. Like a minute goes by and only 59 seconds will go by on this. So I X out of not the app, but I X out of that. And I'll go in when there's like 10 seconds left.
Oh, no, 100% that. I agree with that. Yeah, to reset that, you could, tell people that because that actually is very helpful. You're 100% right. The syncing of the actual real time and the syncing of the Veve's clock time is not in the same second per second per fractions of a second. So over a few minutes, it can actually equal up to being a full second off completely. And that'll have you out the game. You won't even get a hit. It's just a hit by now. It'll be sold out before it hits 0 in the real clock.
That's why we sit like I'm actually thinking about getting a cord to plug my phone directly into my router because I have a 4 millisecond ping when I'm beside my router, but my internet hardwired is a 1 millisecond ping.
Is it?
So like that 3 milliseconds could be the difference between me getting it and not. But yeah, my internet's crazy fast.
Listen, when you're talking exactly what you just said, this is the difference between when you're talking about milliseconds. This is the difference between a human hand being able to hit it and a bot app hit it.
Well, and that's it. And that's it. And that's and I guess for me and just for everyone that's watching in the chat right now, so that you guys know, because I am pretty vocal about it on social media. About the fact that I do believe that bots exist. I want to make that statement very clear and very obvious that I'm not saying that bots don't exist.
Wait, I didn't interrupt you.
Yep.
Cavell, it's crazy people don't remember. I actually sold all my ADA after I saw Randy sell his. It was the chain reaction. So are you telling me that I was inspired by Cavell, who was inspired by Randy? Randy, you're the all this time I'm giving all the props to Cavell dumping his ADA. It was you all along.
It was it's like the vampire thing. He turned into a vampire, but I turned him into a vampire. So
bro, you're like get out of here.
Yeah, I told everyone
I'm still giving you the props because it was your YouTube that got me to do it. But honestly, thanks, Randy. I appreciate that. Bro.
Yeah, I sold my Tesla, I sold Bitcoin, I sold Pokemon. I was selling everything. Like it was all like on live. It was all I was doing them live. I was doing like, buying more Omi today. So it was insane. I was buying millions every day. It was nuts.
That's crazy how he sold those 80 though, dude. Holy shit, man. I could not, honest to God, but I know if like I said, if Jesus came down with his 12 disciples and said, listen, Omi's going up like to whatever, like I would have believed him because he's God. But honestly, getting that 80 out of my hands, bro, well, it's not diamond, bro. It's just solid. It's just cement. There's no separation. You know what I mean? And I mean, I had to separate. Look, I had to, but what I got out of it, paid dividends.
Definitely. Even already, it's all right. It's so weird. It's also maybe Pags, you're in this, but Foster, you'll get in this at some point. I am now, or I'm about to be in that dreaded, like the hated, like 1% of everyone that the 1% that everyone like hates. It's a really weird feeling. I don't feel like I'm in it yet, just because I'm still in this 1-room apartment with no furniture or air conditioning. So I might, but it's just a weird feeling. Paz, when you crossed into that, how did you feel? It was like, whoa, like I made it.
Listen, I don't want to say nothing, but it might take you more than 5 minutes, Foster, to do your whole entire get upstairs, get set up, do what you got to do.
Yeah. I might jump up now because I'm actually gonna use the facilities there quickly and then fill up my water. And then I think for those of you that are watching right now, Cavell will be joining us after. I saw that. That was funny. I said someone needs to mint that into an NFT. Yeah. So Cavell will be joining us post drop. So that will be a lot of fun, I think. So make sure that you guys, after your drops, are staying tuned to that, and we will definitely continue the conversation. Randy and Pegs will be doing the drop live, and like I said, I'm just running up to participate with my wife, and I will be back in 5 or so minutes. So good luck, gentlemen, and good luck to everyone in the chat. I genuinely do wish you guys all the best of luck, and I hope that it works out for everyone. I know that we can't all get it, but Randy's stream seems to always be, pulling secret rares and everything. So
I had 1% of the 1% of the secret rares yesterday were gotten on my stream. So
come on,
and that's like average. There's some times where it gets like 2% of the secret rares.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh shit! Hold on, let me see. We got like 3. Let me see.
All right, so I'm gonna go pet Dashy. I'm gonna go.
Wow.
All right, so I'm gonna go pet the Dashy. I'm gonna go. Dashy, bless everybody with luck. Good.
That's it. Let's go.
Good dog. Good dog. All right. So what I also usually do to get the juices running is like about a minute beforehand. I'll go and I'll do some like shadow boxing, and I'll just throw like some punches, just like. Get that adrenaline rush up.
Get the blood going, yeah.
And then, so if you haven't seen it, I'm probably gonna weird you out a little bit, but it's, but yeah.
I actually get manicured, right? So I actually for drop day, I actually chop this one down so I can get a better, because my nails are a little over the edge, so I could get a better buy now hit.
Oh, you do it with that? I do it with my
buy now button. Yeah.
I do it with my thumb because like I was always mashing video games when I was younger, so. Do my thumb, but anyway.
Okay. We're 2 minutes in counting. I feel like it's New Year's.
All right.
But I'm telling you, man, I'm gonna. I hope. I don't know. He says it closes at 5. I don't know if I could catch him tomorrow. I don't know if I know. I didn't plan to stay all the way to the end of ends, but we'll see. But I tell you what, it's going to be great going there tomorrow to really kind of fish out them hard copy comics for the first time in my life. Buying this was the first comic I ever really bought. It's insane to get these 9/8s to match my NFT. Commons, and to have that, it's cool. SR Labbits, baby. Yeah, man. I don't own any of the Labbits. I never got into that,
Oh, I got them all.
Oh, that's cool. Great strip.
Yeah, they are cool. I like them. Like them a lot. On here, it's the East Coast. It's not New Jersey. Jay Butte. What's going on, Jay? How's it going? Platform is good luck. I was pretty respectful and polite for the most part. Maybe somebody was just like, somebody on there on my stream this morning was like, "I'm sorry, I live in Potato Land and I can't go and grab these drops because the internet is not good." And I guess it was Idaho. Maybe it was Ginferno that said Potato Land. But that was great. All right, what we got here?
Minute and a half.
All right, minute and a half. Get ready, boys. Get ready. You guys ready? All right, Kryptonia, down to talk about.
Let's go.
Go. We'll go. Now we got a minute. All right, minute 8 seconds. All right.
Adrenaline.
Dude, I was so close the other day of like going to like girlfriend's place, like, hey babe, can you pick up some epinephrine? She's a veterinarian. Like, can you come and inject it into me so I can smash this like button? I can smash. Yeah, guys, smash that like button, por favor. All right, 52 seconds. Less than a minute. All right, Shadow,
let's go. I own. There it is. Shadow.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't. By the way, I do not own one tattoo. So
you don't have a tattoo?
I own none. My wife owns none. We own none, and we're probably in for the own me tattoo moment. 30 seconds. Let's go. Let's go.
Come on. Get ready.
The live.
Okay. 23 seconds. All right. Got this. Go. Got this, red boys. Go. Okay. You're right. 10 seconds. Let's go. Fucking go. Oh, mother flapper. No, I missed it. What did, now it's, so close. I was attempting to reserve an order. I missed it. Did you get anything? Nah, nada. All right, we'll see what the Foster got. Let's see what vampires and Omi. There's plenty of steak. Yeah, and it looks like these. Oh man, these sold out so quickly, so heckin' quickly. I can't even get back in. Yeah, they were sold out so quick. I don't even have the buy now button here again. What about you? Did you get a buy now button? Like on the rebound, you can try it.
No, Foster.
No luck, boys.
Oh yeah, I mean,
no luck. 2 devices is not enough. 2 devices is not enough. My wife and I each have one, and it's just not enough, man. It's not enough sometimes, but that's all right. How'd you guys do?
I did not get it. It said attempting to reserve. I was like, and then I missed it.
No, my bot didn't help me that time. Sorry about that. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
I don't own any of these Dragon Girls. I didn't participate in the. I had a particular mindset in place when I first came into this, and it was strictly comics, and I stayed with that. I did obviously leap into the Ultraman posters. I got into obviously the Mighty Marvels and stuff, and it's first and second series. I got great luck with the mints with them.
Yeah.
But these Dragon Girls, these other ones, I know there's a lot of value in them, man. It's just like the Harley Quinns and shit. I never got into the Batmans. I never did it. Jokers, none. Yeah, man. Just Winklevoss. I'll tell you, So tomorrow, I'll have more to say about it tomorrow because I have to get the permission from the gentleman that I spoke with. But there is going to be something that I'm going to say that no one on this planet, other than like maybe less than a handful of people, know about. It's actually mind blowing. It's going to be an NFT. I'm not going to mention of the person. I have to get the permission to say it publicly. If I could, that'll be great. And I want to mention his name too, if I could, and I can actually plug his business. He's actually a vendor in the Comic-Con this year. In the Jacobs is one. I am not going to say because then you'll probably know, but he's one of the go-to guys in the industry. And so there you go, Crypto. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Nice, man. Congratulations. That's awesome.
If I get a chance to explain this, it's actually going to be a one-of-one NFT. And it's actually a card of somebody famous when they were the youth portion of their life playing Little League or baseball or something, and how it got transmitted to this person, to another person, to him. And I'd really love to talk about it now, but I can't. But man, if he allows me to say it, it's 100% guaranteed. It's going to be NFT'd, and it's going to be a one of one. It is the one of one. Wow. It's the only one. It's autographed by the person when the person was in the Little League of that age. And and so if you'll never believe it, But if I could say it, and when I will, it would be great to say it while I'm there. Unfortunately, I don't know, Foster, if we're going to have that time elapse between your getting out and the closing of the show. I don't want to be a guy in there, but however, at 5 o'clock, there's still going to be people walking around going crazy. But we'll see. I don't feel like bringing my laptop all the way there if we're not going to go live at all. I just let me know that. I don't want to carry it around with me all those hours. However, let me know and I'll do it. But if I could, in fact, get the permission, I may even be able to get to stream the guy with me. He's the owner, founder of that particular comic company.
Wow.
And he, retailer of collectibles and stuff, comics. And maybe he can say more about it, which would be mind blowing. I might be able to talk about this with yous, privately, which is fun. Sure. You don't have to sign an NDA or nothing, but man,
that's crazy.
I don't even know.
That's exciting times, man. That's exciting times.
Yeah, especially one-to-one.
How he's gonna, how it's gonna be put out. I don't know how you're gonna be able to get it, like a buy now one. I don't know. It's not gonna be an auction. It's just gonna be that kind of like,
maybe a lottery.
I think like we do it. Like we got to hit the buy now. I don't know if it's gonna hit buy now or if it's a matter of it ain't going to be like putting your bid in. It can be like an eBay thing. So I don't know how it's going to happen, but it might be just a flat rate. And if you want to get in, this is what it's going to cost. Like, how much, and maybe it's a buy now button. I'm not sure. First come, first serve. I'll get
one-to-ones are great.
That's amazing.
Because one-to-ones are invaluable. They're whatever.
And it probably, if I gave you like 100 each of yous and you couldn't overlap the decision between yous, and I give you 100 each and guess who this person is, you wouldn't guess because I was blown away. I was like, are you? Because there's so many famous people and so many people.
Yeah.
I can't imagine what this thing would be worth.
Yeah. Speaking of worth, how much do you guys think this statue is going to go for? I know we all struck out there. Are you guys going to be trying to buy it in the secondary market?
I think 1,800 minimum. I don't think I can justify buying it. I don't.
What floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, only with a 2,200 edition, I'd say probably a 10x, 10 times that as a top, and probably somewhere right around itself as a bottom. So I'm thinking maybe, a 20K top and a 2K bottom. If I had to take a wild, it could be because of past Dragon Girl type stuff, because this is a 101. It's a set of its own. There's no like ultra rare. It's one, and it's gold. The big. I don't know. Maybe 40K top, and maybe a 5K bottom. But I don't think a 5K bottom. Honestly, this is only $90. I'm thinking probably closer to like the 1,500. Maybe Andy, you might have hit it right on the nose.
Yeah.
It don't surprise me if it's a 5K. But I'm thinking, like, usually just the edition number is what it might be as a bottom of this one.
Yeah. So as an example, I have Lucky. Lucky has 999 editions, but only I don't remember how many were accessible to the public. But it was ranging anywhere between 3.2 and 3.8K, and it has about not quite a third, but like whatever 40% of the edition numbers. So do you think it'll compete
for months? If we were this early after its drop and you did that metric, you'd say, oh, okay, because right out the gate, it was cheap. It didn't have a great floor and it wasn't high right out the,
that's true. I think it went all the way down to, well, I don't want to all the way down, but I think it was like $1,000 at one point.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're neighbors. Remember we talked about it. What do you have? What number? I'm 55. Remember?
285, I think. Or
I thought, Randy, was it you? Did you have who said that they were
which number?
Maybe it was somebody else. I'm sorry. Maybe it was somebody. Whoever's out there that you have either a 54 or 56. Matter of fact, I think you have a 56. As I have the 55. Lucky. I bought it for I think 2,200. I have to buy it. You know what they should do. There's another thing Veve should do. When you go to your profile and you go into your wallet and you hit transactions and you go through your transactions and it just says gem purchase, market purchase, and say you go to your market purchase and it shows exactly what you paid and it shows you what it was. I think they should be a little more in the description with respect to the mint number next to the item. So it's not just the name of the item. I like where it says where it's coming from and going to and how much it was and all that, and the transaction. Right. But I think they should increase the mint number there for a little bit more, because like obviously someone who has a lot of different comics, they do a lot of different transactions and stuff like that too. You don't know what mint number it was. You can't match it for the accounting purpose. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it'll help out. So if you're here listening out there, Mr. Veve Land CTOs and stuff that are taking care of business in those departments, that might be a little additive.
Yeah.
I want to say something. I mentioned, I think to you guys in text or whatever, going to the Comic-Con now, like I said, I was grateful for being there, and it was a great show, and it still is a good show. I'm looking forward to going tomorrow. But I want to say this, and this is a little for me. The industry is supposed to be on the top of their game. It's where it originated. It's New York Comic-Con. It's the base of bases.
Yeah.
You would say that at least 10% of the vendors know about NFTs. They're very seasoned in the sense of knowing its origination, maybe have some insight of where it's going, have some kind of relap on where we're headed or what their opinion is on it, have some education on it. Bro, they have absolutely no idea. And
really?
And a couple of them, it's actually, they were offended. One guy turned his head away from me and was like, "Nah, I got no time for that right now." I wasn't going to bring this up because I don't want to say people. I'm being honest. I'm as honest as diehard honest as I could be, and I was offended that I felt like I offended someone, because you know what I wanted to tell him? Take your whole entire booth here and lobby, go outside on 11th Avenue and throw it in the street, because another 5 years, all your shit's going to be worth zero, and you're going to wish you listened to me. But that rudeness isn't deserving, because I'm professional.
Yeah.
But because you tell me that you're offended when I'm talking to you and you're bringing conversation up to me, and we just kind of, and you're a possible merchant that I'm going to buy something from, I won't even walk by the booth now. I know exactly where it is in the place. I'll walk completely around that little section.
Potential customer.
Yeah.
So why I say that is because this is why I'm bringing up this point. Veve has brought so much unknowns to surface, and so many people to the community, and has educated people in ways, including myself, in not only NFTs, but just in the comic and the collectible businesses. We have gained so much investment in it, and we've gained some value in it, not just monetary, but just educational value, that I believe that we're so far ahead of the curve that I'm going to ground zero when it comes to what everybody should be involved in, everything. And I'm like, I could actually get on a stage in there and educate 90 to 95% of everybody that's in there, including participants walking around. So what the hell am I? Mr. Pags knows about, these guys are supposed to be in there. They know more about, this is my first comic, and I'm over there knowing more about NFTs, and the majority of everybody that's even in this place, it does not right in this day and age. So
I mean, how old were the people that were there that you were talking to in the booths?
Everybody from your guys' age, probably as low as probably the 30 range, upwards is probably as old as 70.
Because I mean, I would expect some other people, like maybe some older actors, maybe something like, well, I don't know. I'm thinking like, Amy Jo Johnson or Jason David Frank, or I'm thinking like Sergeant Slaughter, some old WWE guys. But there is apparently even younger people. What's up, Cavell? How's it going?
Yo, what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
How'd you do on the drop? How'd you do?
Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, 0-4, bro. Come on, 0-4. I was hoping for 25%.
And here I was thinking that Veve was giving all the content creators favorite, giving them exclusive access to drops and stuff. I guess that was just a rumor. Turns out.
Yo, K got it again. K got everyone.
Oh my god! I need to move to the UK. Apparently,
K be sniping. K's definitely like on like an energy drink, and it's like drinking like his BCAA. So like, he's getting it. He's getting it.
Yo, he definitely did a new strategy. He said he tried out something different this time that worked.
Oh, all right. Oh,
well, I'm hoping he makes a video about it.
Yeah,
so we'll see. We'll see.
What's up, Cavell? What's up, bro? It's our first time, man. One-on-one. What's happening, bro?
Not much, man. How you doing?
I know we were all DM masters to each other, but it's cool talking to you. What's up, man? Yeah, I know, man. It's a crazy game. Where you at? I'm sorry, bro. I apologize. Where you located?
Oh, I'm in Chicago.
Oh, okay, a little Chi-Town. That's cool, dude. I'm out here lonely on the East Coast with Randy and stuff. It's cool. We're all spread out a little bit. But I mean, going to Comic-Con, getting the opportunity to go, obviously, because a lot of the, the requirements getting in and all that keep a lot of people from going, and a lot of vendors from having their booths and stuff. So that's a little bit of a downplay. But I'll be back there tomorrow. Looking to do something live in there. It was supposed to happen today, but when I got there yesterday, they were sold out, and so Sunday sold out too. I was fortunate. I bought the Sunday while I was there just so I could get in. But it's we're might not be able to live stream it, but it's the opportunity is still there. I wanted to share that with you guys because that's it's once a year. It's once a how it is.
Yeah, man. Are you going to be going to a lot of the physical cons as much as you can now moving forward, or what's
that's a good question. It's funny you said that. I'm in my life. I've been to Vegas and Nevada a few times, a handful of times in my whole life. I've never been any more west than that. I'd like to do the Cali thing. I want to bring my wife and my kids. We've never been out there. She's never been out to Cali. So it's cool. I want to experience California. I think that probably the San Diego drop or something out there that happens for
San Diego's fun.
Yeah, I want to do something like that. Do they have some in Chicago, a Comic-Con too, or no?
I'm not sure. I never really went to stuff. I was never a collector, so
they have a Cauldron Con.
Me neither. I'm only in it by default for the past few years, 5 or 6 years now. 7 years ago, because of my son and my daughter. And my daughter's an artist. She's into anime and stuff, and I've never been, like I said, I've never collected a comic. Like I said, I showed these guys what I bought yesterday. It matches my my Carnage set that I have. It's a 9/8, which is like the gem mint in the edition. My first comic. I told him a story. It was with a vendor for $12.15. I walked around. Guy was selling it for $900. I did the deal for $725. Paid $789 with tax out the door, and that's my my Genesis comic. For me. And I'm gonna go tomorrow to pick up. I made it my decision to pick up out of my 10 sets I have to see how many of the of course the MC1 I'm not going to be able to get, and obviously the FF I'm not going to get a 9/8 or anything in the 9s, because not only if they're not available at all, they're not there. But I'm going to try to pick up some of the other commons I have to match my NFTs and Veve. Yeah, so try to have that that NFT lowest mint and highest mint in the physical. Like side by side stuff, bro. Like I'm trying to do different stuff, man. I mean, I'm having fun with it. It's my first Comic-Con event where I'm now invested in it. So my interest is there a little bit more than the other years, just for my kids. So yeah.
Yeah. So you're all in now at this point. That's fire.
Big time. Yeah.
Cavell, I want to hear what you think about Henry's price prediction over the next 6 months. I know you're tuning there in the background. I'm curious what you're.
Mrs. Pag. That's Mrs. Pag. She got her account now, Veve account too.
Hi.
Yeah. Oh, damn, Miss Pag's got a rock on her finger.
Man, I'll tell you, boy, you have Dashy, and you keep an eye on those stones, bro. Stuff, bro. I like that.
Well, listen, I spoke to my.
Yeah, what were you saying? I'm sorry, Foster. Something about the price. Oh, Cavell, yeah, you addressed that.
Yeah, Cavell. Well, we want to hear your thoughts on his price.
I love that. Like, it's just, it's still in this stage right now for me where it's like unpredictable, because I know there's like the whole whale thing, and then there's
letter, and then
there's so many different catalysts that's coming that we've never had before, and we don't know what each catalyst, how it's going to impact the price. I know that there was some rumors of like with the MTL coming and then the NFT to Omi, people were concerned that there would be sell pressure on Omi at some point, but they said that they were not going to do that. So yeah, it's just it's way too many moving parts for me right now. But I'm obviously I would want that to happen. I want to see something crazy happen. I still believe that we gonna hit 10, and people like way quicker than people believe, or people don't even believe we're gonna get there. So
do you think we could do that this decade?
This decade, I think so. I think honestly, I think it's going to start slower than it gets. Like once it takes off, I think it's going to start going fast. Once it gets past a certain point and people actually see that, oh, this can really do this, then I think that a lot more people are going to just start flooding in. But I think it's going to be a slow start. We're getting through the stages where they're building in all this utility and things like that. People need to see that it's working. They need to see that their money can come in and then they can take that money out. Veve still needs to build trust and confidence, I feel like. But once that's there and it's established that Veve is legitimate, this is a huge opportunity. I think that the sky's the limit.
I hear that. I hear that.
That's where we kind of. I just had to blow my screen up, but yeah, that's it.
I think it's crazy that we're like, if you actually look at the coin market cap listing that came out, I think earlier this month, that a bunch of content creators and people were sharing online, like the OMI token has actually been the best performing crypto out of every like crypto that's listed right now in coin market cap, that it's gone up over 15,000%. And it's crazy to hear you say that, Cavell, because I do agree with you. It still feels like it's moving slowly, and like 150x in 10 months is slow for this project. And if that doesn't go to show, what is possible with this project, it's crazy.
We just did it now. We just did it with Randy when I was on his podcast at 2x, just about 2x from there, and that was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so
that was
2x, and we're talking
insane.
about 150 days for 150x. That's not so off.
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
And I'm telling you, like I said, you have to calculate people who talk to people. You can't, Cavell, you can't drive around your Lambo without your family and friends knowing you got a Lambo. Randy, you can't sit around your $2 or $3 million monster mansion with a wraparound driveway without them knowing about OMI. People are going to talk, and when people talk, they want to be a part of how you're making money. We're not like millionaires where we're just walking around with like these Ferraris and Lambos now, where like we're in the game, and you can't really impress everybody that's in the game. You can only impress people that are not in your cycle, and those are family and friends. That's why the real estate business is in that same category, where you all of your clients become more, of your clients and their family and friends of their clients. And that's how you build your clientele and your network. That's how you stay busy, because that's, this is 100%, so if that same kind of word of mouth gets through that you have, and don't get me wrong, my brother-in-laws, I know I said it, they're in the 100 million range too. And so, we're talking ridiculous numbers. I don't know anybody that's got 5 million or more. There's very limited people that got 1 million OMI. So just to tell you that there's not only, and I apologize, Randy, I don't know. I mean, Cavell, I don't know what you have, but I know you're up there. Me and Randy being the, 9-digit area,
I only got like 3.
No, but that's okay though. But being in the 9-digit area, I got, my brother-in-laws are in the same 9-digit. We have 3 just between me, Randy, and my brother-in-laws. We're over $250 million OMI. We're actually in the 300 million.
Yeah.
So I mean, these are staggering numbers. That's what I'm saying. And we're not like I said, we just happen to get lucky and do the right thing with our managing our money properly to get us in this position. We're not born with silver spoons where we had daddies and trust fund babies and did it. We just got lucky in the well, some of you in the double-digit zero. Fortunately, Cavell, thank you for shooting out back when you did your thing, and BitBoy Crypto did some stuff throwing OMI out there on one of his little snips that got me biting. 000, 007, 00006 is where my CA is, man.
That was actually thanks to Randy. He's the one who made me get out of Cardano.
I shouted
was
you
thinking
out.
about it. Yeah, I
shouted you out, Cavell, in his podcast, and Randy was so humble not to say, yeah, but Henry, it was really me. He said, that's humble, bro.
I saw Randy tweeted out. He said he did it. Now I was considering it. I was like, do I really believe in Cardano like I believe in OMI? I looked at the licenses. I looked up Alcon again. Went through the whole. I was like, okay, I'm doing it. Forget it.
Yeah.
And I had to do it.
Yeah, I didn't dump my whole bag of ADA, but I'll tell you what, bro. I got ADA blood in me, bro, and I'm like super pumped. I'm Charles is like my dude, bro. Like I'm talking to you guys, like I can kind of contact Charles like this and say what's going. Like he's my dude, and I've like I said, I only invested 25,000 back in April of 2020. Got me 700K OMI, bro. I mean ADA, and when you're sitting on 700K ADA, and things start moving incrementally up into the 5 and 10 and 20 and 30 cent and 50 and over $1. You start breaking. You start breaking monetary rules where your body and your mind have never been used to in your life, having lump sums like that. It's like hitting the lottery. People are like, what the hell? And you don't expect it. It comes out, in a short period of time. So I start managing my money and start diversifying. And when I started already doing research into OMI, and a lot of people out there that are listening, They don't know what eComey is. They don't know what Omi is. I was just saying that I was just at Comic-Con yesterday, and 90% of every vendor and anybody that I was talking to has no idea. Forget about knowing about Veve. Forget about knowing about eComey or Omi. They don't even know about NFTs, and they have no, like I said, one was so turned off. He told me, he actually turned his head away from me. He's like, nah. He's like, I got no time for like, it's no time for discussion. He didn't even want to know about it. Like, cause they feel the NFTs are going to put them out of business. So to me, that's their, like, you know, I don't want to say it's their, David Goliath type thing, but it's like, you know, it's not going to look, me, right? I never owned a comic in my life. It's because of NFTs that I actually bought a hard copy. So I think one complements the other, not necessarily one puts the other one out. And it's mind numbing to know that I'm a nobody, been only in this game for such a short period of time for my research. And I'm walking into the ground zero of comics and of the new gamification and things that are coming out. And I'm talking to guys that have been in the game for 20, 30, 4 or 5 decades. And they have not only do they not have any education about it, they don't even seem like they want to have any interest in it. So this is the thing that, you know, it's just, it blows my, I'm going back tomorrow, and I don't have my kids with me tomorrow. So I'm going to be able to make more traction. I'm going to be there for longer hours, and I'm going to be trying to really get into the mindsets of them. And that's why having, you know, a little bit more behind me now, you know, without having to worry about where my kids are and eating and doing all that stuff. My mind's going to be a little more open, and it's going to be, you know, I'm going to get a little bit more in depth with a couple of them that I thought have a little bit. I just didn't have time to talk to them. They had a little interest. I want to get into them. So we'll see. You know, yeah.
It's interesting. I think that it could have a huge impact.
Marketplace is open.
I know. I'm checking right now. I saw the comment.
Marketplace, $2,000 is the floor right now for marketplace. I only have 1,100 gems right now, so I can't buy it.
I see them. I see the floor at. Oh, geez, never mind. Yeah, I do see the floor. The twos just keep getting sniped up immediately. It jumps right up.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah,
I told you. Didn't I just tell you about the floor being about the 10% of
yeah.
You know, it was equal.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, 1.7. I don't have enough for 1.7. Oh yeah. Am I really gonna do this? Am I really gonna clear out my bank account right now for this?
Oh my God, Randy, do it. Oh, there was a 1.7 and it disappeared.
There was two 1.7s. They're gone now.
Oh my
They're
God. Why would you? I don't understand. If anyone's watching the stream right now,
oh my
stop doing what you're doing.
1.8 now, and now all the 1.7.
Who's got an auction with 1 million? Are you kidding me? Come on, stop that now. That's so embarrassing. It makes no sense.
Oh man. So I got the 1.8 1,800 gems now, and now the floor is like 2,500.
I see 1.5.
Oh, 1,500. Go. Oh, I missed it.
Another one popped up.
Yeah, I think these mint numbers are just too high for me.
They're getting swept up too quick.
Yeah, they're getting sniped. I'll get anything 1,800 and below, but these are.
Somebody said they got a 55. They said to Randy, they got.
Yeah, they got number. Oh God, keep that sell it for like $10,000 or keep it forever.
But
honestly, even at
floor right now.
It just came out, so it'll settle.
Yeah, it'll go down.
2.4 already.
I have a question for you guys, because I know, Cavell, you and I have actually, surprisingly, come to terms with a lot of the issues that seem to be circling around the community. And you've been responding to my comments. I've been responding to your comments on socials for the last 24 hours. I know a lot of the community is pretty upset, and rightfully so, just about, you know, there's a lot of competition for drops and there's only so many collectibles. But obviously, a lot of people feel as though bots or other forms of whatever might be playing into this. So outside of the physical drop itself today, there was 2,222 editions. It was a crapshoot. How do you feel about the floors getting swiped up? Do you think that these are auto clickers or something? Like, how are these disappearing so quickly for these price points? Because we're not talking $100 here. Like, this is several $1,000s. Like, how are these disappearing so quickly in your mind? Is it just the demand is truly there for it, or is there something more? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think they've already confirmed that we have over 700,000 people, probably closer to 800,000 at this point. It's no doubt in my mind. Then with all these different devices moving faster, you just see things, they load faster. Because I figure, like, I know when I'm not going to get a drop because my internet loads a lot slower. Like, when my internet's moving flawlessly, like that's when I'm securing drops every single time. But like this one, my internet stalled for a second. I already knew it wasn't coming even before the red message popped up. So I feel like the chances are there's at least like 7,000 people at one time looking at this, trying to see if they can get a good deal. And out of those people, it's probably like 2,000-3,000 expensive devices, great internet, all this stuff, and then probably located in a place where, I mean, we're closest to a server or something. So I think that these are real people more so than bots, but I do feel like there is something fishy going on because I am noticing you have things like first name, last name, 4 digits, and first name, last name, 2 digits. It's just stuff that's completely it's unnatural. Like no one's just doing that. You're not going to have 5 people with their first name, last name, and 2 digits right after each other. It's like, unless like if it would make sense if Veve has some type of feature where you input a name and they say, oh, that name's taken. Would you like to add these 2 letters or something? Like, okay, then. But if there's no feature like that in place, which I don't know, I haven't looked at Veve sign up in a long time, then yeah, something sketch is definitely happening. So, but I think these snipes in the marketplace, like, how do you accurately have a bot snipe the exact thing that you want? Like, unless it just goes for lowest price, which, I mean,
wait, what are you saying? Like, in the sense of the actual utility of a bot and how it works on the app?
Yeah, like how would you bot the secondary market? Which, I mean, you could set it for the lowest case, maybe set a bot to click on the lowest case, but is it really gonna just every low one that pops up just keep spam clicking it?
Yeah, but what do you mean the low one? I was in the inception that, I mean, this is what I thought. I thought that the bot was used to it was an increased tapping sensor on the actual screen. So
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It'll tap the buy now at fractions of a second versus every millisecond that you're tapping it or capable of tapping it with a human finger. So it'll just, obviously, if the mints are released from lowest to highest, as soon as that buy now flips up, there's fractions of a second, fractions of milliseconds that are already getting tapped in there before the buy now even comes from, available. So they get those Genesis mints, which obviously are in the collectibles 041s, 42s, 43s, or obviously in the comic market, depending on if it's a 201, a 151, or I had a question about this. You guys know, obviously, all the mints that we've had, all the comics, right? Maybe you guys could explain this a little bit. And this has a little to do with that kind of like the bot stuff. So obviously we know the Avenger set with the Kang has been the least amount of editions out of all the comics that we've had right now. You could see, obviously, it has somewhat of the highest floor, everything available right now. Maybe the Kang SR, I mean, surprisingly, is obviously a lot rarer, definitely 50% or more rarer than the MC1, but the MC1's the MC1, so it's like a little whatever, but it's still close to in the floor range for the SR. But the actual, so I have the common, uncommon, and rare, and the ultra rare. All 4 of them, I own the first Genesis mints of those particular variants, right? But the way that the actual algorithm
got one for 1,700. Sorry.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Snatched it.
That's huge.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's good, bro. Rub Dashy, bro. You got the goal.
Yeah. You gotta do it. You gotta do it,
bro.
Let's go, Randy.
That needs a rub. So getting back real quick, briefly, the usually the common or the uncommon will produce the first mint or the 201, and that we've seen it sometimes. Maybe the 202 has been the uncommon or the 203 or whatever. That's okay, but it came in that particular set. Not only wasn't it 151, because it's usually like the 450 for like the Journey into Mystery came 451 was the first. They kept 450 back, and the we've used to 500s being 501 being the first, and the 200s, the 201 being the first. This particular set, it didn't round it to the 151. It gave it a 148 and a 149. And ironically, the 148 came as a rare. The 149 became an uncommon, and they gave the common the 150, of which I own all 3 of them. So wow. It's like and the 159 was the ultra rare. which I have all 4 of them. So these are so super low mints. But what I'm getting at is that if you have this bot situation hitting the buy now, and your bot is obviously going to give you the first generated mint, and the way the algorithm or the software has set it up for releasing, the way that they set that up was the common, which is supposed to be the most common, got third in lowest mint in that particular segment, where the rare and the uncommon preceded its mint numbers. So it's strange in the sense of how, the way that the software was set up, as random as it is through set to set, even though this was only a 10K edition, how those particular mint numbers came up, at a different variance,
Yeah.
So just throwing conversation out there. With
No,
that.
for sure. And I'm sure Cavell or Randy would, they were making content long before I even joined the community. I think a large reason that I even found the community in the first place was honestly Cavell's videos. The guy was putting out 3-4 videos a day. They were kind of hard to miss.
Going ham on it.
Yeah. And obviously Randy's been doing a bunch of great videos and live streams. So, I'm sure they could touch on it more than I could, but historically, before anyone knew about a line gate, before anyone knew about the tricks to get collectibles, the way that the mints were released is that they weren't randomized, right? So you would be able to, if you used a bot or you were using an auto clicker, running a script, whatever the case may be, those people were always getting the lowest mints. So it was very obvious when they were posting them in the marketplace, hey, you're clearly a bot account, and why are you always getting, mint 41 or 81, depending on how many mints were released, right? It became very obvious. So then what Veve and Akomi did to combat this is that they started randomizing the mints. So now it's not just the bot's guaranteed to get the lowest mint. The bot definitely may still get a mint, but it's random. So they may get the last mint or a mid mint, and it's randomly generated for it to be delivered. And then they went a step beyond that, and they added in a CAPTCHA, which is now also supposed to be completed if your account is flagged as being suspicious. I personally have only gotten it once or twice, and I haven't gotten it in over a month. But when they first rolled it out, I'd received it during a couple of drops. Now I'm seeing a lot of people in the comments and on social media saying, well, the only solution to this is to implement KYC, do a lottery system, XYZ. I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on what you believe is the best solution, bearing in mind that we want to balance accessibility to the app, mass adoption, and to ensure that people feel as though they're getting a fair shake. So as an example, and one of you can piggyback off of this, I have concerns about implementing KYC for everyone, because as a perfect example, Henry, you have 2 children that would not be able to complete KYC. They're not old enough, right? So if they wanted to participate as a part of your family, you'd be screwed. They couldn't have accounts, right? So we're limiting our user base to that kind of 13 to 18-year-old grouping, that when we start to see, Veve videos being posted on TikTok and other social medias, those are the ones that are going to jump in and say, Mom and Dad, I need your credit card. I want to buy XYZ, whatever. That's what's also going to be a big part of blowing up this app. That was the entire point that Alfred Kahn had for the children's brands, and having that be a widespread audience that hasn't come in yet, but will eventually come in. So I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts on, do you think KYC would hinder that ability? Do you think something else could be a recommendation, and kind of have a conversation about that?
Somebody mentioned it on my stream, or one of my streams this morning, was saying that, hey, just to make it completely fair, is just you put in the amount of gems that you would need for this drop. They take it, put it in a pool, random lottery winner, and if you get it, great, you get the NFT. If you don't get it, you get your gems back.
There's still flaws in that, though. I saw that one too, but the flaw is somebody who's using bots could just up the number of bots and put all that into a pot. And it's still like there's 10,000 bots in that pot. He still has the most chance of winning.
That's a good point. It's a good point as well.
I think, and that's what it is. It's very hard to come up with a solution for this. That's why I did suggest having to hold 10 collectibles. This is a collector's app. So to participate in drops, you should be collecting something. But at the same time, I don't know. I feel like there's.
I have a solution.
Yeah.
I have a solution. And this just goes because it is a market, and we have a market, right? It's not fair, but my solution makes it fair. You just have a scale of cost, and the actual lower mint numbers between Genesis and say it's 500 it starts at. So from 5 to say it goes from 500 to 60,000. Well, 500 to say 2,000. That is one pool. If you want to be in that pool, it's going to cost this much, which is more expensive.
That's a good point.
Now shift it from 2001 to 5,000. If you want to be in that pool of mints, it's this much, which is a little lesser, and so on and so forth. So when you get down to obviously if it's a 60K drop or a 50K drop, whatever it is, I mean addition wise, and so from like say 40,000 to 60,000, it's this number, because in other words, if you are not fast enough in the lower mints that you're willing to, then you can come into the next gauge of mints, and so on and so forth. If you were lucky enough, you won't be in the next one, so that'll eliminate you. But you only get one. You only get an opportunity to get one NFT. You can't jump. Once you're in one, that's all it is. All people have 5 different accounts. They'll join. Well, right, but each of those phones will only, if they get lucky, will only still be able to only get one in each of them anyway. So it'll still dwindle. But the fact is that there may be a lot of people that don't have enough money for those higher ranged lower mints, and it's just called, I don't want to say too bad, but here's the good news. It'll balance out. It'll make an equilibrium of the industry, because you maybe people who have bots ain't going to want to spend that much money in it, or the bots won't be into the 40,000 or 60,000 range because there's no market for them out there. So they're not going to participate in them.
Yeah.
I think I think people would definitely complain about that, because I think right now one of the big thing catches for Veve is that the little guy can win, basically. So a random person who put in like $100 into the app, you can luck up and get something worth $5,000 right now. So that would completely remove the little guy from being able to win, and that is going to be something like, if people complain about everything like that. That's the thing. Every solution is going to hurt somebody.
Right. Like, there's going to be complaints. I'm just saying to try to lighten the lighten the load, lighten the fall. I mean, look. You got to realize if look, we're already at. This mint today 90. I mean, think about the Spider-Man mint. There was a most expensive $400 for the secret rare. Remember the $400 drop? The Spider-Man one. Not a lot of people really could really afford it. I mean, it's just because it comes to a point where if you can't afford it, you go to the 250, go to the ultra, go to the uncommon, go to the lower range ones that you can afford. It's not about the lower guy. There is no lower guy. If you can afford it, you're just as equal as anybody else. It's not. There is no lower guy.
I don't think people look at it like that right now, though.
Yeah.
I think they're not seeing the bigger picture yet, because we aren't farther along. They don't value anything except for secret rares and ultra rares right now. I think that we're going to get to a point in the future where people will start valuing everything, especially by the time we hit season 5. People will want a common from season 1. But right now, I don't feel like we're there. So it's just I don't feel like you can satisfy everybody. That's why there's no solution. Yeah. There's no that satisfies everybody. Somebody's losing in every single solution. So it's just
so if there's no solution, what is the one thing or two things or whatever that you guys would definitively not want to see come to the app, or not want to see be removed or changed from the app? So like, as an example, some people in the chat and in socials have proposed the lottery system. I know, Henry, you were touching on an extent of it. Everyone, if you click the buy button within the first 3 seconds, you're entered into a draw. And, let's say 10,000 people hit the buy button and there's 1,000 collectibles. It randomly picks 1,000 people and you complete the purchase and you go from that. Or, there's auctions, but that's a class thing. So
lottery within a lottery makes sense, because like, look, if there's 60,000 editions, right? Say the buy now, say all we do by hitting buy now is it gives us a 3-digit or up to a 5-digit naturally picket number. Like the picket, like, you get from 00, 01 all the way to the 60,000. It doesn't matter what number you are. It doesn't mean you're going to get that number. It's just a number. And then when you obviously your number gets put into like you have a pool of ping pong balls, your ping pong balls in there, and that particular 3-digit number or 4-digit number or 5-digit number, whatever you were given, just the fact that you got a ball is what matters. So your number don't matter. And then the actual protocol will then spit out a particular mint that matches that particular, lottery number. So in other words, the 041 can be somebody who got a 32,542,
kind of like comics. Like, even though you can get a 32,000 or a 29,000 mint number comic, could still be secret rare, that type of deal.
Right. Exactly. But it's just that whatever that mint number is for that particular variant, that's the one that it's associated with. And Veve does that on their end. So it has no matter what kind of bot you have, it doesn't get you, nothing from the outside could affect what you actually collect. It could affect that you actually get an actual number. You have the luck of getting to being a participant into the lottery, but the lottery of the ball that you get doesn't necessarily give you a mint number right there. They take your obviously entry. You're lucky to get into the entry, and that's what gives you the randomized mint number. You know what I'm saying, or variant from there. That's the only way. You know what I'm saying? That is probably the only way you can do it without having any outside resource having an effect on the system. The only way that a bot will get you something is it'll just get you into that lottery, by getting a lottery ticket, getting in. You know what I'm saying? It's really the same as this 007 ticket. See how there was only 7? So there was 7 lucky people that got the actual ticket. Well, say that ticket, there was 7 mints. That was only a ticket to get you into the actual lottery of the showcase of comics that there was only 7 of. So you don't know. It doesn't matter what ticket you got. Just the fact that you got a ticket will now get you a 1 through 7 comic number. So the mints,
I could see them doing something like, hey, you click the buy now in the first, like I said, 3 seconds. There may be 30,000 mints of a common and 100,000 people that click that buy now button after the 3 seconds. The system automatically generates a number for you between 1 and 1,000 or 1 in 100,000. Because that's how many people click buy now in the first 3 seconds. If you're within the first 30,000, you then automatically get the buy now screen that pops up, and you have 90 seconds to complete your transaction. If you don't complete your transaction in the first 90 seconds, 30,001 gets it, 30,002 gets it, and then anyone over 30,000 is in a queue in the order that the number that they received is. But anyone that got a number between 1 and 30,000, it doesn't mean you're getting comic 1 or comic whatever. It just means, like you said, it's a lottery within a lottery. But that way, the drop doesn't. It's not like it's going to take 2 hours to sell out. Still, it's you have the 90 seconds, and then you have the the first 300-400 people who are sitting there on standby, going, "Okay, maybe I have a chance." If you're number 80,000. That you're not getting a comic, so you just go, okay, cool, next time maybe, and then you move on to the next thing, right? So yes, could someone still create 1,000 accounts that are 1,000 bots and 1,000 bots apply and try and get in? Yes, but like at what point do you draw the line, right? Like Fortune 500 companies, Nike, like big brands, like Ticketmaster, like they all deal with these issues, and people still find a way to circumvent them. So how can we make it as accessible for as many people as possible without, like, the entire premise that this app is appealing to the mass population is I can go to my buddy or I can go to my grandma who has very little understanding of technology, and I say, hey, grandma, you just click on your little app store button and type in Veve and download it, and then I'll just make you a username and you have an account. Like, that's fine. You can do that. You can tell that to a 13-year-old or an 80-year-old. I can't go to a 13-year-old who, and I saw someone say in the comment section, like, well, teenagers have ID. Well, I don't know where it works where you're from, but like before you're 16, unless you have your G1, which is your graduated licensing system here in Canada, like unless you started it, like if you're 14 years old, you're not completing KYC. Like, I'm sorry, right? Like you can technically be old enough as per TOS to use the app, but you're not completing KYC. So like, how do we ensure that we're not excluding the biggest portion of the community? And another thing that people have been complaining about, and rightfully so, is their connection speed. People in Australia, people in parts of Europe and stuff that are struggling with their connection speed. And, we live in North America, K in the UK or whatever, like they have good internet. It's great. They have a chance to get more drops, but like people are getting frustrated because they haven't gotten any drops over the last like 15, 20 drops because their internet speed's not quite. So this 3 second, hey, you click, if you, I mean, if your internet's slow enough that you weren't clicking in the first 3 seconds, then I'm sorry. Like I can't help you at that point, but how can we accommodate as many people as possible?
To address that last part right there,
Yep.
like when it comes to like, the unfortunateness, I mean, there's an unfortunateness of people listening to you make right now. There's people can't even listen to you give that option right now. So there's unfortunate across the board. I mean, there's this, it sucks. And unfortunately, there's people who are in Australia that'll never have a Comic-Con ever come there. It's called, if you want it, you got to come to the place where it's at. It's exactly. It's a sucky, too bad type of an attitude, but it's one of them. It's not our problem because we don't set the networks up and we don't put the infrastructure in place. So it's kind of like it's unfortunate. Sorry for you. Sorry for me. But
it's not Veve's job to fix a country.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. There's people in Africa, there's other people in South America that are so indigenous that they're lucky to even have a phone. So I mean, we're over here talking about who's capable of having a better speed because they want to, participate in
I think that's what's going to be the biggest solution. Like the Master Collector program, I feel like those advantages where you get in earlier or something like that, the benefits of being a collector, giving you priority of some sorts, I feel like that will actually help, because then you have these people who's been here from season 1 or who has season 1 collectibles, they can get in early. Like it's just different. Like maybe that tier system he was talking about where you get to go for like the secret rare or something because you all are master collectors X level or whatever. So something like that could be what separates it.
Right. And you want to know something, right? And to get back to your thing with the MCP, you got to realize you were just talking about people not having like fast enough speeds to be able to participate in drops. Guess what? There's people who don't have enough monetary budgeting to participate in the drops because they can't afford it. They may have a fast speed, but they don't have no money. So they can't get into the drop for money. So the Master Collector program is one where it has nothing to really do with your internet speed. It has to do with just basically, can you afford to buy and collect sets and make sets to get you in the program to begin with, to get you into where you're bot free.
Well, and something interesting to consider too, like I think for the Master Collector program, and I think Comey has already kind of driven this point home, Dan and Reese have kind of both spoken on it, is that they're not creating the Master Collector program to be inherently a pay to win platform. So it's not just going to necessarily be, hey, you have more sets than anyone else, so you're automatically the highest Master Collector ranking. And I think to piggyback off of Cavell's point and planetvampire.com, great comment, because it goes to show that, we talk about and we say things like, time in the market versus timing the market. Well, similarly to a Master Collector program, if engagement on the app and liking people's feeds and commenting and doing all these things are a part of how you earn points on a daily basis for the Master Collector program, how is someone that has 100 accounts going to be able to do that effectively? Like, you know what I mean? Like how are they, like, they can't just make 100 of the same comments, because then the system's going to go, okay, 100 accounts just made the exact same comment to the exact same person at the exact same time. Like, it's not going to work. So even if you don't have 20 sets, 30 sets, 40 sets of collectibles, the Master Collector program giving early access to drops will still be, hey, you don't need to pay the most money to get it. But in a way, and in effect, in a kind of really wraparound, unique, ingenious way, it's, you've proven yourself. Like, you've done your probation period to say that, you know what? I've used this app for 2 months. I've been engaging on it every single day. I buy the occasional collectible, even if I don't get every drop, whatever. I've earned this right to get access to these drops versus a bot that, creates an account the next day and whatever. Sure, the app may let it get, 1 or 2 through, but it gets to a point where, okay, well, why are you getting every single one of those drops and then listing it at the floor in the market every single time? Like, I'm sure as they develop their software, these things will be able to be detected and they will be able to implement these things. I think our biggest point of contention and frustration in the community is that because Veve and Comey wears their cards so close to their chest because they don't want to let the competition know what they're doing, we're also sometimes left out in the dark. But you have to remember, guys, like, all these conversations, everyone that Randy speaks to, everyone that Cavell speaks to, even the small people, like even the people that I speak to, like, they hear these things, they see these things, they're commenting on our videos, they know. So they're getting all of these ideas, not just from us, but from people in the comment section, from people in socials. Like, these things are all coming to them and they're taking that feedback and they're acting upon it. So, if we have 100,000 people that are on their, Twitter Instead of just bombarding them, hey, why is this happening? Why is this a problem? Like, come up with solutions that you guys think could solve the problem. Because even if they don't respond to you or whatever the case may be, they see those things and they can go, that might be their light bulb. So
Randy, what do you think? Because I know you had something to say before. I don't know, I might have interrupted you. I apologize. You'd say something about the MCP. Were you going to say something about the about that comment that person said about scrutinizing bots and stuff?
No, I mean that I just put that up there just to see if anyone wanted to address it, and we did, so that was pretty good. I don't, even though it would benefit me a lot, I don't really want to see or maybe I should. Like I said, hey, we put the money, like for those of us that are investing into this company, for those of us that have a certain amount of OMI that are putting at least I'm putting my life savings in, but even some people that are putting in a certain amount of money, I think we should get rewarded for that a little bit. I think it's like, hey, you're putting your faith into us, and here's just something for you for doing that, because we didn't have to do that. Now, are putting our money into OMI and NFTs its own reward because they go up? Sure, absolutely. I see somebody down here as well that just said that they know somebody in South Africa and they've got nothing the last 2 months. I think that's just the luck of the draw of like where you're on the piece of dirt in America, or you're on this piece of dirt called like South Africa, a piece of dirt called Asia. It's just pot luck. I don't think that a Comey should be responsible for everyone's internet. I think at that point, like if that were happening to me, if I was not getting any drop, I would still buy these. I would still buy them, and then if I wanted to flip them, you could still do that. Hold long enough, and long enough timeline, these will go up.
I think that a lot of these problems are going to be addressed as soon as we have access to the VVverse, because I think people put too much emphasis on drops to begin with, as if it's ever going to be fair. There's going, like, at the point where you have 10 million people on VV, what are they going to do? Make a million additions?
That is exact. Cavell, I wanted to address. That. Do you remember, Randy, on our podcast, I said I forgot something to say? Do you remember me saying, damn, I forgot what I was going to? That was exactly what I was going to say. Cavell, you just hit it. I was going to say, first, I just want to get back to Omi Child just made a thing about it can't get too complicated. Omi Child, 100%. It can't get too complicated, though. You're right. And this is why this is a huge point, Cavell. You just brought it up because we're already at buy now, and we just got a fraction of because the additions are only 60,000, 50,000. Everybody wants that secret rarity, whatever they want, because they think they're going to turn $7 into 70,000. And then we are such in the beginning stage. What happens when you have 1 million or 10 million or whatever? What are we going to do? Break crash servers and shit? Because it's because you can only look. You can only from a mathematical and computer software pro, you can only break down a millisecond into so many fragments. And I don't care how fragmented it is. The more you fragment the timeline, you're in between each segment of the time. It becomes a lighter screen. You're going to get to points where the light is going to flash, and those particular segments are going to overlap. And you're going to have two people on one timeline, and that you can't share that one NFT to two people. So there's going to be problems from a software side. But
they should make multiple different sections of the secondary market. There should be, like, if you're a millionaire, you should not be allowed in a certain section of the market. Like, if something is priced too cheap, you should not even be allowed there. You should be there with the big dogs, like bidding on stuff that's like in your range, like only you could afford.
You see, You see what you just said. That's how I feel with my solution by putting the mint numbers of the lower mints into a different category of the buy now. You can't afford that particular, because you know why? Because those particular mints, they're more money if you want to participate in those buy now mints from the lower ones. You know why? One, we don't know if you're going to get a secret rare because they usually come in higher numbers anyway. But two, guess what? Those are the earlier mints are the ones that bring back the higher values. So if you pay more, you're most likely going to get more. So it makes sense. If you can't afford it, oh well, what are you going to do? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like you can't afford internet. It don't matter how fast you got. If you can't pay the monthly bill, it don't matter if the speed's 10 gigabytes a second. You can't participate. And these are things that has to do with affordability. I mean, Veve can't help everybody, but they have to help most of everybody. And so when when we get to a point, what are they going to do? Scale these editions as they scale the participants, and when they start seeing, oh my God, we're over 700,000 now, we're at 2 million now participants. How are we still going to stay we're going to do another drop that's only going to have 7 tickets? I mean, how do you do that?
Yeah.
I mean, right now, when I seen 7 tickets, I'm like, oh, come on, man, how the hell? We're all there like freaking natures and shit, like hitting it, like we're jackhammers and shit, like we're going to get this ticket, but. Listen, I offered 40,000. I don't know. Brand, you came out with some 50 million Omi.
10 million Omi I offered, and somebody did 15. I was like, listen, if it's between that, like I'll match the 15. But then, people.
Listen, anybody listening right now, I'm at 50K. I'll bump to 10K. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't be able to.
I'm talking stupid because these are 300,000 million. Everybody's crazy. Look, I'm not doing it. I'm a collector. Everybody out there is this. Avenger flipper, I call them. Okay, they're like Flash Gordon. Everybody wants to make money. It's all about business. They need to pay bills. Who wants a car? Who wants to go on vacations? Who wants to buy something? I've done that already. Right now I'm in the collect mode. I'm Mr. Secondary Market. Mr. Pags is secondary. I wait for you to get whatever you get. I don't care if you got it by a bot. I don't care if you got it for somebody misleading the sale at $1 instead of 1 million. And they got it accidentally. I don't care how you got it. I'm in that market to buy it from the people who are making the profit. I made a lot of people a lot of money based on what they bought it from in the secondary and a flip market, whether they got it from a drop or someone who got it from them. And kudos to you. You make good money off me. And I have the collecting items that I actually have now. And I'm very fortunate. I'm glad. I'm not looking to reflip them, at least anytime soon. I have things that are one of a kinds. And I'm walking into Comic-Con and I'm looking at things that guys, they have a few $1 million worth of comics sitting on the shelf right there. And they don't know about NFTs. They don't know about Veve. They don't know about Marvel's exclusive licenses. They don't know about, it's like, what the hell's going on? What am I doing here? I feel like I just came out of the future, Back to the Future, and went back into time. And I'm trying to talk to the leaders of the space about NFTs. It's one of them
like the people.
What's his name? Marty comes out. He's like, yeah, but your kids
your kids will love it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Well, so Randy's offering his 10 million Omi. Peg's offering 50K. Cavell and I we're gonna band together and we're gonna a Happy Meal from McDonald's and that's about all we got in this fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, Hey, I want to congratulate somebody live right now. I congratulated him. I'm going to do it live. I obviously purchased or traded 4 million Omi for the MC1 Secret Rare 762 that I own, and to Paul Ho, and I got it. And and do you want to know what it was at that time?
What?
At the time, it was 0.0038.
Oh, so he
738. So he
doubled his.
More than doubled that money. So from what was like right now, he basically has about 30 to 32,000 in Omi value based on those Omi that I gave the 4 million Omi.
Wow.
So the greatest thing about that is that it's like weird as Omi goes up for the value of that comic, the floor, it's kind of going together. You know what I mean? I mean, don't get me wrong. The floor versus that's obviously, the number 2. I'll make that official. It's not the number 1. It's the number 2 SR. The 599 is still out there. I'm in contact with them. If it does decide to be sold by them, it's coming to me. I told them. So that's that. If anybody else there, has an issue with that, I'll tell you.
You reached 7.8?
Yeah, we're official.
Hey.
And while I was looking on somebody said there was a cool photo of us 4 on the Veve feed.
Oh, cool.
I was looking for it. I didn't find it, but I found somebody really creatively putting the Dragon Girl next to a Batgirl and the yucky charmer in the background.
That's pretty cool.
That's a little like
the yucky charmer in the background makes it the best.
So we're at 78, but there's a 32 million Omi sell wall. So
yeah,
I don't think we're going to be going much beyond 78. But
I put that sell wall up a little while ago, guys. I just wanted to. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and above that 786 is another 25 million sell wall. So, but this was that 31 million sell wall. That was 53 before. So we're eating through it. Like we're going.
Egg row. That's my dude, man.
Yo, I love you know Egro. Yo, I love Egro. He's the man. Yeah,
I saw someone post in the comments, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on. And I don't want to overcomplicate things, and I know that I can overcomplicate things because I just try and think of all the solutions at once. But what do you guys think about like hypothetically today we had the secret rare golden Dragon Girl drop, and we had the Marvel Mighties drop at the same time. What happens if they did the drop at the exact same time at two very different price points? So then you would have to decide where do you want to allocate your resources. Like, what do you guys think about that?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I think that would solve a lot of problems, but it would also, I don't know.
I have to pee. I'll be right back.
I think that would definitely solve a lot of problems.
Yeah.
If you had multiple drops at the same time, they could do it because then more people would get what they want, unless everybody just goes for what they think is going to be the most valuable, and then one is just sitting there. So, and then the people with multiple devices still have the advantage. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I think I just want us to get to the stage where drops aren't seen as the thing, because it's never even going to work mathematically. There's like, if they get to the point where they make 1 million mints of something, who the fuck wants it at that point?
Yeah.
I don't want something if there's 1 million of them out there. It's like, who's paying for that? So even if we get 10 million users, they're not going to keep upping editions.
That's my question. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, but then it gets to a point where if you only stay at 60,000 and you keep the metric going as a higher and the more participants that come in, you're gonna get at a point where, what if you have 6 million people and 6 million, let's just say, and you have 60,000, you're at 1% of the total amount of participants are gonna get lucky, and out of that 1%, you'd be lucky to get a 60,000 at that point. Now hitting something would matter more. In other words, any mint would have a floor, because you know why? Because you have 540,000 other people on a secondary market looking to buy even the 60,000 mint. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yep. So the content in the secondary market is going to get to a point where the content in that secondary market is going to be the focus of VV. Outside of the VVverse, the secondary market is where people should be looking.
Right.
But and people are looking to drops.
That's where I came in back in June and July. Like I said, there was people doing, their backyard vacations, and they're eating pool and eating their barbecues and, getting all their fried chicken game going on and doing their thing. And guess what? Going down the shore and having a great time. Maybe just participating in one. The actual participant numbers weren't really there. You could get a buy now. You wouldn't have to be a freak of nature. You could get one. I'm over there, and the floors, it wasn't about the floor. Now I'm looking at the top mints for me. Yeah. You're like 3K, 5K. If you've seen the 10K, that was like, oh my God, for like the Genesis one, that was like huge. So I'm over there buying them on fractions of a dollar versus what they are now. I'm loading up lowest mint sets, just doing what I'm doing, not realizing here we are, a boatload of more participants coming to the game. The demand goes up. The supply don't go anywhere. Matter of fact, it kind of went down in some sense, because 30,000 and 10,000 on these editions made even lower. So there's even a higher of a range of ratio displacement. So now the floors are going for thousands. You know what I mean? I mean, the suspense floor is I think like at least I don't even know if I've seen a 800 or 1300 a suspense floor, and the Avenger floor is like 2,000. I mean, this is insane. And those were the top mints at the time. I'm buying them at like I have obviously my accounting. I got to look in there, but I know I bought the Kang on drop day. You can do the day, because I don't know exactly when it was, but on drop day I bought the Kang SR, and I have the number 3. Highest, lowest number. I paid 11K for it, which I was getting a discount on the gems at like, I think 80 cents or 75 cents on the dollar on the gem. So I might have only paid like $8,000 for it on the big picture, like $8,000 actual, money. So, and that was on the Avenger drop day. That wasn't too long ago. I mean, late August or whatever it was. So it's like, think about how fast we come in only like 35, 45 days. And we're already looking at floors that are 3X in what I paid for the number 3 lowest min. So because the participants just keep growing on a daily basis. And when you talk about getting 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, I can't imagine what's going to happen. I mean, we could only give away so many editions, and until it gets like you were saying, people are just going to, I don't want to say they're going to discourage, but you can't, I don't know. I think the burn rate will go up because the more transactions on the app are going to keep, more people you have, it's just going to keep burning and burning and burning and burning. Before you know it, like everybody's going to want to be on the secondary market making, there's going to be a secondary and tertiary and later on stages of buyers reselling and flipping. The flip market's going to be insane, but we're not privy to a metric of a price guide like collectibles are. And I mean, I'm sorry, like baseball cards and stuff. We don't have
because there's a history. Yeah.
I think that would be very helpful because it will give us somewhat of a, like an idea. We're right after the drop, the market makes its own willingness of what, like 1,000 to someone is a lot to someone who just paid, $6. But 1,000 to someone who just paid, 1,000 to someone is a lot of money. They can't afford $1,000. They're just out of the market. But there's people who 3,000 is like their number. They're okay paying. For me, I $5K for a 41, no problem. I'll do it. If it's something I need for a set, no problem. 5,000, I'll do it because I not only I afford it, but it's worth the value for the 41. If I have a set of 3 or 4 that all have in the 40s, for a collectible,
I feel like a couple of people are missing a couple of things. Like you said, like that. Buying stuff in the Veveverse, that just in-app purchases is going to burn so much, and I feel like nobody's really talking about that yet. And then I've seen it in Pokemon where cross collectors that don't give a hoot about Pokemon, but they're coming in from Magic the Gathering, they're coming from baseball, they're coming in from comics, and they just want to get the best of the best. They want to get a Trophy Kangaskhan, Pikachu Illustrator, these trophy Pokemon cards.
Right.
We've kind of seen it already with people that, give me a Donnie, give me one of these, whales coming in, but that is a fraction of the amount of whales that'll come in and can spend literally 7 figures on one thing like it's nothing. Like they don't get out of bed for 7 figures. They have to 10 figures or more.
We haven't. Listen, if we have veterans of people who have been in the comic business for decades in Comic-Con New York City right now, today, tomorrow, the next day, and they have no really not any interest in not having any education or knowledge about my beautiful wife right here. I just have to tell you, she just gave me a bowl of yellow rice with egg drop soup, tuna and salmon sashimi.
I'm the best.
And spicy tuna roll. Who does that, bro?
That sounds amazing.
Awesome.
Happy wife, happy life.
That's it. That's it.
But you're the happy one right now.
That's what I'm saying. I'm the happy wife. I have a happy wife.
Oh, you're the happy wife. Yeah. Yeah.
But guys.
So,
I swear, man, I wish I had more time yesterday to stay because my kids are like getting antsy. Even though, I'm there for them more. Obviously I have a little more interest in it than the previous years because of what I'm involved in. But dude, I don't know. Like Cavell, I don't know. I know Randy's a little more in that range, like with card collecting and Pokemon. Foster, I don't know what your experience is with like hard copy anythings. I grew up. Baseball cards. I matter of fact, my mom still has my suitcase full of 1986 to 1989 cards in my notebooks that I collected, the plastics. I still have them, but not like big players. Like I still got Jose Canseco's, Marco Guires, a lot of guys that kind of fizzled out. They were like big at the time and did their thing, but the game has changed now. It's all about like even the comics. The comic books were all like, throw them in a box. They got all their sheets. Matter of fact, there are some vendors in the show that don't even have them graded. They're just all the way they are. Obviously the one I have here is it's hard. It's a plastic cover over a hardcover sheet inside graded, certified, with the C of A and the hologram sticker. And so it's like, it's become a little bit more of a collecting business standpoint where it's a little bit more like there's a guide of value. You don't just have people just, I got a comic, come over my house, look inside a book, into a box and pick it out. Oh, that looks good. Corners matter, edges, centering and stuff, and all this stuff matters. We're not in NFTs are just digital representations of something that's in that perfect gem mint condition. We don't have even though I know Vu had said something about if you go in the AR and you start flipping through pages, it'll act as a crease or a wear and But then I don't know how that is.
Yeah, they took a step back from that in the most recent AMA that they were doing. I think they said that they were throwing it around as an idea. They have tons of ideas, but they don't want to lead any, because I think there was a lot of pushback from people on that. So I wouldn't expect that. I'm curious what your guys' thoughts are, Randy and Henry, because I think Cavell and I are in a very similar situation where, like, I mean, Randy is a perfect example. You just dropped 1.7K on the collectible when you didn't get it on the drop. I'm sure Henry will be looking in the marketplace. I know he's more on the comic book side, but I mean, if he's going to spend, 8 to 10K on a collectible, I don't think Cavell and I are in the position where we're just going to be dropping that. I'm curious because David Yu has always said, as a collector first, his intention was never to put out a collectible for X price and have it 10x or 20x immediately after it was released. He said if that was happening consistently, then they would have to look at the prices that they're putting out the collectibles for and whether or not there was anything they needed to reevaluate on their end. Do you guys believe right now that in order to maintain mass adoption, that the collectibles are being listed on the primary market at an acceptable price for the masses? Does even advertising to the masses at this point matter? And then conversely, when it's listed on the secondary market, why are we seeing, and I think the answer is fairly obvious, but I still want to hear it from you guys. Why are we seeing a $90 collectible immediately go up to 1.5K? Like what is it about it that is causing that?
I know Cavell's gonna
every single time.
Cavell, hit that on the hammer because on the nail on the head because I know you want to hit that.
I think that there's multiple reasons it's happening, but I mean, it's an easy flip right now. People will pay for it, first off. Got a lot of people in this community who's willing to pay for that. But at the same time, people know that these first appearances and things like that, this stuff is going to be insanely valuable. I think there's a lot of people who understand that a few seasons from now, this stuff is going to be invaluable. So I don't think it's going to be like this forever. I think we're really going to see what Veve is going to be after they get past the first few seasons, the first appearances and things like that. Once they're just dropping regular collectibles with nothing special added to them, it's just a cool collectible, then all this stuff, it goes out the window. Now you're just collecting stuff because you like it or because it has some type of utility in the Veveverse. The real essence of what Veve is going to become is going to come out after the beginning stages. Right now it's going to be the Wild Wild West, but once we're past all the first appearances, I think that's when we're going to see the changes and what's happening with the prices and things like this. I think that's when we're going to start finding our real floors and stuff.
I like that. That's a good answer. Yeah.
This is how my take is on it. And this has to do with occupancy. So right now we're in one pool. We got mollies and we got, little goldfish.
Oh, that's what I meant by
yeah, I was gonna say I think Randy thought you were taking this a different direction, but we're good. We're good.
No, not Molly, not meow meow, but we're really unfortunately there's all big fish and small fish in the same pool, and this is where I get it, and I understand the fairness of it, but you can't look. If you want to buy a Lamborghini and a Ferrari, say right now, for instance, I'm a working man, right? I worked 40 years of my life. I'm a blue collar. I got my pension. I got $500,000, and I want to go. Forget about that. I got $1 million, and I want to go take a flight over to Italy, and I want to buy a Ferrari, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that because there's minimum requirements that you need to have as not only net value. You got to show them an actual bank account of your liquid. You can't just say, yeah, I'm worth whatever I'm worth. No, you got to show them.
Yeah.
And what I mean by this is that I could be this hardworking guy, have worked all my life, and I want to buy a Ferrari, and I'm not going to be able to buy the one that I want because I don't have the minimum requirement that it takes for that particular merchant that's selling that particular item. It's called too fucking bad. It's unfortunate. And I don't mean to be graphic, but you want to know something? Guess what? When you go to an art museum and those particular auctions, first of all, they're by invite only. Second of all, when you go to them, you need to have a minimum of a specific amount of money deposited into one of their escrow accounts before you even walk into the place. So it's not about, this guy's, it's not fair. And worry about David Vu and all these other, but it doesn't even matter. None of that matters. The discussions don't matter. It's about, if you want to participate, you need to have minimum requirements. If you want to participate in Viviverse, your first one's going to be Master Collector. Well, who are those going to be? Well, there's going to be people that hit those milestones to get to that point. It's the same thing. For me, I believe, like, and I mean this, and I don't mean this in a sense because I was one of the unlucky ones. I believe these particular 007 tickets should have been only available for participants that had X amount of either collectibles, sets, amount of value. Maybe there was some kind of an intrinsic value that they set as a metric on the app, what you had in value. And those are the only ones that we're going to, because think about it. They already put them in only participants in the United States. They already made it unfair that it wasn't a global set. So think about that. I mean, you know, Foster, you weren't able to get it. You're in Canada, right? Yep. That's my point. And
I didn't even get a shot. Yeah, I didn't even get a shot. No.
I think you're closer to the Cavell than I am to you. So what I'm saying is like, there's already unfairness that's happening in the industry. So I believe that it's just like it's the decisions they make. Okay, if they're going to be unfair, then just follow the unfairness in the sense of making everybody that is a shark or a whale in one pool and putting everybody else that can't afford it or can't participate into another pool. And don't even, in other words, but make the whales and the sharks, make them not. I mean, think about a fish. If you have a big monster Oscar or a snakehead or a gar, these larger freshwater fishes, you can't put them in a small goldfish tank. They won't fit because they can't
That's
make
true.
their turn in the 10-gallon tank, right? They don't belong in there. However, a goldfish don't belong with the big fish either because they get lost in the soup. But they should not have the same opportunity no matter what so it's an occupancy situation. And for me, that's where, when it comes to dividing, you know, that I don't want to say the have and have nots, but the ones that can't afford shouldn't be in that same group. And I don't believe that the whales or bigger items or bigger people that could afford it should be in the lower ones either. They should have their own area where only they could afford up to a certain level or lower, and they could participate. And there's the best of the best. I mean, that's why when you have like competitions, you know, you always get that, like, you know, you get like the third place and the fourth place, like they have to play each other for like they call it the I don't know, it's like a courtesy game, you know,
it's like the consolation round,
right?
Yeah.
Why do they do that? Why do they, you know? So because it makes them feel a little bit better being obviously not of the 2, 1 and 2s. There's another, you know, a chastity prize. For me, look, I'm not trying to divide the waters here because I love this. I love being where I'm at, and I'm not in that market. I'm a secondary market master. I don't do anything on really the drops. I don't want to be in the drops. I participate in these particular one set drops because that's a set. I was fortunate to get a Miss Carter. I got her. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then I got a 3005 in my drop, which was cool. And I went on the secondary market, and for 1,000, I got a 55. I'm sorry, a 59. I got a 59. And I think a 59 is good for that. It's a sub 60, and it's good for that. And I'm in. But I like secondary markets. I pick and choose what I want. I could because people in the secondary market, if it's too much, what do they say? I can't afford it. I'm not buying it. I'm not going to participate in buying it because I can't afford it.
Yeah.
So I honestly think that would improve the experience of Veve, like going based off of your Veve net worth, because obviously somebody with 20,000 collectible net worth isn't going to be able to make deals or really get the full experience as somebody who has 1 million. What am I going to offer somebody with 1 million net worth on collectibles when I have 20,000? Like, so I do agree that there needs to be some separation, because then, like, when it's separated, you can only talk to people who you can really experience and have the same conversations.
Exactly.
Like that's when the real experience comes out for everybody, and it's fair. It's fair because you're now talking with people who are on the same level as you. And then if you want to use the level that you're at to level up and get to the next level, it kind of makes it like a game, so that's even more enjoyable in my opinion.
Yeah.
So.
And realize when we go to OpenSea, and then, you know, this is going to happen. You know what's going to happen. We talk about, you know, you speculate, but you know what's going to happen. You know, and you know what is going to happen. And what happens when when there's no auction? We don't do auction OpenSea. We just go and put it at a certain price. People are going to be like, oh my God, wow, he's got the 41. Wow, I got the 43. Well, someone just bought his 41 for 3 ETH. Oh my God, they just made, you know, 12 grand and 13 grand. I'm sitting there, oh wow, if I was only 2 minutes lower, I would have got that much. And now they don't want mine. I mean, listen, it's called, I don't know what to say. It's too bad. I don't have all the firsts of everything, but I have good stuff. I might not be able to get the most out of it if I'm looking to flip something, but I think everybody has to designate what they want to do in this business. If they want to be a collector, or they want to be a flipper, or they want to kind of simulate both of those angles depending on what mint numbers they have. Maybe they want to flip some to fund their collector, part of their thing. It's what you want to be. But I think finding where you are and what you want to do is most important. There's people that obviously, Cavell, I don't know about you, and I know Foster, I'm sure, obviously you guys are in the millions already in OMI ownings. So
yep.
when you get to a certain point where you have maybe, just say, 300, 400, 500,000, 600,000 in money, are you going to slice away maybe 10 or 20 grand and put it into your VV account to maybe give yourself a little more, a collectible situation? Or maybe you could just go right from OMI right to the buy. You don't have to, just send it and have OMI in your account and just buy your collectibles or comics. You may do that because you'll have more net value. You'll have the capability of competing with me on that level with buying those first mints or second mints, and maybe we could do business because it'll be cool. Trade sets for set, things like that. Yeah. I don't have no one in my range that's on my level that'll be like, a lot of people hit me up all the time, and I appreciate it. It's inspiring. But I don't, they're sending me stuff that I don't collect in the sets, or I don't collect those particular sets they want to give me low mints to, or I have a lower mint in those particular sets they're looking to, trade me or whatever. So, it's difficult for me to do any kind of transaction stuff until we're in the same markets. But
yeah,
it's a weird market, man. It's weird, right now.
My idea with, I think, fixing this, and why I think VV or Comey hasn't really addressed it yet, is because they've said before, I think it was David Yu, I don't know if it was in the clubhouse or if it was on that 30-minute, I think it was that 30-minute podcast that he did with someone where on like minute 7:22, he says like, well, we have Marvel, so, and then, implying that they have Disney. He said that the collectibles part is only going to be a small part of what they have planned. Like it's great for what it is, but they're planning a VVverse. So what I think is going to happen is that I don't know if we're going to be play to earn crypto. I don't know if it's going to be, or maybe it is via gambling or whatever. But I think in the VVverse there are going to be games, and people who are gamers might have the advantage there. It doesn't matter if you're playing with like a Stelina, or if you're playing with a him or a Donnie. I don't think it'll matter. What I think is going to happen, similar to like in bowling, you could have an experienced bowler with like a house ball that's like 12, 14 pounds go and wreck somebody's poop when they, if they have like a $250 curved, fingertip 15-pound ball all day. So I think that's where it'll be a little more fair. People with a bunch of money that maybe aren't good gamers, or they're just like, not with it. I think that's how they'll even that out. Now, will that give more advantages to gamers? Sure. And does that benefit me? Also, sure. But that's just one of the theories that I have.
If only we had anyone in this live stream right now that was a gamer that had a YouTube channel with a couple 100,000 subscribers that he could share it with. I mean, I don't know anyone personally, but I think that would be I think that would be good. Yeah, honestly, when David said that in the AMA, that like the collectibles is not even their like main focus or revenue generator long term, that blew my mind, because look how hyped everyone is about the collectibles right now. Yeah. Look what's happening in the marketplace. Look at the OMI that we're burning. Look at how much things are reselling for and the engagement that we're getting. Imagine when collectibles are just the secondary thing. And the other thing too that people need to understand, and I think we talked about it a little bit before Cavell got on, is like, yes, you may get priced out of certain collectibles, but as someone like Ray Fixie, who owns a ton of collectibles, and other people have said, well, I'm loading up on a bunch of collectibles so that I can rent them out later. So, I mean, that's yes, you may not have been able to, like, even if $90 was too expensive for you to participate in this drop in the primary market, there's nothing that says that someone's not going to rent that out in the VVverse for $10 or $20. Let's say, even if it's an hour, $10 an hour that you can pay an OMI. And then maybe you get to do that with some of your friends for a little bit for like a party or something that's going on. You get to bring that with you as a collectible or whatever. Like, the possibilities are literally endless as to what they can add. The gamification does worry me a little bit if it becomes a play to earn crypto, because from my understanding, what generally happens in those situations is it actually puts negative sell pressure on the token because you're rewarding people in crypto. And when you do that, you're basically incentivizing them to now have that crypto to sell that they didn't pay for. So that worries me a little bit. But I do think it would be cool if they had aspects of gamification. I know Cavell spoke on it. I know Hello K and a couple of the other content creators spoke on it. This concept of a golden gem. So maybe you earn things like that don't necessarily have monetary value in and of themselves, but allow you to get access to collectibles in the marketplace, or even if it gives you a token to rent something out from someone, or whatever the case may be. I think there's options that will become available. And we'll just see where things take us. Like it's going to be a very quick growth, but I hope that it's very organic and that the values and the things that the community wants to see, like even like several members of the community were on Trevor like a month or two ago was on Twitter posting out like, hey, what would you guys want to see out of a master collector program? So like they're inputting from members of the community. And I know Cavell and Randy, I'm sure you guys can't confirm it formally, but I would be shocked if they didn't contact you guys at some point to say, hey, what are the people in the community that you're speaking with saying? Like, what are they looking for? What do they want to see? Like, they're trying to take as much engagement from the community as possible. And I would imagine a lot of the things that have been suggested and that we imagine will be coming will be the things that we see. I mean, at the end of the day, they're collectors, right? So
yeah, they haven't reached out to me asking that. I would totally be completely compliant. I was like, all right, this is what these guys are saying. This is the big issues. These are the issues that maybe aren't so big. It's a small minority. But Cavell ever reach out to you?
I mean, I've talked to them. It's like basically what happens. I put out so much content. Kay actually watches my content, so he's like a middleman where they just talk about some of the stuff that he sees around the community as it is. So they reach out to me in certain instances, but not particularly just asking for it. But if they've been told something that I've said that was a good idea, they have implemented or done that. Someone said you're asking way too much of it, Comey. I am hoping for a buyout. I don't think that another company would be able to replicate what Ecomi is doing. They have a vision. They, like David Hughes said from the jump, that he wanted Ready Player One, and I know that that's just crazy for somebody to say. But 4 years ago, when he said he wanted to get Marvel and all these different licenses, and he wanted to sell digital things on the internet, I'm pretty sure that sounded insane saying that shit 4 years ago as well. So when they say all this insane stuff, look what they keep doing.
Yeah, and I have a theory about that. There's and this, I mean this in the best way because I'm very much in that world as well. But there was a meme that said it was about Thomas Jefferson or Ben Franklin, whichever one discovered electricity. It's like, how high do you have to be to think about electricity when there is no electricity? And I was like, oh, that's a really good idea. And part of the reason why I got this much money, part of the reason I went all in on Tesla and Pokemon high risk lending was because of psychedelics. And I'm pretty sure David and Dan, and I don't think they would ever confirm this, but I'm pretty sure at some point they were just tripping together like, bro, what if we do this? What if we why has nobody thought about this yet? Because they had that access to that part of their mind, like peanut, whatever's opened, while you're on Lucy, and you just because nobody else thought of this. This is the craziest, innovative, most disruptive. It's disrupting collectibles. It's just disrupting like NFTs because they're all licensed. It's like when Super Smash Brothers came out and you heard that music in like 1998, me and you and you and me. It's like, oh my God, this is Avengers type level stuff, like crossover. I forget where I was going with this. I got really excited.
All that Lucy, bro.
That's it. It's got you tripping, man.
But yeah, just this type of stuff in the Veve. So when he says like we don't want to say the other stuff that we're planning, is because it's probably so far out there. Probably none of us have even guessed it. But I can't wait for it. It's the type of thing that you can really only get and think of if you're visiting another realm or something. So.
I mean, I could one up it. I know we talked about Apple glasses that are out and coming out full-fledged, a little more mass market. I know we talked about obviously Google's in there, Samsung's in there. I'm sure Facebook is going to be somehow tweeting a little bit about that. But I want to say this: if just say, for instance, so speculate, we can get a exclusive VV glasses, like a blow out the box, like super. It's our house. It ain't Apple's house, and we're in theirs. So just realize, bro, we're in the because when you talk about gamification, Veve could turn the gaming industry upside down. Not only because on the NFTs and collectibles, it's like if that doesn't the least thing, bro. If they're like in second gear on something else, because they're 5 years of getting to this point and they're ahead of everybody.
Next World of Warcraft
2 years ago to get into what the next stage is that ain't even here yet. I mean, that's why I'm so like, it's like, we see Sony and we see obviously Nintendo and Xbox and stuff doing crazy stuff, but it's listen, Google came out of nowhere when search engines were already 15 years already deep. And here comes this goal. Google's going to do it now. I'm in MSN.com. I'm in the search engine and I'm in Yahoo. It was always Yahoo search or AOL search. That's where everybody went. How did everybody go to Google? What did they have? You know what I'm saying? What was it? No, nothing. They weren't the first one out the gate. They had 15-year lag time on everybody else. They should be the last person to go to. Sometimes, listen, the first horse out the gate don't win the race all the time. And I'm telling you, don't sleep on Veve. And I'm telling you right now, I'm so pumped. I may actually, I may just for Cavell, I may sell some more Cardano and buy more Omi. I'll be honest with you. If it takes a dip, and I'll do it live on the stream.
Snaps for Henry. Snaps for Henry.
I will do the live stream, live video, sell and buy order. It'll be ridiculous. Because I'm serious, bro. We take a dip back into like the 3-4 range, which I'm not saying is possible because anything can happen. If it does do some stupid stuff like that, listen, man. This is crazy. That's the only thing I could say that I'll flip. I'll always flip something else to get something else. But when it comes to like my NFTs and comics and anything like that, that's not getting flipped.
Yeah, I mean,
how much Omi do you guys? I mean, we know that the founder unlocks are happening, but I'm curious because Cavell was just talking about buyouts and stuff, and I just had an interesting thought, and I was running the numbers here in the background while you guys were talking. How much Omi do you think like David owns out of the founder unlocks? Because there's like 4 or 5, I guess, primary founders. Like there's Dan, David, Joseph. I don't know if Joseph Janik counts, and like maybe a couple more. Like, is it safe to say they have 40 billion Omi maybe between the two of them? Would be
I'd say 10 or tens of billions.
So people are talking about, and just to put perspective on this, right? Like people, a buyout possible, whatever. So if Dan and David own 40 billion Omi, which is about half of what the unlocks are for founders, I just ran the numbers, and based on the price that we're at right now, if they sold all of their Omi, they would have $312 million between the two of them. So, I mean, that's $166 million per person. When David's answering you on Instagram because you asked a question, or Dan's interacting with you in an AMA.
Wait, I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's that number that you just did. That figure was a today's figure while they're still on the Go chain blockchain.
That's like currently as we speak. Like I typed in 40 billion Omi on Bit4X, and it would get based on 78, which is what we're at right now.
And no major exchanges. Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. So it just to give people an idea, like, I mean, I don't know about you, but $160 million is life-changing money for me. So do they strike you as the type of people that are in a rush to cash out $160 million? No, because they don't strike it as people to me. Like they don't talk about their Omi holdings. They don't focus on their Omi holdings. If you look at their wallets still hold the same amount of Omi. So what does that tell you? Like you guys want to see buyouts, you want to see all this stuff. They are collectors, and they are designing the biggest collectibles app in the world. And they don't care how much money you throw in front of them because they already have it in their pockets. And remember that's at less than a penny. They have $166 million. What happens when we go up to 10 cents? Well, let's just say that's a 10x.
When we go to all-time high, they'll have obviously double, which will be 1.2, 1.3 billion.
They will have billions.
Right. If they're at 1.3 billion, it's only going to take to 7 cents when they have 10 billion, which will be 5 billion each. So just keep doing the math, bro. And as we go higher, they go higher. You don't think they're gonna let me and Randy have more money than them when we're at $1 if they sold right now? Come on,
they would not. I mean, they're making millions already just from the drops, just on this. So like they don't. It's not like they're. I could maybe see a year or two ago when they're paying everybody and they're trying to give people an Omi. Maybe they need an infusion of capital, and maybe they would sell some of their Omi at a discount then. But not now. Now they're making millions of dollars. They don't need any money. Like this is the best position for them to be in right now, having tens of millions of dollars already. while they also have what they have.
What do you have to even offer them for them to consider a buyout? Like what is that number? Like with no signs of VV slowing down, what is that number that you have to offer them when they have money already?
Right, and you can't make an offer because what you're doing is you're making an offer. Veve is like the company, but what do you get? You buy Veve out and you get Ecomi and Omi blockchain and all that. You get all the coin and everything included. How's that possible? It's a deflationary effort. Matter of fact,
it would need $100 billion
after you do the buyout. As time goes on, your sale price keeps going up. It's impossible. You can't even. It's not a calculated effort. But I'm going to tell you. I'm going to say something. I did hear, and I think that was that same video or something that you said, Cavell, you were the one that actually put it out. I don't know who it was. It was like in like an Asian interpreter. It had like a closed caption. Remember the one where you paused it and he was like something about, oh man, I can't remember, but I didn't know he said 200 licensed companies. Hasn't even come out yet. Like 200 more licensees.
Oh, the IPs, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, I think they should be somewhere around 300 IPs at this point.
Oh, 300. Okay.
They should be.
So we got a couple handfuls right now that are in the app. We got to add another couple hundred, and each one of those 100 are going to have a few hundred or thousand NFTs per each one of them, and each one of them have their initial drops, which are going to be tens of millions. What happens when they go through the secondary markets and flipping and all that? Bro, dude, we're going to be at burn levels. I'm telling you right now. Look, I feel like right now you're getting me so pumped. I feel like Michael Saylor telling you, like he did in his video, go sell your home, go refinance it, go buy home, go find a friend, borrow money from them, give them an interest rate and a percentage, go buy more Ecomi. Right now, go to the bank, borrow whatever you could, get on your credit cards, max them all out right now. Go buy Ecomi, because you know what's going to happen. You're gonna have to be able to scratch off. You're gonna little dust off of your little shelf in Omi to pay back all what you own, and you're gonna still have the nut there.
Yes,
I'm not giving financial advice, but I'm telling you right now, mortgage your mom, do something. I don't know, figure something out.
This is what I wanted to ask you. Which I guess you kind of brought it up, so I don't want to sound rude, but you know that we were talking about before. Okay, it's a lot easier for Omi to 10x than Bitcoin or Cardano or Binance, whatever. Why do you still have that stuff? I get it, diversification.
I don't own Bitcoin. I don't own Bitcoin other than dust that's in there from transactions. I can't because it's under set.
Yeah.
All right. When it comes to that, Cardano, because I can't give up on it because Cardano is like it's like that worker that you picked up from Home Depot that one day. And he was that little guy from whatever country he was from, and he helped you build your construction business up so high because he was your first guy that you hired. And right now he might not have too much value, but because the fact that he grew your business and helped you grow your business as an apprentice, working your way up to giving him whatever it is, it's like now he deserves to stay as an employee, even though he might not be as better than all the other employees. It's a weird kind of analogy, but what I'm saying is it's like, and I believe in the protocol. I believe it's 100 times better and 1,000 times better than Ethereum. It's just it hasn't gotten the traction yet from developers, but it's getting there.
Even if it's going to cost you hundreds of millions of dollars.
that artificial robot Sophia, right? Okay, so obviously Singularity Net is the software that programs that particular robot and a couple other ones, and those are like the top in the world. Those are like the leading AI specialists in hardware and software in the world. They're number one. They were on Ethereum. Why would you leave Ethereum? Why would you leave that blockchain? Why would you leave that protocol and not only go to Cardano's network and go on their protocol and go on and take their code? Why would you do that when Cardano isn't even done with they're in the 7th inning of their game? Ethereum's game has been over years ago. They're still Cardano's still going through its process of smart contracts and closing out the last segments of the purple and stuff in Alonzo. I'm just making a point. It's like they're still kind of like Cardano's still like beta in a weird way, and it's even though it's not. But why would they do that? They know something because they're like 10 years and 20 years ahead of us when it comes to artificial intelligence. Don't they want the most sophisticated, the most granite rock stronghold, gold-plated, code that's not going to bust, not going to break, not going to bug?
I think that's all of them, though. All of them want the same
right.
thing.
I mean, a lot of them coming aboard and leaving Ethereum and are doing that. See, Ethereum just obviously had a better mousetrap at the time than what was going on. But they only built 4 or 5 rail cars on their railroad track, and they never thought in a year to 2 years or 3 years they were going to fill these cargo trailers on the track as fast as they were gonna. And now with that cargo on, it's slowing the train down, and it's costing more money to pay for more fuel to bring that train over. That's the gas fee. So that's just their problem. I know they're going through all this, I know proof of stake and all, but think about it. You got a guy that developed what he had. There was 8 developers, 7 of them gone, of which obviously 2 or 3 of Polkadot and naturally Cardano came from them, and they're leading in their own developments. But what the hell is Vitalik and them going on proof of stake for if they're already in the proof of stake game? So Charles already knew exactly what was going on back then. And he knew, and they obviously financially and obviously with software, they didn't want to jump aboard. He was the first to go out of the 8. And look what he developed. And he's got countries taking it on. He's got a lot of stuff happening. So for me, getting rid of Cardano and getting more OMI is kind of counterproductive in a sense because I already got a chunk. I'd rather have 2 chunks of things that are good than one monster chunk of something that I'm still not 100%. Plus, you never know. Just like these things, they're kind of decoupled from Bitcoin. OMI was down a lot when everything was pumping a little bit. Now everything kind of went down, and OMI kind of pumped. It was like a weird. OMI's kind of decoupled from the whole segment. And
I said that, and everybody called me crazy.
Right, and Cardano does that super pump to like $5 to $10. OMI may not 3 or 4x from there. However, because Cardano does that 3, 4, 5x from here, I'll be shaving off Cardano and going into OMI if it doesn't make those big moves because I know dollar to dollar those ratios will probably be better in the long run. This is my own personal thing. Everybody's got their own, philosophy. I'm just saying. Yeah.
So you mentioned the proof of stake versus proof of work and stuff. Like I don't have any Cardano personally, but I know it's obviously done good things. And Charles Hoskinson seems to have his situation figured out. But I mean, we know for our project anyways, that we're moving to Immutable X, hopefully by the end of this month, or will at least be, the vast majority of the way done. Given that Immutable is a layer 2 solution on Ethereum, do you see these layer 2 solutions that are coming out possibly taking the lion's share of the other chains like Cardano and whatever that are trying to take over that? Because realistically, like as a perfect example, Immutable, which has been absolutely killing it recently. Obviously, we know that they have VV, but the fact that TikTok is going to be minting moments on Immutable, along with, Gods on Chains and other projects, like it's very interesting to see how that's going to grow and coupled together. I didn't think it was a complete coincidence personally that TikTok is minting on Immutable and that we're an NFT marketplace and that we are on Immutable as well. But I'm just curious, like, I know that you believe in Cardano, and I'm not trying to trash Cardano, but I just feel like any concern that Cardano has a benefit over with Ethereum with gas fees isn't that kind of just solved with a layer 2 solution on Ethereum? And once again, like I don't know anything about it. Like I'm genuinely asking the question. Like
on the surface, from a technical standpoint, I can't go 100% into it, but I can tell you this: we could challenge software all day long. Polkadot has an argument. Everybody's got an argument, right? I'm not going to get into it because everybody has an argument for whatever they have. But from a whole, ecosystem standpoint, which is what's important, it's not about having the best this or the best that. Having the full ecosystem solid core, and I know Cavell attested to this, Cardano has all the avenues covered, most efficient than any other blockchain in existence. It's you. Every single street you go down, it's 100% a one way, and there's no turning back. The other ones, they're going to hit dead ends, and they're going to have to come back, like Vitalik and Ethereum doing right now. They thought that was going to be their way. No. See what happened was Charles developed and got the best minds in the entire globe to get aboard to proof out those particular papers, and those white papers have been proofed out. And when you get to the best, it's not like, going to a county college and getting professor. Dude, they're talking about Oxford, Harvard, Yale, best of the best, Cal Berkeley. We're talking about top, the top of the best. And those guys have connections with even top guys that are off the grid out of the universities. And he had them try to proof it out to see let's get to the rock bottom of this. Let's split these ones and zeros in fragments and break it up as far as we could. You know what? They did that, and it took a few years, and that's why they kind of fell a little behind in the rat race. However, it's like the tortoise and the hare, and I'm telling you right now, Cardano's that tortoise, bro, and they're coming close to the finish line. And trust me, Ethereum ain't sleeping like the rabbit. But I promise you this, and mark my words, you'll hear it here first. It will not surprise me if and I don't care if it's a year from now or 2 years from now or even 3 years from now, that there's a swap coming off of Ethereum onto the Cardano blockchain from Veve. Mark my words.
That's a big claim to make.
Yeah, that's a
one.
big.
You know why I love making big claims?
We're on layer
at 0006 and at 0007, I put it all in. You know what I'm saying? Omi Kanomi, bro. That's it. I don't it's like I had no fear. I know people at the 1 penny, they're like, it's too cheap. When it gets to like 30 cents, they'll have more, background to it. I ain't taking no risk. Dude,
yeah, I don't understand people
reward,
like that.
Bro. High risk, high reward.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would say that because we're on layer 2 Ethereum and, we have no gas fees because we're on mutable X, non-fungible immutable X. I think just going to, again, it's such a pain in the butt to do. It would have to be a huge difference to go and do that. I mean, going from a dead chain like the Go chain to this, that makes sense. But going from a very active, like the number 2, blockchain to Cardano is just a lot. It would have to take a lot. So Cardano would have to go, which I'm not saying, well, I don't know much about Cardano, although I do like it. That is, we'll see. I'd be very curious if you're right.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. You say that, and in the back of my head, there's like yes, I'm a Veve maximalist. I love the project, whatever. But there's this little voice inside my head, like, this migration's already not going well. Like, let's just get it done with, and let's not do another one. It's like I don't want us to be in full swing in 2 years from now, and then here's the people are posting on Twitter, "I'm locked out again."
I want to just let you know something, and this is gonna blow your mind. I know this is going to blow your mind because you're so used to the whole traditional way to go. And Cavell, please attest because you know the deal. I know this is going to sound crazy, and it actually is this simple. Cardano created what's called the ERC20 converter.
Mm-hmm.
Plug and play, bro. There's no upgrades, and it's called click and drop. You're on Cardano. ERC20 converter. Look it up.
Okay.
I want everybody listening, do it. Look it up. Go into YouTube. Charles Hoskin. Just go do it and look and read it. And when you start getting into those friggin' white papers and you start breaking things down and you're like, nah, they could never have. Nah. They did, bro.
You know what? I'm not even going to look it up. I'm going to get off of this stream. And by the time I get off the stream, Cavell will have already posted a video about it somehow. He will have made it while he was live with us somehow. We won't even know how it happened.
I got to show up because people are going to start selling the Omi and buy Cardano. I got to stop, bro.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's not happening. The chain might be good.
There we go. Look, I did it.
You're not selling Omi for Cardano.
I'm gonna sell my Omi and buy back into Cardano when it hits $10. So
I'm saying, my man.
I think when Omi hits $10, you could just own Cardano. No, like you should just buy like. That's crazy. Non-fungible wonderful in the house. What's going on, baby? Let's get the anthem in the house. Let's go.
I play this music so often in my car, which is I live in like Massapequa, like white suburban area. And so out of place. So great.
Oh
my wife and myself, we actually sent Charles a hoodie that had the Cardano. We printed it on. My brother-in-law's a girl. She does printing and stuff, and she did it on air, and the Cardano symbol on it, and we gave him some other stuff, and he was on his live AMA, and he said, I want to thank Pina and Henry, thank you for this stuff, and he was wearing it, and he's actually on YouTube. You can see him wearing the actual when you see him in a gray hoodie, that's the one we gave him. He mentions us, and we actually off camera, like, we're gonna make a time to go up there. We're gonna make a point. We're gonna have probably meet him and eat dinner or whatever, and up in Colorado, and we got some stuff going on up there. I mean, look, it's talking about communities and stuff. I want to say this now. Everybody's like, yeah, Polkadot community, Chainlink community, XRP Army. Everybody's got like a community. I'm tired of hearing that. Look, when you're invested in something because you don't necessarily only want to make money, it has to do with you believe in the protocol, you believe in the process, you believe in the company, you believe in the actual leadership behind it. not like scammers and this like what's his name, the Madoff and stuff. Oh yeah, he's a billionaire. He can't be beating us. No, these are guys that are like they were rock bottom at one time in their life and they became something. They created something. They weren't born into millionaires. It just happened to, you know what I'm saying? Like this is like a lot of sweat and tears and getting into really going from place to place in the world and boots on the ground and getting it done. That's the passion that I'm inspired by. And that's the stuff that when it comes to making money, for me, those are the guys that make the money because they have the passion. It's not about a payday for them, like all these other scam artists and stuff in the world.
Yeah.
So that's how I move and that's how I make my decisions. And so Omi and the Veve community and the obviously the leaders behind Veve, it goes deeper than just Vu, Dan, and and Al. It goes even deeper than that with the team they have. And so with all of them together, and they're in the same. These guys have been rolling in the same boat for many years now, and they just got together. And this is the crew. These are the guys that are going to run things. It's like talking about Bill Gates and Paul Allen like back in the 60s and 70s. Like we're talking about that now. Not to say that it's going to take 40 years to become the standard in NFT or digital collectible communities and in marketing, but we're right around the corner. I think we're 2 years away from like full-fledged mass market because we're going to get a lot of stuff on TV. We're going to get a lot of stuff on a lot of online, and this marketing and advertising is going to start. It's going to stimulate other people, and NFTs is a general. It's not NFTs, and you hear NFTs and you think Veve or NFT and you think collectible or comic. No, it's NFTs are non-fungible tokens. It's a tokenization on the blockchain. It's an actual item that's getting appropriated to the blockchain. It's a token. It's a tokenized item. These particular digital items are what's going to change the world. It's not just this. It's going to be in real estate. It's going to be in cars. Tokenization of the items that you have in the physical world is the next step. They're doing it with comics. Here is the physical world. I have the digital NFT. So the tokenization on it is a perfect example of what's going to happen just on a bigger scale, commercial wise, industrial wise. Man, I'm telling you, bro, we may be 3 to 4 years or 5 years away from like this stuff, but like 2 years, we're going to start seeing this mass scale and it's going to start dominoing from there. We're like the early birds. So anybody that's got like, don't get inspired when you're hearing 10 million, 5 million, 3 million, 100 million. Don't get, not inspired. Don't get discouraged when you hear us talk about these big numbers. I said that in the last podcast. I really mean that. You got 250,000, 100,000 Omi, 1 million Omi. I don't care, dude. That is going to get you to the promised land. Just hold tight. You can accumulate as we go. Do so. If you can afford it, do it.
I'm so envious at some of these kids, and I'm so happy for them. I have like this guy Ethan Youngberg. They have Star Healers. A bunch of these guys that are like 17 to like 22 years old. They're in like college, and they have a couple 100,000. Some of them have 1 million Omi. I was like, oh my god, they're gonna be. I didn't start investing until I was 26. They have no. Yeah, I would trade places with them. And
you know why? Because they're going to be in their mid 20s, late 20s. And it's going to be like another 7-8 years from now. Can you imagine in 2030? Can you imagine 2030 where we're going to be? And they're going to be in their mid 20s. They're going to be so rich. Well, don't get me wrong. That's just like people who got in at like 2012, 2013. I mean, so like 12, 13, 14, and 15 before the boom, and they were buying, Bitcoin and stuff. And now they bought their, they got their 2 or 3 million. That was a lot to them. They didn't realize what Bitcoin was going to do.
Didn't know.
But when you're holding $1 million or something, and it starts to do like $6, $8, $10, a million Omi is a lot, bro. A million Omi is a lot. That's why when you got a thing in the double digits or anything, please, bro, it's I'm good where I'm at, bro. I thought 10 million was my key cap. When I got to 10, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Then I was like, and then I got to like 50. I'm like, the hell, might as well just make it a cool 100. I thought that. I was like, it's just like 50 cents. 50 cents. But when you make that dollar, it's like, anything that makes $1, it's like, because it ain't coins no more. It's paper now,
Yeah. So these guys, they're responsible. I was cool at 20, 30, and then I got like 35, 39. And they're like, get to 50. I was like, guys, like, it's getting really expensive. I need money to live on, and I wanted to keep Bitcoin. I was like, all right. So I sold this, sold the Bitcoin. I kept selling more cards. I got to 50. It's like, okay, let me try to get to 69 million. And that was like, for the lulls. and then just keep going. And you'd be surprised at what you are willing to sell when you have goals. So.
Yeah, you've done crazy, man. Both of you. Like, I mean, obviously, maybe Henry, maybe you had a little bit more financial means to begin with based on your investments. I mean,
yes,
Randy definitely had to liquidate a little bit more, but it's crazy to see what you guys have done. Like, I think even for me, like, I remember when I first got in this project, like, my goal was 1 million OMI. And then I hit 1 million OMI, and then it had to be 2 million OMI. And then, it went up to 5 million OMI. And then similar to you with 50 to 100, 5 to 10 is kind of the same thing.
You know why? It goes along with our currency, 5 cent, 10 cent,
25
cent, 50 cent, dollar. It's along with our currency. Like the 13s and the 16s, it get rounded. We round things up, and we figure out, we ain't rounding it down. So we round it up. And the next kind of milestone is that even number based on that, that threshold of obviously first affordability and naturally risk, because you don't want to get outside your risk. I always say, always invest what you're willing to lose. If you can't lose what you have, just think twice about it, because even if you could lose it and you're still okay, that's still okay. But remember something, nothing goes to zero. There's always a threshold. Like, you don't go from 0.7 of a penny to 1/10 of a penny overnight. Right. You go from 7 to 6 to 5. When it starts to hit thresholds where you might have bought in, you might want to say, "Oh, well, you know what? I won't be capped. I won't get a tax on it because I'm at, and so it'll be a wash. So I'll be okay. Just in case it goes down a little more, I won't lose my initial." You could think like that. If that's you have risk. So you won't go dip into your, what you risk to begin with if you're in the plus already. But it's all tight, bro. Everybody's going to be fine. Look, the stock market could crash.
Yeah.
Very possible.
XRP could come in and facilitate what they're going to facilitate for payment remittance, because it's going to happen. Algorand's going to be in some kind of CBDC use case concept stuff that's going to happen for them. Yeah, I'm blowing it out, bro. All the NDAs.
No, I'm just laughing because people are commenting in the chat that Cavell's
all the NDAs have expired, bro. It's the cap is off the jar.
Yeah.
And when everybody understands that we're going to be in a digital world of cryptocurrency somehow, some way, regulation or not. Look, you can't have America, the largest reserve in the world, Federal Reserve currency in the world, and have countries like Panama, El Salvador, Brazil, all these other countries that don't even care if they even use the dollar anymore. Yeah, and they're going to be mining Bitcoin geothermally, but without the need to worry about what policy the regulators in the United States do, because they're their own country. They make their own rules. So what is El Salvador going to be the country of gold, and they're going to have all the no? Where USA is not going to allow this country, because you know what could happen? Because if USA backs it out, guess what can happen? While they're mining if it's illegal in the United States, El Salvador will be the miners of the world. It'll be the mining hub. And then guess what? That country could create a currency backed by their Bitcoin, and then they could be the new Federal Reserve, because they actually have a currency that's not fiat. And that'll supersede all fiat currencies.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of time, bro. Hold tight.
Yeah.
He called me bank and NFT loans. Wow. It's interesting about that, because we are going to be able to borrow against our NFTs, as there's going to be lenders that are going to lend off of their assets.
I think there's already an application that someone was telling me about. I think it's called iNFT or something like that, and it allows you to do that. You can use like your CryptoPunks and stuff as like an actual store of value, and then
I meant more like on hard assets, like your home or your car, or your land that you have, because that's going to get tokenized, and when that gets, because you don't get any title anymore. It's not going to need. You're going to have. It's going to be all on smart contract. I mean, not that the contract will do it, but the NFTs are going to have all the information there. It'll be on the blockchain. So there's no discrepancy. Yeah. We're at a different time, bro. We're like, it's different. Bro.
What do you think about? I mean, you talk about how the number goes down. I think, I don't want to say most people, but I think quite a few people are probably beyond their dollar cost average for when they got into OMI, just with the recent pump that we've had. If you DCA'd at all, you're definitely in profit right now. What do you think about, like, does it make sense at some point? I know in theory it's great to say like hold everything for $1. When we hit $1, you pull out whatever. But like realistically, like what do you think is a good point to pull out your initial investment? Is it when you 10x? Is it when you 5x? Is it
question.
more than that? Like, what do you
That
think?
is a great question, Randy. I know you've kind of swiped this topic a few times.
Yeah,
It's individual case by case basis, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll touch on it real quick. It depends on like where you're happy. I mean, for me,
Randy,
I don't
mean to interrupt you. Can you mute out Cavell's sound?
Oh, yes, I think I can. Oh, good call. Is that good? Yes, we should be good.
Nice.
Because people, I don't know, Cavell in a fight. I mean, just getting a little personal. I mean, people are Justin's like, the referee there.
Yeah, no. So I was saying that it depends. Like for someone like me, I think it's reasonable to say, all right, sell $1 million OMI and go get a place with like a bed and an air conditioner and a TV, and like upgrade your lifestyle from like poor to like
Motel 8, bro. I got you.
Lower middle class. But it depends like where you're at. Like, are you okay? Like I'm actually okay living here. Like it's would suck in the summer. I'd get an AC next year, but I would keep the simple things and just more money because my goals are philanthropic goals. But if you want to just like say, you know what, while I have it, bird in the hand, you want to buy your parents a house, or you want to, get something, good for yourself, for your wife, kids, whatever. It depends what it means to you. For me, the more I hodl and the more I save, the more I can do for animals in the future. I could literally, like, one of the goals, like, to clean up like New York and Philly and just be like, all right, so all these animals, we're gonna have like a mass trap, neuter, release. We're gonna spay and neuter them. So there's no more like stray cats or whatever. Like, I believe that can be done. Find land in Indonesia and Madagascar to help save endangered species. I think that's something that can be done, but only if I don't sell at $10 million. Only if I don't sell at 30 million. If I hodl for a long time, and through the bear market, it could go to 20 cents, and then bear market go down 10 cents, then go back up to 50, and then to $1. As long as I can do that, I'm sure I can fulfill my goals. As long as I stay alive and I hodl. So that's what I'm doing, but it's different for each person.
Right. It's case by case basis. I mean, for me, like, look, I mean, obviously I'm 48, but I could tell you this. So in 20 years, I go back 20 years, like, because I look at 28 as a development time in your life where you start to, there's junctions in the road where you take at the 25 to like the 30-year-old range. And there's a lot of different things that happen in that segment of life. There's a fear of getting older. I missed the boat. There's I want to start a family. So I use 28 as a good guide for me. So 20 years ago, and obviously we were right around that. Let's talk pre 9/11 because things were a little bit different, even though one day made a difference. Yeah. So, when I graduated high school in 1991, $1 million back then meant a lot in the sense of like, not that what you can buy. In other words, $1 million would last you a long time living a good above average life. Now, 10 years forward, 2000, things started to take a little bit of a turn. Real estate was up and, cars were up. Things just happened to just slide up a little bit. Now, obviously, it has a lot to do with inflation because things started to click up over 2000. And so, the million doesn't necessarily, even 10 years only went by, $1 million really lost a lot of its value in that sense. So now you got to look at what $1 million is worth because it sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
But it's not a lot in purchasing power. Like you could go to like certain countries right now, you'll hear like 12 million won. You're like, whoa. But yeah, it's like
it sounds like a lot. Yeah.
Grand. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You can't use $1 million as a number in our eyes, but when you hear 1 million, you're like, wow, it's a lot of money, but the problem is in 20 years, it has lost more value in the last 20 years than in the last 40 years. So from 1969 to 2000, it's from 2000 to 2020, it's lost more value in this time period. We've inflated more in this time period than all those years collectively, and that's 4 decades. So every year that goes by, it's a compounded deflationary calculation. So you're looking at by now till next year, it's going to be like a 4-year or 5-year span of time from like say 96 to 2000. And then from 23 to 22 to 23, it's going to be another 4 years. So you're talking like by the time 2025 comes, it's very likely that a million is not even going to seem like 100,000 anymore.
Right.
And I want to make this clear, because when you talk about, selling, and there's people who have an idea, I don't know when to sell and this and that. Look, here's where I am. I don't know if you own a home. Anybody listening? I don't know where you're at with your living standard. I don't know if you own, a car that's at least 50,000 minimum. I'm not sure. There's like just people living in the middle, people a little upper middle class. Depends on where you're at. But if you live in a home that is average, which is like right now, it's somewhere in like between 450 and 600 range right now, like in that range. If you own a home that's in that, and you have a mortgage of at least 60% LTV, so you have about 40% equity in something like that, and you have cash that's somewhere around maybe say 100 to say 200. It could be 110. It could be 160 if you are in that liquid number, right?
Okay.
If you're lower in liquid, that's okay, as long as you have other assets, whether it's a hard metal, if you're, in something like that.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. I have to somehow try to block this user who's got the. Sorry. All right, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. No, that was necessary. Continue. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like, so everyone, like we say, case by case, it's like everyone has their own threshold of value, that meaningful value for them. And like for you if you had $500, $600 or $700,000 worth of OMI right now, just say $500,000 worth, you may not hodling like me and Randy were just at our last podcast. We were right around $500,000 each. Now we're $750,000 each. We just gained $250,000. It's having been 2 weeks in value.
That's insane. I still can't believe that happened.
This is what I'm trying to say. Like when you talk about these numbers, it's like, but what changes did we make? Nothing.
True.
And but someone like yourself may have the same amount of value as us doing the same thing. But guess what? You may say, wow, it's been 2 weeks. I just made $250,000. You know what? I'm going to take 50,000 out. I don't care. Because you know what? 50,000 is 50,000. I want to just take it out. And what? I just want to have some liquid cash on me, or I want to go buy some silver coins or some gold coins just in case to hedge or something. Everybody has a different, philosophy and investment, and they have their own thresholds, and they want what they want. So we're not all on the same philosophy boat. So I can't. For me, I have a different. Randy has different.
Yeah, I mean, again, you also have a family that you have to house, and you have to make sure at least probably they have their own room and maybe their own bed. And for me, I have the advantage that nobody loves me. No, I have the advantage that I can do this. I don't have pets that I have to worry about. My girlfriend is very well off on her own, so got the advantage there.
Yeah, Raymond loves you, bro.
That's so I got a question for you guys then. So based on that, so obviously take profit is very subjective, but what might not be as subjective is based on everything that's going on with crypto, Bitcoin ETF, mass adoption of crypto, the markets, institutions getting involved. Do we see a traditional bear market this time? Is it shortened? Does it not happen at all? And B, regardless of what your answer is on A, is OMI bear market proof?
So I just want to get in this real quick. I think we're going to have when that Bitcoin ETF passes, and I think it's going to pass October 28th, that we have a super cycle and we just go bull market through at least probably half of next year, if not most of next year. And even if that Bitcoin ETF doesn't pass, there's already, that's just for the US. There's already like 2 or 3 in Canada. There's like 2 or 3 in Brazil. Other countries are making that legal tender. You have a lot more people that, again, every single millionaire in the world, I think there's like 59 or 60 something millionaires. They can't get 1 Bitcoin each because there's too little. There's only 21, maybe even actually only 20 or 19 because people, they lost theirs and, some aren't mined yet. There's just not enough Bitcoin to go around for each millionaire to get 1. And that's just millionaires. It's not including people that $100,000 to $900,000, like me, and that want 1 or 2 or 3. So I think that we might not be. Well, one, I think that we're going to be a super cycle. Two, I think that maybe we're not bear market proof, but we definitely have some bear market like body armor where we might go down with everyone else, but we might not go down as much, and we're going to have a nice K-shaped recovery as everyone else kind of recovers like this. So that's just my. What do you got? What do you got?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I have a few guys that are I don't want to call them TA masters, but they're TA masters. You know, I mean, they don't like to be called that, but I'm not going to say nothing because I know they're watching me right now. They know the market, they know crypto markets, and stock market analysis is like you would never believe. And it's like there's guys that know how to like read charts, and there's guys that they are the charts. Yeah. And I mean that because historically we've the problem is we don't have a historic metric that we can really gauge a real good guide from in the crypto market, because we've never had the infrastructure set up like we have today in the crypto market. See, stock markets, they've had over 25, almost 30 years of the electronic markets already in place, right, where online orders have been occurring, and they can kind of get an algorithm built in to kind of find its own way because of pattern recognition. We haven't had the infrastructure set up for only maybe the last like 2-3 years, because since 2017, which was the last bull, we had matter of fact, you had a Polynex or these other ones. You had to go. It was like you send your money in, and a month later, then they'll give you maybe what you wanted to buy, and they'll email it through email. There was no exchange. There was no app on the phone. Like, you know what I'm saying? Cavell back, cool, unmute. So, yeah, there was people posting Cavell's in a fight right now. Like, it was crazy, bro. People are posting about you. I had
Randy, you gotta unmute Cavell.
Cavell, can you hear me?
Oh wait, how do I unmute? Unmute. Okay, he's back. Cavell,
right. You back?
Yeah.
There was people that were posting Cavell's in a fight right now. As soon as I heard that, I said, Randy, I said, there was people saying, there's a fist fight happening. I said, mute him out right now, because I don't know. We heard some stuff, but anyway.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we didn't hear none. It was just
you're all right. People will be like, "Yo, he's making that new ERC20 converter video right now."
I didn't see that. So what I was saying was the infrastructure with the exchanges, multiple exchanges coming out, and obviously the most famous Binance and Coinbase and these other ones, yep, they come out, and those particular ones on a global level have now carried more coins. Back then they were only carrying like 5 or 6 Monero, XLM. It was just all that was there for like Litecoin, and that's all that was for the market. And that was back only like 3-4 years ago. And we didn't have the infrastructure. Trades were expensive. Things were long, take a lot of latency. It was bad. We got 5G in effect, 6G coming. We have a lot of exchanges holding multiple coins in the time period between when the coin comes out to the time the coin gets listed on the exchange is happening at a faster rate right now. So there's a lot more liquidity coming into the market now, more in the last 2 years than in the history of the crypto market. So from a technical analysis standpoint, we don't have enough history in our pipeline to get a good metric of saying, oh, well, when you look at a chart and you're like, oh, well, when this peaked, yeah, but you can't go back then, because back then we didn't have the liquidity in the market. We didn't have that much infrastructure set up. Speeds were lower, and there was a lot of, when you don't have that stuff to go by, it's hard to gauge it as to a comparison for now. Because if you have a lot more liquidity and you have more exchanges and the transactions are faster, stuff happens at a faster rate, which changes the trajectory of the chart in a different way than what happened historically. So you can't say, oh, well, we might be hitting, because when it happened, hit here, we pulled back, and then we pulled back this long, and they try to use percentage stats. Those stats don't hold up in the long range. And so, and realize we're press release driven right now. Veve comes out with a news article that I don't know, Sony, PlayStation, and Veve are partnering up. Xbox, Microsoft, and Veve. Microsoft and Veve. Can you imagine that kind of a thing? Think about what happens to the Omi coin. We're press release driven. We instantly go into the $50 to $2 range just like that, because we know that the value of what's going to come out of that partnership is going to make the platform, multiples of what it is right now.
That's true.
So it's like, but we have the exchanges and we have the infrastructure to handle those volume of the trades. to allow that liquidity to flow in and out of the market fluidly. And that is why I say when you ask about bear markets, as time goes on, just like as time goes on, and I made that comparison with the deflationary value of OMI, because the market cap's gonna obviously go up as time goes on because of deflationary. As time goes up, all cryptocurrency is gonna start to go up because more liquidity is gonna enter the system. And everybody's going to start making profits in the bigger coins. It's going to trickle down into the lower alts.
Yeah,
so we're all going to feel splashes out of the tsunami. And bro, and no one's you can't calculate that from a historic look because we never had that kind of. We never had this many alts, and we never had this tsunami coming because we didn't have the infrastructure to handle it. So when the tsunami comes, we get splashed down, and it's a different chart than what we're used to.
And if we
hockey sticks, bro, that. It's just proof. That's it.
And if we do partner with someone, which again, we might probably have Nintendo or like you said, Xbox or whatever. Could you imagine going into like the Nintendo store, your Nintendo Switch? Oh, hey, here's a cool internet game that you're buying. They partner with the Komi and you could buy it with OMI. Oh, that'd be amazing.
It's gonna happen.
That'd be absurd. That'd be absurd. Like, oh my God.
It's gonna happen.
This is
you'd go in to buy a new release of Battlefield and they'd say that is 7 OMI because OMI would be $10.
Yeah,
that'd be crazy.
I don't know what I would do.
Oh my God. Okay, so Cavell, I know you were gone for a bit there. That's fine. So I have to jump off shortly because this has been an unreal live stream. We've gone for almost 5 hours now. But Cavell, I am curious because I got Randy and Henry's thoughts. What is your thought on whether the cryptocurrency space as a whole is going to go into a bear market with everything that's going on with Bitcoin ETF, institutional investing, etc.? And do you think that the OMI token is bear market proof?
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure. Well, as far as the whole crypto market, I don't know. I don't really study that space as much. I look at things here and there, but yeah, I stopped once I got into OMI, but as far as the OMI token goes, I think that it does do its own thing right now. But after they add the utility, depending on how quickly they add that and how quickly that impacts others' opinions of VV and the OMI token and things like that, I definitely think that it has a chance of being bear market proof because the fact of the matter is it's already performing well when everything else is down. So once it actually has the utility and things like that, once everything goes down, and let's say they announce some huge brand. If they were to announce Pokemon or something, like that's always the example I go to, it's going to go crazy, especially with a press release like that. So, yeah, I don't think that anything can slow down what VV is doing. Every single drop with these press releases and stuff like that, I think that the token will. Honestly, I think the bear market is the best case for the OMI token at this point, since it would VV, which is really be up there in everybody's faces.
If you look back at last year, 2020, which were the companies that thrived the most? It's the ones that were innovative and disruptive, like Tesla, Square, Illumina, CRISPR. So we're the most disruptive company, I think, right now, at least in this space. Yeah, we would move so hard because all the other poop coins that are out there, people would be like, okay, we're going to take money out of this because we can't get a fraction for it. We're going to put in something that's considered blue chip. And like what Pags was saying, like, hey, some other coins like Cardano is going to go up as well. They're going to take some slices of cheese off there and put some on our cheese wheel or whatever.
I want to disagree with just something that you just said in the sense of the disruptor. I don't look at VV as a disruptor because a disruptor like CRISPR, a disruptor like Tesla, what they're doing. A disruptor is something that is an existing. It's disrupting an existing industry. See, VV is not disrupting. It is the industry. You're going to need disruptors to disrupt VV.
Well, I think it's disrupting collectibles.
Huh?
I think it's disrupting collectibles.
But it's not disrupting because it's in a specific NFT market. They don't have these kind of collectibles and these comics. It doesn't exist in the marketplace. You have other stuff and art and things that are going on, and you have collectibles in different segments. But this particular set of what they have in these licenses and these brands. The brands are what people want. You could go to Walmart and get made in whatever, China, made in Taiwan, whatever. It's not a brand name. It doesn't have the spunk or the value of something that you're going to get, and you're going to Nordstrom's or Macy's or Foot Locker and things like that. So what I'm saying is not to say that the other ones are knockoffs. I'm just making a point. When you're talking about disruptive, I think that it's going to take other companies 3 years or more to even make a dent in Veve's in their attempt to disrupt Veve, what they got going on.
Yeah.
And it's going to be even harder because to play catch up with a guy that's been doing it for 5 years already, you're already.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
Yeah,
please.
they can't. They wouldn't be able to. I mean, also, Akomi and Veve, they had the interesting advantage of really not competing with anyone else. Maybe NBA Top Shot, but in 5 years, when people, even if they have $100 billion that they're ready to throw into making a company, they have to compete with Veve in 2025. Like, so, here they don't have to compete with anyone, or maybe people are competing with Veve in 2021. But people in 2025 that are at this level are going to have to compete with Veve in 2025. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if I got $100 million or $200 million or $300 million, I don't care who's competing with who. I'll see you guys on my island. You could come and compete all you want. You know what I'm saying? You're all invited. You know what I mean? I'll invite everybody. I'll invite people I don't know just to invite them. I don't care. For me, it don't matter. But I mean, you're talking $1 to $2, $3. I mean, it'll probably be more than that because I'll be probably slicing off as we go. But I mean, it's still. I mean, it just doesn't seem right. It's like people talking about having Bitcoin when it was nothing, and now they have hundreds of millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars. They never thought that they would have that. You know what I mean? It's just and there are some people still hodling original Bitcoins from back in the day. There's still a group of people that are out there. There's communities of it, but and they're hodling. They sold a little, but they're good. Because they believe in it. They believe in what it is. It's the Michael Saylors of the world. It's those real true hardcore diamond hands.
Yeah.
We're in such an early stage of Omi's just Veve's new, everything's new, less than a year. Come on. We're in the beginning stage. I don't even know what we're talking about here. Like we're like we're rounding dirt and we're coming home. We're still up at bat. I mean, we're on our way to first, if anything. I mean, so there is going to be some casualties. I'm not going to lie. There will be casualties along the way. And so, you're not going to win every event. You're not going to win everything. And there's going to be competition, which stifles, innovation. And that's what's good. I mean, we're in a position where we're with the leader. We're with the top horse. We're in the front. We're in a front runner, and the second place is nowhere near us. So we're good. And there will be some horses that are going to be gaining some traction. But as time goes on, we only get faster. That's the issue. And we get deflationary. So we lose more weight as we go. And if we lose more weight, we get faster as we lose more weight. So we just get faster and faster. And this race is ongoing. I'm telling you right now, bro, I just can't wait to get that secret rare Charizard, bro, because that's all I've been thinking about.
Yeah. That'll be dope. That'll be dope. That might be one that I have to liquidate some Omi and compete with some. I can't lie. I can't lie.
I know I should have said nothing. Randy's over there. Like, I got one sitting on the side, you little.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. But I would hope it would be like a legendary, like a Moltres, Zapdos, Articuno, or a Mewtwo, or a Mew. Charizard, I think maybe rare, ultra rare. Just because the Charmander is relatively common, so you probably get Charizard eventually. But the type of one-offs like a Lugia or a Ho-Oh or, like I said, Mewtwo, that's what I'd hope to be a secret rare.
Mewtwo or maybe even a Mega Charizard, you know what I'm saying? Something a little bigger, you know what I mean? Like a rare, whatever. But I mean, whatever. I mean, we're just talking whatever, but
somebody mentioned before in the stream, like, instead of blind boxes, what about blind Pokeballs? Like, you go and you say, like, oh, it's basically a blind box, but you go and pick a Pokeball and it could be either one of the three, like the starters, Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle. That'd be so cool.
That would be fire, yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, you got ideas that are friggin' you say what's going to be cool. I would participate in it, bro, just because of that. I'm dead serious, bro.
Yeah, it'd be fun. I would do it. But
here comes a point in time. Here comes a point in time where it becomes you have your Veve glasses on, and we're doing drops with the augmented reality glasses, the Veve glasses, and we're doing drops, and we're all in it, and we all have our avatars, and we're in the Veve world, the virtual world, while we're in it, doing the drops in it, and we have to do like obstacle courses. There's no bots that can do this, and obstacle courses that'll physically get to and from, a bow and arrow, all simulated. You got to hit the target, and you get points along each of your journey, and whoever has the most points at the end, you get the prize.
I would love doing that, and like I would love to see being able to do that with your NFTs also. Oh, not just a race, but when they announced Nintendo, what about Mario on a Yoshi? And you race and whoever's the winner of the races.
Right. Or when you got Donkey Kong and he's throwing Pokeballs at the guy, you know what I'm saying?
You guys need to settle down on your ideas. Cavell's gonna have to release like 10 videos with all of these ideas.
It got me thinking over here, man.
Yeah,
I can't do it.
That's crazy. Listen, guys, I don't want to interrupt there, but we're hitting the 5-hour mark. You guys are legends.
I feel like Foster. I feel at 5 hours. I feel like fucking Neo and Matrix. Like he's a machine. You know what I'm saying? Like
I was also up at 5 o'clock this morning working, so it's been a little bit of a long day. But I'm so glad we were able to make this happen. And Randy, we'll touch base afterwards and see about something for tomorrow on or Henry, sorry, not Randy, about Comic-Con tomorrow. And yeah, I mean, we'll just keep the conversation going, guys. I hope everyone that's in the chat found it valuable, and obviously they're more than welcome to keep going, but I'm going to bid myself my adieu. Randy, thank you so much for having me on as always. Henry, it was a pleasure interacting with you and talking, and of course we'll continue our chats privately afterwards. And Cavell, it's been fun, man. Honestly, it's been good. I know everyone was probably on the edge of their seats worried there. I mean, guys, like, we're adults, right? You know what I mean? We can disagree on things. We can have different opinions on things. We all want to see the project succeed, right? Yeah. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Cavell puts out great content. He's great for the community. I don't always have to agree with everything that he says, but it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate him and what he does. We're going to keep doing our thing. I'm sure you'll see us at some point working together on a gaming stream or something fun for the community. And yeah, I hope everyone had a good time. And thank you so much for having me, guys. And we'll do it again soon.
Dodger, I'll catch you later. I'll catch y'all. Maybe I'll see him on the drop tomorrow if he decides to join the stream for the drop tomorrow. Are you guys doing the drop tomorrow? I mean, is this something you're going for? The Thanos?
Yeah, Cavell, go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, I just didn't. I couldn't remember which one it was, but I'm definitely going for it. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Thanos.
I make it clear. I could care if I make it clear publicly or not, because I know people are like, oh, well, he's collecting the set, so I'm going to hold the low mints. He's going to pay me premiums because I got it, whatever. The reality is, if you got, this is one set I am collecting. This is the rarest of any of the comic sets so far. Every one of the variants is a actual hard copy of a physical comic book, unlike any of the other ones that have actual art from different artists from through Veve. So these are actual editions. So I'll actually be in Comic-Con tomorrow, also looking to purchase these particular hard copies at 9.8s. And if I can get this whole set in 9.8s tomorrow, which I'll be doing the drop also. But if anybody out there gets those low mints, those low mint variants, you can DM me. We could do private sale. If you want to put it on auction, you could do that too. Whatever is best for you, list it. If it's in my price range, I'll buy it. If not, I'll go to the next mint. I'm not gonna bow to the throne of someone because they think because I want it, I'm gonna pay whatever. No, it's got to be within my budget, and that's it. Yeah. If there's other people out there that are gonna willing to pay it, that's cool too. But this set, it is one I'm gonna be collecting the whole set of, and so I wish everybody the best on their drops. Yeah, Cavell, man, if you get that. You get that 501 or whatever, that 201, bro. You know where to come, man.
Actually, Pags, I had it was a common Fantastic Four number 13. It was number 382. Do you have a mint lower than that?
The Fantastic Four, I didn't collect the Fantastic Four 13.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, that particular set I passed is actually of the so I have two metrics. I go by art and desirable art that I like in the actual NFTs. Mm-hmm. And I also go by the excuse me, I'm sorry. I go by the actual characters that are involved. So yeah. Like when it came to Marvel, obviously MC1, it was in there. Fantastic Four, those are like the commons, but then it started getting like Tales of Suspense, like because of Black Widow's first appearance, that was a big one. I was in that one. Carnage, that was a big one. The first appearance one, certain things like that. That's, I don't only go off the art too. That particular one, I didn't like the art as much. I didn't really like. It didn't. Which way were you going with it? It was supposed to be Watcher, but then the Watcher I thought came out in the which I did collect the What If, and the What If rare had the Watcher in a perfect silhouette in blue with a white background. Yeah. Popped perfect. It was a beautiful art, and I got that set. And I have all the first mints in that entire set. That was another one of my favorite sets. And that particular set, I thought the Watcher was more relevant as the Watcher than this one, as this secret rare was. So for me, all that stuff matters, and I take that in consideration. As you can see, look at the floor of that set: 1.4, 1.3, 1.7K. It's paltry, at best.
There's a couple people. One guy has a Labbit mint number 45. The rainbow Labbit. And this guy, I don't know how you feel about last mints. He's got number 5007 out of 5007. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people. They well, first of all, I didn't collect the Labbits, any of them, and I think that I did. Cool. I don't collect anymore. When it comes to the glider, I have very low mints. I actually have I have the 41 in the mask, and so I didn't. I personally, I got the gliders low too, and they're in the 40s, and so I'm waiting for the last one to be released to complete that set. But I'm not really into last number too much. Really, I have the last Fantastic Four, the first edition that came out. I have the last common that came out, and that was the 59,000. I'm sorry, it wasn't the common. It was the it was either rare or ultra rare. I can't remember. It was a 59995. So it definitely was the last one because it wasn't a common. It was like, there was no like, the commons came with the 6, the 7, the 8, and the 60,000. But other than that, I'm not really a big collector in special numbers, 111, 444, 777. I'm not into that. Those special mints. They do have good value, and there's a lot of people collecting them, but I'm not into that. No.
I wonder what it'll be worth more, number 1 or 007.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking also. Guess whichever one has the bigger bag, that's like, I want that one. Or,
in the tickets?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, in the tickets. Look, man, the crazy people like me and Randy offering these sick values. I mean, you're offering 10 million Omi. That's a arguably $75,000 to $80,000 value.
I offered it when it was like 62,000.
Yeah, I'm at 50K, bro. I was at 40. It went up a little bit. I mean, but I'm at 50K. That's it.
Yeah, I might have to rescind my offer now because now Omi's gone up. It's like, oh, hey, now this is a lot. This is a
yeah. I mean, I don't know, but I'm not, and my offer is good. It'll hold. If someone a week from now says, "Hey, I decided, I tripped, I broke my knee, I need money for, no problem. 50 is good still." But there's no like, oh, can you make it 60 because it's a 007? No, it's not $1 more. I mean, that's how I am when it comes to certain numbers like this. And we're talking about, but the ticket, I would have been great getting it in the drop, but and everybody just in the United States getting, that's another thing. They limited that. I mean, if you're going to put limitations on offerings, or when you have a lot of people in the world, it's one thing to regulate it because maybe your government regulates it and you're not allowed to. But then to regulate it because, just because of a demographic or geographic thing, it's just, I didn't understand that for a minute. I didn't. And plus the 007, it's really like a British kind of like theme. So that, have, England and all them out of it, that's like, it's kind of like, I don't say their heritage, even though it was like an American movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's their character.
It's a little weird, but I didn't get one.
Yeah.
Maybe they couldn't partner with those movie theaters in other countries. Maybe it was just American connections.
I'm going to see the movie tonight, though, guys. Well, by the way, I forgot to tell you. I mean, that matters. I don't know if you guys seen it or interested, but
I saw it a few days ago.
I've heard the spoilers already, so I don't. I won't spoil it. But Cavell, this is not the first time we've experienced this. We've had, what was it? The Adventure Time series or the Powerpuff Girls series that were in China, that they were only available in China.
Oh, that was Powerpuff Girls, yeah.
Yeah, and then we got the Ultraman series. So I think that's David Yu's way of saying, like, trying to take a page out of Pokemon's playbook, where they don't give every Pokemon in each game. You get a certain amount of Pokemon in red, a certain amount of Pokemon in blue, and then you have to trade. So I think what he's doing with the region line is like, okay, you know what? Ultraman is big in China, so we'll give it to America. and Powerpuff Girls big in America, we'll give it to China and kind of force people to trade.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good idea that I feel like people aren't.
I mean, I don't know how China is. Have they made any? Is it just? Are they banning everything? Like, is everything banned, or is it?
They ban everything like every 6 months or every 6 weeks. It's like, oh, crypto's banned.
Is VV banned in China?
No, just Bitcoin was.
No, I mean, VV, like having the app. Like, can you, if you are someone in China, can you participate in drops in China?
Yeah, we have some.
Yeah,
we have some Chinese people.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's that, and then there's the fact that even with the ban on Bitcoin, I think it was just mining Bitcoin. I think you can still hold it. It's kind of like weed was in like New York for a while. You can like hold it and do whatever, but you can't actively mine it or sell it. So like with weed, you couldn't grow it. So I think that's where they are now. I don't know where they'll be in the future. If you guys have read up on that at all.
Can grow weed in New York?
Maybe you can't grow it. You can just have it and smoke. You can definitely smoke it. Like there was. It was
I
even like
know that. I mean, well, I just walked from the parking garage, down 35th Street, going to Jacob Javits. Bro, I was, me and my wife, we were like, just like side smoke. Hey, in the street. No, we got real happy in 4 blocks. I'm like, what's going on here? So now, but yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I know with regulation and stuff, I know it's stifling a little bit of some of the, the availability for countries and people participating. But we'll see what happens. I was in Chicago. You got a lot of people over there. Interested, like involved, anything? Like, how's the involvement?
Nah, like in VV
or anything. Anybody like cousins, friends, brothers, uncles.
I got I got friends and cousins, a few, but the majority of the people that I know, like, they're not interested. Like when I say, okay, look, I got this Spider-Man, $10,000. First thing they say, oh, can you get that right now? I'm like, hey, you can't withdraw the money right now. But I mean, it's worth that. But yeah, it's like they're not forward thinking. Like, even like if something gets to the point where it's worth $1,000, they would instantly sell it just to get that money and things like that. So they're not investors. They're not interested in that space. They're not investors. They're not collectors or anything. Now, if it was a pair of Jordans or something, they might collect that. But
no, I hear you. I'm only saying because, like, I'm over here. I mean, I'm not too far. Me and Randy across the river from each other here in New Jersey and New York. And so, I mean, it's like, look, your family and your friends, if that's your circle, we have enough people that we know and friends that we know and people that we know. Not a lot of people even know what NFTs are. People don't even really know too much about cryptocurrency. So we could break it down into even more finite, like, and lower levels of different, like, investment and stuff. When they hear cryptocurrency, they think Dogecoin or Doggy Coin, they call it. When they hear cryptocurrency, they hear Robinhood. They don't hear Coinbase. They don't know anything about what other exchanges are about. They don't know any other coins. They hear Shiba Inu. They don't know how to pronounce it. What I'm saying is like the marketing effort that goes on with things that are less important is more mainstream than the things that I believe have more traction and that are going to make people real wealth and real money going forward. And they actually have been making real money. And so it's a weird kind of, it's like, look, everybody that I know I would say that I know people that I'm basically either related to or my friends or stuff, the closest people to me, their investments are like in the stock market or in real estate, and things like that. They're not thinking about digital collectibles or digital comics, or not even any of them really even have any collectibles at all. No baseball cards, no comic books, no hard assets like that. So, this is such a small, I don't want to say it's a small pool, but it's like a fishbowl in the ocean. It's like a small little community that's that can really be vibrant, and it has a world out there that it could share this to, but we're kind of like enclosed in this little just us type thing, right now. Not just the VV community, just the NFT community in general. because OpenSea has been doing a lot of stuff. You see these transactions online with obviously CryptoPunk, a lot of the different other digital stuff.
So much money.
I see 30 ETH and 40 ETH and 100 ETH going for somebody I'm like, what the hell's paying? Who's doing? I thought it was like fake after all. I'm starting to see it. It's not fake. And they're really buying it. I'm like, but why are they collecting that pixelated character that I could probably do with a Microsoft Word program using periods and commas. You know what I'm saying, in a weird way, and create my own character, and that's going to be worth. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a weird kind of thing when you really have licenses from true behemoths in the industry like Marvel and DC and Universal, everything that we have going for us from Veve. I honestly, God, I really don't know where it's going. I just know I'm grabbing gold while the gold is inexpensive.
Yeah.
I know we just went through a little bump in the last 30 to 45 days when it comes to the floor prices or when it comes to the top prices in these NFTs, and they're not going down. You will not see secret rares of MC1 go down in the top 10 or top 20. They're staying. I don't care if it's 250,000 or 9.9 million people put it at. It's just where they are is where they are, and the floors are where they are. Whether they raise the floor or not, it doesn't matter, and it's just crazy. What gets me is that if there's like, just say for secret rares, a lot of them, there's 500 or 600 of them, right? How come there's only like 50 or 80 of them for sale? Where's the other 400 or 500 of them? Do you ever think about that? Like, where the hell, what are they? You know what I'm saying?
Like, they know they're holding on.
I understand everybody wants to be, they're not as transparent as maybe we are or I am. And I get it. Maybe they want to be anonymous. They don't want no one knowing anything. And they want to just keep it in their account and they don't care. They don't want to show nothing. But the reality is, if 60 or 70 or 80 are creating a market for the 500 that are not being shown right now, what the hell when that comes out of the woodwork, what's going to happen? Is that going to dilute the value because there's going to be more supply than there might be demand? I don't know. I'm a blackjack dealer. What does it say?
1 out of 200 people I meet have heard of the term NFT, but they don't even know what it is. The rest are entirely clueless, meaning less than 1% of people.
Great point, B-Lit, because as a blackjack dealer, you're the guy that talks and sees the most people in most different aspects of regional ethnicity and size, shape, and gender and everything. For you to say something like that, bro, that's a great metric, bro, we could go by, because that just proves it right there. I mean, regardless of my history and what I just experienced at a Comic-Con, you just talking about like that right there is a perfect statistic right there. So they don't even know. And we're this early and we have floors of 40,000. Cavell, come on. We have floors at 30,000 and we're talking, look at that statistic. We have floors at 30,000, 40,000. Come on, man. Ridiculous. Think about it. Because you know just as well as I know, 10,000 is a lot of money, Cavell. 10,000 to you is definitely 10,000 to me. I don't give a fuck how much money I got and you got. 10,000 is still 10. That's a rack, bro. If you know right now, anybody listening right now goes and puts their secret rare MC1 on the marketplace right now for 10K, it's gone. It's gone. Matter of fact, advertise it on Twitter that you're going to be putting it on there, and you're going to see people hitting it like buy now right now as soon as it comes up. So if you think about it, if someone that paid $699 or $1,000 or $500 for it, whatever they bought it when they got it dropped or whatever, and they could get 10K for it right now, why aren't they doing it? Because there's 600 people in the world that have it. 10,000 is a lot of money to everybody.
Yeah.
So why aren't they doing it?
Cavell, you got any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
No, I mean, I've just enjoyed the conversation. It was great being here. Thanks for inviting me. Yeah, I love talking about Veve, man. I love just imagining where we're going to be in the future, because I do believe that we're going to see some crazy floors. At a certain point, I feel like 100K will be the average for a lot of this early on stuff. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that's going to be the average, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing where things go, because it is interesting. Because I know it needs to be a platform for everyone, and it's just like finding that balance and seeing what Veve comes up with to create that balance and that experience for everybody. I'm excited. So, yeah.
Same. Any final thoughts, Mr. Pags?
Everything's been great, bro. I appreciate, this is awesome. And the first time with Cavell, I know we, DMing for a while and stuff. Good to talk to you, head up. And I mean, obviously, Randy, thank you for hosting the podcast. You're great, and you guys are excellent. All the content that all put out. I mean, even Foster not here right now. I mean, it goes without saying. It is a great thing to know, and that you guys are, you ain't like just ankle deep, bro. You guys are, up to your necks with, in this stuff. You're all in, and for me, I'm right there with you. I might not be 100% and all eggs in one basket like you guys, but I have a lot of my eggs in the one basket of Omi, and I share that same inspiration and the same passion. And it ain't just about money, making money and everything else. It's about, obviously, making the money is the one thing, but if you can hold some kind of residual asset that'll create something for you for generations of wealth for your family and yourself, that's what it is for me. Because I don't matter how much money you have, if you can't pass down generational wealth, bro, your life meant nothing. And this is an opportunity that you don't get a lot of, and it has all the metrics in place, whether it's deflationary, whether it's because it's got the team involved, every aspect of it, it's got everything going for it. And I'm very pumped, and I'm thankful for having me on your podcast tomorrow, with or without Foster. If he decides, obviously, we might only get a half hour live. If he decides to do it, he'll let me know later. Yeah. To run live stream from Comic-Con. If not, that's still okay. I'm still be there, and I'll still be posting some stuff. I'll be tweeting some stuff of the
you need a YouTube channel,
hard copy collectible comics I buy to match my NFTs.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that were in the chat today. They're like, "Yo, this guy needs a YouTube channel. He needs his own channel." They'd subscribe to you in an instant.
I'd watch.
Yeah, I'd watch too.
You guys are awesome, man. I listen. You guys are. I'm the guy watching you guys. So you just keep doing what you're doing. And Cavell, you put out some super stuff, a lot of super stuff, and you got people on your thing, and the way that you pull some of those clips out. And I love how the way that you narrate it, you stop it, you pause it, you describe it, you kick it back in. And for a lot of people, and no matter how seasoned you are, as myself or other people, that means so much, because the description and the explanation of that stuff really breaks down every stage of the conversation. And some of the key points that are being made in those conversations, they speak volumes. And it's just not just a conversation. It's wait a minute, hold up here. What did you just say? And and that stuff that's good stuff, dude. Really, man. Like,
I appreciate it.
Kudos, big time. Yeah, man.
That was nice. It was definitely nice meeting you. Well, in face to face for the first time.
That's good. So thanks, guys. My last thoughts will just be, someone was saying up before, this is art. Some people, if they have it brought to their shores, they have to declare art. They have to pay taxes on it. NFTs, you could be like, no, this is only worth a certain amount of money, and they could hide money that way. They could have it perpetually just in transit. This is something that'll be, like I said, it's very disruptive for a lot of different things. I'm very excited. I'm gonna go get some Taco Bell. I'm gonna rest up. I am interviewing this guy named JP who has twice as much Omi as I do. Like, if me and Pags Fusion we would have still not as much as him, but but still kind of close.
I'm tuning in. When is that?
It should be tonight at 8. So in about 2 hours, 10 minutes. So I'm going to get some Taco Bell. I'm going to rest my back, and I will catch you all later. And everyone, thank you so much for joining. Thank you all for the super chats, and I'll catch you all later. All right.
Later, fellas. Thank you, guys.
Meow. Bye. End broadcast. Ending. End broadcast.